Get ready for the ultimate international showdown. This December, the Global Schools Challenge 2025 is heading to the Mediterranean Sports Hub in Salou, Spain, located just an hour outside of Barcelona. From December 14th to 19th, the world's top student athletes will compete in rugby and a range of new sports. Hosted at one of Europe's premier facilities, you'll experience world-class pitches, state-of-the-art equipment, and a vibrant atmosphere designed for excellence. Off the field, explore the beautiful coastal town of Salou, enjoy golden beaches, and take a trip to Barcelona for iconic landmarks like the Sagrada Familia and the Nou Camp. Every game will be streamed live by NextGenXV, bringing the action to a global audience. Don't miss your chance to be part of this incredible event. Register now at globalschoolschallenge.com and rise to the challenge.
Well, good morning, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, and welcome to a fantastic occasion, once again organised by England Touch and Try Rugby as well. It's the National Schools Finals here at Oxford Harlequins. We've been here already this season with NextGen15 for the Oxford Sevens, and we're back again for another outstanding occasion, and one that's really going to grow the game of touch more so than ever before. It is the Schools Touch Finals. It's action from under 13s and under 15s across the categories of boys, girls and mixed, all the way through until 4:30 this afternoon. And I'm delighted to be joined by Joe Wright. Joe, thanks for coming down. Our first game is in the girls under 13 competition, and it's great to see this level of touch being given such a platform.
Yeah, and what a way to grow the sport as well. You've got to fully complement Tri-Sport and England Touch, sponsored by Vermeer as well, for getting these competitions going. And if you want to talk about the growth of touch in the UK, well, this is the first proper National Schools Cup that we've had. And they've, I believe it's been 6 rounds already, as we see a bit of gas trying to go around the outside.
Well, there's the buzzer that we all know and love to get us started here. It's Streatham and Clapham playing from left to right, just on the back of Tooting Common in South London, taking on Abbey Grange from Leeds in this under 13 girls competition in a 3-team group alongside Bohunt Wokingham. And it's first turnover of the game, and here go Abbey Grange. Again, it's another thing that stands out about this tournament already, aside from Leeds taking on a under-13 side from London in the game of touch. That would never happen in any other circumstance other than this national final here in Oxford.
Yeah, and it's wonderful as well. I'm just watching some of the refs. I'm really intrigued how how these refs will support the players, because this is really the first opportunity to play touch and get it broadcast as well at such a young age. And it's nice to see that we've got a ref sort of on either side of the ball supporting these young girls.
There's 7 fields in action all over here, Oxford Quins here, and referees from all over as well. Plenty of junior internationals for England who have come down to volunteer today. But it's another turnover, and it's just been knocked on there by Streatham and Clapham.
I thought I recognised some faces of the referees. This is wonderful. And, you know, Dom Tripp with Tri Sport sort of helping set this up as well. It really is imperative that, you know, competitions like this get the broadcast that they need, because, you know, this is how you grow a sport. And it is wonderful, and hopefully we might be able to spot some talents that might make an appearance in the Junior Nationals later on in the summer.
Absolutely, on the 12th or 13th of July, with the first round of the Junior Nationals in this region kicking off tomorrow.
Yeah.
Here at Oxford Quins as well. But all focus is on these school sides. And at the moment it's Abbey Grange from Leeds who are keeping down the field possession, but that's a nice break through the centre. There's certainly some athleticism in this Clapham side.
And there's a lot of space on either wing as well. I think the space has been spotted now. Trying to use a bit of footwork, but good touch was made.
Of course, it's regulation size touch pitches for these young players, so there might be a little bit more space on offer than what we're usually used to.
Oh, good speed.
Good great acceleration straight through the centre. Finally up goes the hand, and we are going to have a sixth touch, so possession's going to change hands. It's going to be Abbey Grange to run it out. But a fine start to the competition.
Yeah, really good speed, and we see the refs just sort of being, providing a little bit of guidance in the midfield, just helping us get this restart underway.
This is still a learning opportunity for a lot of these players, despite the fact that they've had to come through regional rounds to get here. And we've got schools from all over the country, from as far west as Weston-super-Mare, up in Scotland with Dunatar across the way from us, and sides from London and Leeds as well, all the way up to Durham. All over the country there's representation of how fast touch is growing.
Yeah, and Bronte Sykes in the red shirt in the middle, just explaining, unfortunately the hair does count as a touch. I'm sure Bronte's been on the receiving end of some of those in her playing career. Yeah, you talk about events like this, but it's also the role models that you've got on the field for the refs as well. Like, it is, it is really inspirational. You've got, two England representatives working alongside the new generation of touch players, giving them all the guidance and support that they would need. It is, a wonderful thing. And I'll be honest with you, Wilf, I'm really excited for how the day's going to go. I think it's going to be, it's a really good standard of touch that's going to be shown, as you say, having to get through all the regional rounds.
You'll see the referees chucking something between each other every time there's a turnover. I believe that's the touch counter, Joe.
Oh, I was wondering what that was.
I think it's a little clicker to make sure they know exactly what touch they're on, because we're still playing 6 touches in a turnover, just like the senior rules of touch, 7 on the field as well. And as we get to the knockout stages, after the group stage is over, we are going to have dropouts as well in play. Oh, lovely handling from Abbey Grange in the meantime as they stretch over halfway. Got some good depth to their attack. It's good line speed from Streatham and Clapham. And we could be seeing our first break towards a score, but unfortunately the ball's just come loose there on the deck.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. There was an opportunity there to try and go around the outside. But again, it's a combination of a couple of things. It's that learning opportunity, and maybe, as I say, learning opportunity, that's just a good bit of wheels.
And Streatham and Clapham have threatened a few times on either wing with great pace, but I think that's a fantastic recovery touch.
It is indeed.
Touch was made first before the ball was knocked on there, so Streatham and Clapham will still play, but they have got some really impressive wheels down the wings.
Yeah, and it is that acceleration as well. They're just trying to get around the outside. It is a little bit of warning signs as we see a scoop that comes through. Where's the player onside?
I think the referee's waving play on. Great hands, and finally a score.
Okay, yeah, that could be pulled down.
Well, I think it's been sent back because of the earlier touch. It's a tough job for the referees today, because they want to enforce the laws as strictly as possible, but also give these players an opportunity to play with a bit of expression, despite not being as experienced in the game.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the refs are going to play a really big part in how this sport grows, especially with events like today.
Nice step off the right boot.
Ooh.
Lovely dart inside. Up goes the hand from Abbey Grange.
It's not far away. They're starting to find their feet.
Streatham and Clapham sent back to the 7. But they've really come alive after the first 6 minutes here. 22-minute games, no half-time break at the moment. As the weather warms up, we might be moving on to 10-minute halves, but at the moment it's just a straight 22 minutes.
Good hands. Good hands. That ball could have easily gone to floor. There is space on the outside.
Oh, what a pass. And flying across come Abby Grange to make the touch. But was the ball down? I think touch has been called.
Indeed, it has been as well. That's unfortunate. There was a good opportunity around that outside. It was a nice long ball, but again, you want to talk about the speed. Well, this time it was on the favour of defence. However, we're talking about the defence making the touch. That is score given. The referees are walking back to the halfway line. So that is our opening score.
And it is Streatham and Clapham who score the first try of the schools finals here at Oxford Quins. And it's a great start to the competition. I think they deserve that score. Great break down the left-hand side. Moments to go to find themselves in that field possession, and then they use the touch as well. And it's Abby Grange from Leeds who are asked to respond.
Oh, they might just burn as well. They do. Just as soon one goes in, there's the second.
It's 2 long-range efforts to start the day here. First Streatham and Clapham, and now Abby Grange have responded. This is a fine finish on the outside from a standing start.
Just kicks through the gears, getting around the outside. It was almost like, well, I see your score. Anything you can do, I can do better. There's 1 try apiece. It's a tight game to get us underway. 5
minutes or so, and now everyone's awake here in Oxford.
I think it's always that first score is the sort of brightener of the game. As we see another hole appear, and a good bit of acceleration to marginally get through. Great hands there on the wing.
Big step off the left boot as well from Streatham and Clapham.
I think I felt the ground shake from here.
Just darting past one. Nice footwork to get around the other. Oh, what a lovely move.
Oh, see you later. Left foot, right foot. There was nothing diminutive about the footwork. It just carved through the defence.
God, what a lovely second score as well. Great footwork from Streatham and Clapham.
Yeah, I think some of the England touch seniors might be looking at going, can you teach me that?
Let's have another look at this from Streatham and Clatham's number 5.
Yeah, this is diabolical. There's the first. There's the second.
That's actually fantastic movement.
Oh, it's Matador-like. Just goading the defence up and then the footwork around the outside. Although, I thought she was away again.
I will say on Streatham and Clapham, they have got numbers on the shirts, but no team sheet provided, unfortunately. So if you are watching on from Streatham and Clapham, you can get the message across. We'd love to have a team sheet so we can identify some of these fine players. We've got a couple already from schools around the competition, but of course there are so many schools here. If you're on site watching on, run over to us here in the commentary box and hand us a team sheet if you'd like the players to be identified. For now, though, it's Streatham and Clapham who are looking to get further out in front.
Oh, good pass as well. Really good pass trying to hit around the outside. There's another one. The core skills here are wonderful.
One last go at it then for Streatham and Clapham. They send it out wide. Abby Grange got to get across. It's another dummy on the inside. Some of these girls have been watching some top-level rugby because another great ball, another switch. Oh, look at the footwork to pull out. And there's still a bit of space out wide.
Try time. It is indeed.
That's fantastic. Streatham and Clapham make it 3-1. And again, the little, in sevens, they call it the pull-out when you're down the left-hand side and there's no space for you. You often don't see it at top-level touch because the defence are just too quick, but excellent work there to pull it back, and there was another player coming around the corner and they still found some space. The third try with Streatham and Clapham. This is a fine performance from them.
Yeah, and it was great awareness as well, just to recognise, where the space was, and the athleticism to get around a couple touches as well. And Streatham and Clapham, they're really sort of laying down a marker, I imagine. It's a wonderful performance early.
Can Abby Grange respond? They scored an excellent long-range effort in response after the first try, but since then they've lost out a couple of times, and very clear communication from the referee as well, which is a good opportunity for these girls as the game of touch grows at every corner of the country.
Yeah, and I think that's what you'll need from the refs today is, because as you say, you want to maintain the sort of integrity of the rules, but you also want to allow that freedom and flexibility. And I think the refs, how clear their communication is going to be, it's just going to be crucial.
Abby Grange do have it back in the meantime. And there's plenty of time left in this game. We're just over the halfway mark with this 22-minute encounter. Although that pass has just gone to ground, and of course in the game of touch, if the ball's on the deck, it will be turned over.
Yeah, a couple turnovers there in succession. Oh, that might be another one. I think the ref might let that one lie, and indeed he does.
I think one of the rules in which they're not officiating as sharply is the roll ball, I think, because it's such a difficult skill.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And you don't want the game to be really stop-start, because you know, at this level, the main focus is enjoying the experience of playing touch, and one of the worst things you can have at any level of your playing career is a referee just wants to really stop-start game. It's like, you've got to let us flow. You've got to let us flow.
And the referee's doing a good job of it here. It's another good step inside and out. Touch made. I think one more chance to go at the line here for Streatham and Clapham, make it 4-1. It's a good drive, still going. Pass out to the left.
Oh, and away again. Here we go.
Oh, there, the touch is made.
Yeah, I think the ref's going to give a touch and pass there and just sort of explain the ruling of it as well, which again is wonderful to see. Oh, look at the meters made on first, just taking the ball up. Oh, unfortunately, it just falls down.
It's interesting with the size of the squads that have come down today that there are less substitutions than we used to at top level touch. So on the transition, they're just looking to have a crack from anywhere, and it's great to see that expression.
I think exactly that as well. Like, you know, you want everyone to enjoy today. And, you know, as me and Chris were walking in, I was absolutely blown away. Oh, lovely long ball.
Oh, it's just been put down. That was a tough pass to take at under 13 level.
Yeah, but like I was absolutely blown away at just how many schools and how many people are here, not only playing but also supporting in terms of the admin and, you know, the organisation at this, you know, wonderful venue.
Well, indeed, in each competition, the under-13 girls-boys mix, under-15 girls-boys mix, there's 2 pools of 3 teams. The top side in each pool goes straight to the semi-final. Second and third compete in quarter-finals that are seeded against the other pool, so there'll be plenty of touch throughout the afternoon for all of these players. And Streatham and Clapham making an early claim to go top of this group that also includes Bohunt, Wokingham.
Yeah, we're just over halfway now, and at the moment, you know, Streatham and Clapham, they've just got a really good bit of athleticism, and it's, you know, really sort of making it pay. And it's unfortunate because the ball goes down once more. This is making me giggle. The refs launching the touch count in between each other.
What a break by Streatham and Clapham down the left. They've got plenty of athleticism across the side, and it's going to be another fantastic long-range effort. It's the number 5 again, who was fleet-footed on the way through for the 3rd try, scores their 4th. From about 50 metres out.
Yeah, and it's like what you're saying on the turnover. So often at top level, you'll just see teams look to sub, and at this level, it's, now I'm going to tap and go, and I'm going to burn you round the outside.
Streatham and Clapham on top here. But Abbey Grange have another set of 6 to respond, just racing towards the touchline. Touch made just before. It'll be a new thing as well for these players, the marker of where the sideline is. There's cones all across the line here, but of course at Oxford multi-sport ground, the lines the lines you can see on your screen are not particularly helpful. But there's markers in each corner and the cones on the sideline as well, so it's just something for the players to be aware of across all 7 pitches in action throughout the day here.
Yeah, and I think after these first couple games of the day, that will become a little bit more familiar as well. So hopefully, you know, we won't see anyone potentially stepping out. As once again, Streatham and Clapham try and hit that wing, but ball's down. Really quick roll ball as well. No messing around.
Each side will have 2 games to play today before the knockout stages, except in the under-15 mixed competition where it's a single pool of 5 with the top 2 sides going straight through to a grand final. But we stick with the under-13 competition for now. We've got action from the under-15 boys up next. It's Abbey Grange who are just moving it left to right in midfield, but unfortunately put down there. And another chance for this talented Streatham and Clapham side.
Yeah, we'll see if they stick to the recipe that's yielding results at the moment, which is hit hard and try and go to the wing, or just put it in the hands of number 5.
It's going to make something happen.
Yeah, definitely.
Every time. She's directing traffic as well from the midfield, the number 5. And again, they've managed to pull it out and avoid the touch. And then look at this weaving, winding run, stepping off the left boot.
Oh, there's options here.
Oh, the pass is just in front of the winger on the near side.
Oh, that's unfortunate, because they went touchline to touchline and found the space. And maybe if this was game 3 or 4 of the day, those passes would stick a little bit more reliably. At the moment, not so much.
Oh, it's a powerful touch coming in from Streatham and Clapham, just racing across. Abbey Grange on second touch. Nice little switch towards the Abbey Grange box.
Yeah, what I like as well from both teams, and I've just sort of taken a moment to glance around some of the other pictures that we can see, is that there's no sort of hyper sort of focus on like playing like what we would call structured touch.
Oh, what a run from Streatham and Clapham, weaving through. That's a fantastic score. And as you were saying, not much focus on structured touch, but this is a great run. Another great step, lifting the arms to shorten the surface area that can be caught. And it's 5-1. It's a fantastic performance from Streatham and Clapham.
Yeah, there's a bit of salsa here in England, getting through those touches. Wonderful bit of athleticism. And as I was saying, it was, it is just people enjoying the sport and going hard and maybe using a little bit of footwork to create some gaps.
And athleticism is such a huge part of sport at this level, under 13, under 15, and we'll see that throughout the day. But it's also Streatham and Clapham who are stepping off the left again. Great footwork, fine finish. It's number 6. And as I was saying, just before that great score, which I'm not entirely sure has been, indeed it has in the end been given.
No, I don't think it has been. I think she stepped out, unfortunately.
Oh, so it's not another score for Streatham and Clapham, despite great effort from their winger on the near side, number 1. But as I was saying, it's about athleticism at this level, at under 30 and under 15 across all sports. But in touch, as we've seen today, it's been intercepted. Streatham and Clapham aren't making as many mistakes in the referee's mind, and they're using all 6 of their touches, and that's really been the difference, as well as their excellent running.
Indeed, and it is interesting as well, just to see how each team adapts to these new set of rules. This will be pretty strange to begin with in terms of ball down is turnover and maybe some of the other key rules of touch. And I think Streatham and Clapham have just sort of adapted to that really well, and they found their feet in this game, that's for sure.
And with about 3 minutes to go in our opening game, Streatham and Clapham looking for more. It's been lobbed over the top, and again it's just beyond the widest player in green and black.
I'm loving just how many people are just smiling whilst they're playing as well. I think I did the Nationals, and it was less smiles, more angry grunts and frustration for a lot of teams. So it's really lovely to see, watch this tournament and just see how many people are just enjoying it. There's smiles all around. It's less sunny Oxford, but it's a lovely temperature for touch.
I'm sure the Taipans and that will be delighted to see another London side here in Streatham and Clapham on fine form.
Yeah, definitely. I think some of the junior coaches in the southeast regions are maybe licking their lips a little bit as we see another darting bit of
what a lovely run.
Oh, can she connect? Unfortunately not. And number 5 is absolutely dangerous.
Out of a phone box in the midfield and round 2 defenders. The last pass just not going to hand.
Yeah, she stepped out of a phone box into another one and then stepped out of that one as well.
Here come Abbey Grange. There's good line speed as well from Streatham and Clapham. The defence hasn't let up.
No, it's great. It is really great. And Abbey Grange just sort of need to find... That's what you need. A bit of go forward.
And it's got Streatham and Clapham on the retreat. Again, from a standing start. It's a nice run.
Yeah, getting away from a couple as well. Getting up over halfway. We'll see if they can go and find an opportunity to strike at the try line. But as you mentioned, Wolf, that line speed is dangerous.
Conversation to be had with the officials. Very communicative as well, this set of referees, which is exactly what both sides need.
Yeah, and I think this will be a tap penalty for offside, I want to say. I think it is indeed. So Abbey Grange, I'll have a good crack at the line as well. Hopefully they'll be able to get a score on the board. It's a nice pass out to the outside edge, but that one's just a little bit tall. And that forces the turnover.
Well, seconds away from our second buzzer of the day. And it's going to be a win for Streatham and Clapham, who have got Bow Hunt Wokingham on the horizon. And with victory there, they could see themselves through to the semi-finals of the under-13 girls national finals.
I wonder if Streatham and Clapham will try and find one of those wingers before.
On the outside they go. Great yards made. Again, there's a little bit more space down the left. More space than anticipated by Abbey Grange, and right on the buzzer, it's a 6th score for Streatham and Clapham, and another mazy run onto the outside, this time by their number 3. Gives them the victory by a margin of 6-1. A fantastic performance, and this is a really promising side going into the latter stages of the under-13s competition.
Yeah, indeed, and Streatham and Clapham, they just had a little bit too much physicality, found those outside edges really well, used the gas that they've got, and setting down a little bit of a marker for the rest of the teams in this division.
What an opening to the National Schools final here at Oxford Harlequins. We'll be on to our next game in about 8 minutes' time. In the under-15s competition, it's Ulster Grammar School from just south of Birmingham taking on Egglescliffe School from Stockton-on-Trent, just south of Middlesbrough. Two sides from opposite ends of the country looking to take each other on in the opening game from that tournament. That's the next game live here on pitch 1.
Sure is something to be proud of. Just remember where it came from. Think that mulch came from the home improvement store? Think again. From right-of-way preparation, commercial and residential land clearing projects, and storm cleanup, mulch comes from a lot of places, just not the home improvement store. Vermeer and the people who make mulch, helping the world be equipped to do more.
There's work to be done, timelines to be met, results to be delivered. That's what drives us. Partnering with the people who do the work. Getting more out of every hour. In a world of diverse markets, it's about listening more, talking less, truly understanding what's being said, solidifying belief and peace of mind, collaborating and designing yellow iron built tough, built to last. Helping our partners embrace the work ahead. Day after day, month after month, year after year. It takes words backed by action, words fueled by our founder, Gary Vermeer. There has to be a better way. Not just a phrase, but a timeless mantra that lies at the heart of every machine we build. Productivity has a name. Vermeer. Equipping our customers to do more.
If you've never played touch before, this video is going to give you all the information you need to get a game going. So the game starts by putting the ball down on halfway, tapping the ball with your foot, and then you can pick it up, run and get touched. That means the ball is live. At the point of the touch, the attacker has to put the ball down on the mark, which is where you get touched, step over it. It's good to keep the ball still to make it easier for the next person to pick the ball up. At the point of the touch, the defensive team also have to retreat 7 metres, which is marked by the referee. The player who picks the ball up from the floor is called the half. They can run with it, they can pass it, but they cannot get touched and they cannot score. To score a try, your team needs to progress the ball upfield within 6 touches and put the ball down on the floor over the try line. A team has got 6 touches to progress the ball upfield and try and score a try. If you don't manage to score a try, there is a change of possession and the defending team then receive the ball. To start the ball, when it's just a change of possession, i.e. it's not been a penalty, you put the ball on the floor and perform a roll ball. Despite it saying roll ball, it's better to put the ball down still on the floor and just step over it. You must only pass backwards in this game, which means you must run the ball forwards and pass the ball backwards to a teammate. There are a number of ways you can give away a penalty. 1, you can be offside. 2, you can throw a forward pass. 3, you can make a hard touch. There are lots of other different variations, but those are the main ones. A touch game can last for whatever length that suits you. In a full game of touch, it's 6-a-side and it's 20-minute halves for a 40-minute game. However, at many events, the duration of the games vary. If you are playing a boys or a girls team, it will be 6 of the same gender or sex. If you are playing a mixed version of the game, it will be 3 and 3. If you want to be inclusive, you can play with any combination of different genders or identities that suit you.
We're back for our second game here at the Oxford Quins. And it's more action, of course, in the National Schools Finals here, organised by Try Rugby and England Touch. Joe Wright alongside me for this one. And in our second game, it's a bit of action from the under-15 boys competition. It's Alcester Grammar School from just south of Birmingham, taking on Egglescliffe School from around Middlesbrough. It's Alcester in the red, who have got numbers on the backs as well, and a team sheet to boot, which is great stuff. But first bit of action from the under-15 boys competition, and this isn't a long way off sort of the first regional levels at touch, so could be some really high quality stuff on show.
Yeah, definitely, and you know, it'd be really interesting to see, because there are a lot of England Touch representatives out here. I wonder if we see some of these boys representing their regions at the junior nationals. I suppose that is the next logical pathway for anyone who wants to continue their journey in touch, and it is a commentator's dream when we have a reliable team sheet. I think the North East Mixed Open could learn from that. Giving us a bit of a nightmare at nationals. Alcester, spot on. Absolutely perfect team sheet.
There's Jamie Richards in charge, patrolling the sideline. It's a great kit as well that Alcester have got on them, sort of tiger strip in red and black, and it will be their tap off from the centre as well.
I'll be really interested to see if you know, what style of touch we see here, whether it's a little bit of contact, or as we see, well, there's a 3-man drive off the rip, so there is a little bit of, there's a 4-man drive. There is some structure in here.
Off goes Luke Lloyd with Andreu as well.
Oh, danger.
Often over the top. There's no one out there.
That's try time.
But it's the first score. It's Daryl Jinlal who goes over for Alcester Grammar. And they ring in the changes as well. One that wants to subs, and they've really come to play here, Alcester.
Yeah, what a start that is. 4-man drive up the middle, and number 3, Jinal, left foot step, finds the line, gets the ball down. Here we go.
Here comes the response from Egglescliffe in the meantime. Stockton on tees. A nice little shot go through the centre. Little weaving, winding run. You can see a couple of players who are certainly not new to the game of rugby.
Yeah, I wonder who's going to be the danger man for this team. It looks like the geezer with the big left foot step and the dummy.
Nice shape on the pass. Up comes Chinall to make the touch.
There's a bit of footwork there. Ooh, that'll be 6 more.
Down. I think it's just been slapped down by James Lappin. So a chance for Egglescliffe to get back to parity here. 6 touches just shy of the 7.
Yeah, Lappin really said not in my house.
Another big dummy. A little pop back to the short side.
Oh,
nice shape on the pass.
Yeah.
They've got another man over, but instead it's a weaving run back into traffic for Egglescliffe.
Yeah, the passes are slick. They're pretty clean at the moment as they look to just get the ball down. Is that try time in the corner? Unfortunately, there's just a loss of control. That ball bobbling over the try line. So it's interesting, isn't it? Egglescliffe, some really good athleticism, but Alcester just had that bit of structure to get up the middle.
And again, they're driving in tight numbers as well. Yeah. Christian Scragg with the first.
Really good roll ball as well, as we see a bar go floating around on the pitch. That won't help. There's a bit of a gap here. The roll ball's really solid. Alcester, well, they've come to play.
Lappin, taking the ground.
Good shot.
Here's Scragg. Plandano.
Oh, good touch.
Lappin.
Here we go. Here we go.
Switch back inside, looking for Plandano, but the ball goes to ground.
Oh, it's unfortunate because Alcester, in a blink of an eye, and from one side to the other, as we see.
Oh, what a little show and go from Egglescliffe.
Oh, no one's catching him.
It's the danger man in the middle again, who this time has broken through and dots down to score. Fantastic solo effort. The big dummy, and it sold Alcester Grammar.
Oh, look at this. It just wheels, isn't it? And I tell you what, Janal, he was giving it a good crack trying to eat up the ground. Not giving up on the play, but the wheels, they are nasty.
Lovely finish, and we're back level again. Egglescliffe equalise in a group that also includes St Anselm's in Birkenhead, Liverpool. Of the 2 3-team pools in this under-15 competition, of course, doesn't matter where you finish, you'll be into the quarterfinals. What a lovely pass over the top. One more needed to go. Was that touch and pass?
Yeah, refs have given it, unfortunately, but my word, Alcester, they are threatening this outside edge every single time, but they need to tighten up defensively because this is the same place they conceded from.
Would have been a lovely ball from Stefan de Rose if it did find Joel Ledgard in time. There's a turnover in a dangerous area, and Alcester will look to punish them here. Adams takes the first touch.
Oh, good touch. Quickie, I'm hearing Quickie. Here we go. Here we go. Yes, sir.
Good pickup. Back to the short side. Over they go. Textbook from Alcester Grammar.
There we go. Quickie was the call. Well, quickly are they over.
High five for the referee as well.
Yeah, the refs are happy. Oh, lovely little drop off.
Good ball from Zach Adams. Yeah. And it's 2-1 again. But it was a bit of magic from Ecclescliffe School that got them back into the game. What can they create?
Yeah, and it's amazing to see this level of structure at this level of the game. Like, that is wonderful. And I think for any team, you can see that this is how we find our success when you play touch. If you go through your levels, it is that little bit of structure, and to have a school start to use some at this level, well, it's dangerous.
Another conversation between the officials, and I think it's going to be a turnover for Alcester Grammar.
No, I think it was just an incorrect roll ball. I think they tapped and went.
So instead, back with Egglescliffe. Good line, but just can't cling on to it there. Well, there have been heat warnings all over the country today, which was discussed in the briefing because it could lead to a change in format. But I don't think we're too troubled with them at the moment. It's pretty nippy out here.
It is.
Speaking of nippy, Alcester Grammar come round the outside. It's another nice run, this time from Kian Plandano.
It's unfortunate though, because that pass just a little bit late. This time it's a tap. This time it's a tap.
So back come Egglescliffe. Just assessing their options here. No substitutes on offer for Egglescliffe against a complete army of Alcester Grammar players. We'll see if that has much of an impact as the game rolls on. Nice ball over the top. And then another little drop off into the wing, but it's just been put down. Hands on head for Egglescliffe, but it was a good effort diving towards the corner.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to take the touch. I wonder if they, if they can spot that.
Nice. Mighty step off the left, and a nice ball over the top. But good defence coming across to cover from Ireland Berry.
Oh my word! We've not got a team sheet But you in the pink boots, can we get you to do some stepping clinics for some of our national teams? That is ridiculous footwork. I wonder if we'll see it again.
The Excliffe man, little hit shit
There's
this
a
time.
Oh,
nice
danger.
drop off.
That's ball down, that's try time.
Oh, it's an equaliser for Egglescliffe, and against this well-organised Alcester Grammar side, they're certainly staying amongst it.
Yeah, and it is that the hot stepper in the pink boots that are just bringing defenders onto him this time. Delivers the ball away, but once again, this is that four-man that is just eating up these meters.
Adams lays it back.
Danger.
Adams wants it on the return, but through goes the scrum half, and then down it goes. Great work from the half, and a lovely ball out wide, and Alcester Grammar go right back ahead. What a game here.
It's a wonderful little scoop through. Great show and go, finds the spare player, knows he can't score as half, finds that pass, and Alcester, well, it is, you know, it's almost this battle of the hot stepper versus Alcester. It's wonderful.
Good work from Jack Woodhead to create that score.
There he is again.
Nice line. Good touch from Woodhead in defensive mode this time.
I think it's just off the mark, so they'll take it back to the mark. And the ball skills on show. There's wonderful shape on the pass, bit of physicality in the contact.
High press from Stefan de Rose. Good handling again. But Excliffe just denied at the moment by a staunch Alcester defence. And pulled back again here. Not many opportunities left in the chamber. What a pass over the top.
And
great
again.
hands. But again, good defence from Jin Lal, just putting on the pressure and forcing the error.
Yeah, and the speed of turnover. Are they going to take these yards?
De Rose with a nice ball. Here's Adams. Adams still going. Gets the ball away to Woodhead.
It's a great touch. It's a really great touch that comes in, saving a try on that outside.
Adams. Here's Lappin again. Puts it back on the inside, over the top. That's a forward pass from Zach Adams. But, the referee waves play on. Let the boys play, and over go Alcester for a fourth try.
Well, we were saying we don't want to stop-start game, but yeah, maybe maybe this one goes a little bit forward, but Alcester won't mind.
Big step off the left boot from Woodhead. Dives in. Try and an assist for him already in the first 9 minutes of this game.
It's a great diving finish, and it is a 4-2. And Alcester, they do just have that structure to get into those dangerous areas. And it's, you know, really sort of making the difference at the moment. The one difference maker at Excliffe is this man in the red boots on the ball now.
Here come Excliffe. They've worked their way well downfield, and now they need to use their touches to try and create an opportunity and not let the gap grow, but instead it's gone loose. And it's Alcester Grammar School who will return.
Yeah, I love how direct Alcester Grammar are off their first touch. They just go really hard, really straight. It gives everyone else depth, and then they start to roll into their drive. An opportunity to maybe go around the outside.
Touch made on Andreu.
That's a good touch again.
Carried on by Morgan Nabby. Andreu takes it on the delay and is almost through. 5 touches, one last effort here. Andreu lays it back.
There's a bit of an overlap on this far side.
What a ball it is, but good work in defence from Excliffe to keep them out and keep them in the contest. These games aren't likely to be as high scoring as some touch fixtures can be. Only 22 minutes in duration, so you've got to stay in touching distance.
Yeah, and unfortunately there was a bit of a half court there, where the half has just taken that ball into touch. You know, what you don't want. Oh, lovely show and go.
Lloyd,
there's the ball
over
dropped
the top.
off.
Oh, intercepted by Excliffe.
No touch made yet as well, so there's a bit of a foot race happening.
And still going on first touch here. And some good hands might open up them. Alcester, good work from Excliffe, back on the inside, stepping off the right boot and opening up his gate, and that's a fantastic score. The interception from right on the 7 metre, and then they go the length, and Excliffe cut the gap back to 1 point. Fantastic effort.
And I think it's literally 2 passes, and then they find the hands of the gas man. It finds the gap.
It was a nice dummy from Luke Lloyd. He put it over the top, and it just deflected into Eggscliff's hands, and then not a single touch made.
Yeah, why take touches if you could just use your hands and get round the outside?
Back come Alcester Grammar, looking to restore that 2-point lead. They slide in.
I think that's a touch made. It is indeed, and that'll be turnover.
Good defence from Eggscliff.
Oh, one more, and it's danger.
They love a bit of broken field, but it's good defence from Ledgard.
Oh, that pass is just a little bit too far forward, unfortunately. Although, I think the ref has spotted something.
Penalty for Eggscliff.
Yeah.
6 more touches for them.
Give the ball back. Just need to keep a hold of it and get into the red zone.
10 minutes to go in this game. Still plenty of time for them to turn this around. Little hitch kick, and they look to get on the outside. It's a basketball pass across the face of the defence. Possibly just a foot in touch there, or indeed the touch was made.
I think it's been given foot in touch. That's good. First touch from Alcester, but unfortunately, ball goes to ground.
Bit of a gift for Eggscliff. What can they create from it? Just 1 point behind.
It's a roll ball. They'll get it. They'll get it. Touch is one of those games with a lot of rules.
Nice early drive, stepping off the left boot, just about caught by Stefan de Rose.
Oh, that'll be touch and pass.
Across comes Berry to make the touch and forces a turnover for Alcester Grammar.
So, and this is where Alcester Grammar just had the edge at the moment.
What a take that is.
You know, this first touch, it just gives him so much depth. Avoiding touches as well. Danger here.
De Rose, 1 man outside him. Great pace on the pass. Joel Ledgard goes over for a 5th for Alcester Grammar.
I think try's going to be given. I think there was a claim of the touch was made, but it was after the pass had been released.
Good ball from De Rose. Oh, just a good effort there on the cover, but try scored by Joel Ledgard, and Alcester Grammar go back to 2 points up. Just a delay while the referees get centred again.
Yeah, I think the ref maybe weren't expecting such a high-scoring game, so just taking a moment to note it down rather than having to remember. But it is 5-3 to Alcester. It's not out of the realms of possibility. Eggscliff could come back and make something happen here. Well, they'll need to go quickly. There's 8 minutes left to go.
It's another dummy, and then they pull it out behind instead, Eggscliff. Well, they're in the right area here, and that's a fine effort. But a touch just about made. Good defence from Morgan Nabney.
Yeah, I'd be really interested to see if any of these boys on either side have a bit of a long ball to try and hit the wing, because I think that's where the space is.
Oh, this time put down out wide. So a change of the guard, and Alcester will come away with it. Here we go then. It's a nice first early carry, as you've highlighted already.
Oh, there we go. Lovely.
Stepping back inside is Nabney, but forced back to take the touch. Adams. Nabney.
They've got this drive down.
Adams on the inside, just can't hold on to it, but a great shape, as you were saying.
Yeah, this drive is wonderful. I know club teams that can't drive like that. I'll be perfectly honest with you. There's people in the NTS that might need to take a leaf out of Alcester's book.
Good performance from them so far, but Eggscliff still very much in this game.
Honestly, get Alcester in the NTS and they'll take some names. I'm telling you this now.
Jamie Richard's done a really good job organising this side.
Wonderful job. Oh,
straight through again.
He's gone again. Oh, he is a barrel of laughs.
Oh, and he's pulled out there looking for some support.
Oh, it is wonderful. IQ to find the support. He was half, couldn't score. Wonderful finish.
Well, could have been a hat-trick if he wasn't half. Instead, stops on a dime, lifts it over the top. Eggscliff back within 1 point. Can you believe it?
And he just drops the ball into the space in front of his support. There was, his support could catch it in stride. That's 5-4, 6 minutes to go. It's almost like he's grabbing his team by the scruff of the neck and saying, come on, fellas, give me the ball. I'll make something happen, I promise.
It's the Alcester, though, who are back on the offensive here. The delay on the pass from De Rose just didn't hold on to it long enough, but I think he had been touched, so they'll have another go from 7 metres out. Yeah,
and you might be thinking, well, why isn't that a touch and pass? Well, you know, if the player genuinely just doesn't know that the touch has come in, then I think the refs will be more inclined to allow them to come back and take the roll ball. However, there was then a turnover for half court, so they've got to be mindful of the fact of you are turning the ball over to the dangerous Egscliffe.
Egscliffe, plenty of long-range scores already in this game. They need another to level things up here. A draw is just a draw in the group stages, but you only have 2 shots at group stage action, so you need to take all the points you can, and that is a gift for Egscliffe.
No, unfortunately, I think Alcester were maybe trying to throw the ball to the ref, such as their red tops. So might feel a little bit hard done by for that, but we don't care. Let's get Egscliffe on the board and level.
Here he is again, Egscliffe's danger man.
I think you're just gonna. Oh, I just really want to see him step again.
Nice little pass over the top. The one-handed, you know, the classic Kobe.
Yeah.
They like it out there on the far side.
I'm glad you said it, because I was about to pop it as well.
Here you go, Egscliffe. What can they create with a couple of touches in the chamber? Good acceleration.
Go, 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 go. You've got a chance there.
Oh, just a discussion with the referee.
Oh, this is 5th, so put the ball in the hands of the stepper and see what happens.
Oh, bang to the outside. Just running out of room there. But nice hands out wide. Good cover by Alcester in defence.
Oh, it's unfortunate, because they'd found that outside edge, and you know, I wonder if Egscliffe can just, you know, find that a little bit more often, you know, and maybe have everyone a little bit flatter to our danger man in the midfield. They might find that outside edge more often than not, but they've got to stop this drive.
4 minutes to go in this game. Alcester Grammar lead by just the 1 point, and a bit of frustration there. James Lappin.
I wonder if that will be penalty for throwing the ball away. I wonder if they're going to be pretty harsh. Yes, they are indeed. Fair play to your refs.
Well, there's strict enforcement of the rules, and then there's just good life lessons. And Lappin's got to hold on to that. What a line again from Egscliffe, and their 2 key middles are both fantastic players, and they're creating at every opportunity for Egscliffe. They're still only within 1 point.
Yeah.
Here they go again. Big chance for them. Little dummy, and then to the short side, but it's good cover from Alcester, who are not waiting around.
Yeah, and it's a great touch there from the wing that just came in, made that touch, read the play pretty well. Our teacher, Jamie Richens, is saying, look, we need to sub.
And they're going to head towards the box. Touch made on De Rose.
Yeah,
now here comes some changes.
Our first proper subset. We are indeed.
First subset of the school nationals, and it's Alcester who have nailed it. Zach Adams takes contact, nicked off the deck by Namby. Oh, nice hands. Off goes Kristen Scragg.
Oh, great touch by the wing as well, but this time the forward pass is seen and taken.
2.5 minutes to go. Can Egscliffe get back on level terms here? They're
I'll tell you what, this might spell danger, because for some reason Egscliffe find all of their success when striking from the midfield, and I wonder if the same thing will happen here as we see a couple steps of Aiden touches coming back over to that far side.
Oh, good delay on the pass. Oh, round the corner, great ball. Touch made out wide.
2 minutes left to go. I'd like to see maybe a little bit more width, and the men in the midfield are telling them that as well.
Flashed across.
Oh, it was almost an intercept there.
Good read by Zach Adams.
Oh, this breeze is kicking up, so any long ball is going to be difficult.
A big step off the left boot again from that man for Egscliffe. Good delay on the pass. 2-on-1. Can they finish? Racing across to make the touch comes Kian Plandano. And I think he's kept out a try there.
He has, but I wonder if they'll try and do the same thing over onto this far edge. Little wraparound play.
On the inside, and then back to the edge. Interception!
Oh, no, he's dropped it.
Plandano could have gone the length, but it's a great read in defence regardless. However, with a minute or so to go, it hands Egscliffe a chance to equalise.
I think I saw his eyes light up from here. It was white line fever from his own half.
Great read from Plandano, but here come Egscliffe again. Looping around to this near side. Great footwork.
Out the back
Flip
as well.
Through the cap flap.
Here we
Egscliffe
go.
with all the flair. Passed over the top. Down they go.
Is it ball down? Go on, ref, give it. They are.
Oh, Joel Ledgar got across but couldn't make it there, and all of a sudden Excliffe are equal. Alcester now with just a minute to go to get back ahead again, but what a game it's been.
Oh, it's been wonderful. Again, that little Kobe pass over the top and then commitment in the corner, getting the ball down. 30 seconds left. We have 5 tries apiece. That probably should be over the mark. It is indeed. So Excliffe might have an opportunity to steal it.
Well, as the game's gone on, the referees have sort of tightened up with the rules as they've just become aware of the talent on show, and they can afford to do that. Good work from Excliffe to lay it back. They could go on and win it here. 20 seconds left to go. They'll have one more chance.
Oh, it's danger.
Stepping towards the outside. There's another man over for Excliffe. It lifted over the top. This time it's forward.
Oh, it's so unfortunate because there was opportunities on that far side. What a game this has been. The Hooter's going to go any minute. There it is.
Wow, what a contest between Alcester Grammar and Excliffe. And in the end, it's 5 apiece.
I wonder, there's no drop-off in group stage, no?
No, there's not. So just a point taken. It's the perfect result for St Anselm's of Birkenhead, Liverpool, who are the other side in this group. But at the end of our second game, it's 5-all, and you've got to say it's a deserved result.
Yeah, and what a game. What a game. It was that battle of structure, and then just pure footwork from Excliffe. You know, there was 2 middles for Excliffe that were really pulling strings. Alcester, good structure, a lot of learning for both teams.
Well, a fine game. We move on to some competition from the mixed under 13, our first game of the day in that tournament, and it's Matthew Arnold School who will be taking on in the third game here at Oxford Harlequins, Tockington. That's the game to come. But first, going to try and go pitch side and speak to some of the players from a fine game of touch.
Harrison with pairs, which means we swap off of each other.
The Marketing and Business Development Program, it's a program where people who are either new to Vermeer or new to your current role, you get together for about 5 weeks over the first 5 or 6 months of your time here. And you really get to start learning about the people, the products, the culture, and it really equips you to be successful in your role.
Some people are coming into Vermeer not knowing anything, so it's meeting people and getting opportunities and getting your face like exposure and getting their exposure to you so you know everyone already.
And it kind of creates a more effective worker because they have that base knowledge of everyone that they're going to be working around and with. In my position with training, it exposed me to other areas of thought that I wouldn't originally include in my training exercises or in the way that I go about building those and routing those exercises.
Vermeer is a huge worldwide manufacturer, over 3,000 team members. There's a lot that goes on here. So this program does a good job of boiling down how our products are manufactured to how we distribute them through our dealer network, and then just connecting you with different people all across the Vermeer mile so you can do your job.
I've always been operations side, so this one showed me the other side of the company, and I have no idea when it comes to sales. So this has really kind of shown me, like, using some of my engineering background and stuff about the product that I already know. Now I get to use it and learn about the sales and how we forecast and how we should sell it and how do we market it the right way. And so now I feel more equipped to be in my position than with my just engineering degree in general.
My favorite part of the program was not only making friends in the group, because you kind of bond with the people in the group, and there was about 8 of us in there, and they're still my friends to this day, but my favorite part was also making contacts with the people and the presenters. In my position, there's a lot of times where someone will say, hey, reach out to this person, and you've never actually met that person before. So now actually meeting that person and putting a face with the name, it makes my job a lot easier.
My favorite part was getting to meet with executives. We get a couple one-on-one sessions where they share kind of their whole career story, and you get a chance to ask them questions too about your own development at Vermeer. So you get to connect with them on a personal level, which is something you don't get a chance to do at a lot of other companies. So I think that was a really unique opportunity.
I just graduated, and I know that working at a company like Vermeer, I'm cared for, and they want to push me to be the best person I can. And as a young professional, it gives me a heightened sense of value in me as an employee, that the company cares enough to build me and my character.
And that's really what this whole process has been. People wanting me to grow, wanting you to do better, wanting to talk to you and make sure you learn the most out of what you can.
I'm just really grateful to be at a company that will invest this time in me to learn more about the company and get more context to really succeed in my job. If I had not had this program, I would not be connected to so many people who helped me do my job.
And I'm delighted to be joined by Alcester Grammar's Cian. Cian, a great game of touch. 5-all in the end, a really exciting game. How did it feel out there on the pitch? First game of touch for you guys today after you've come through the regional finals. What's the feeling in the camp? How did you feel during the game?
Yeah, obviously at the start, lots of nerves. People just trying to settle into the game, you know, get used to this big level that we're at. It's such a big step up to the qualifications to get here. But yeah, after a couple of minutes, the boys got on well. Scored really good tries, really good plays. But yeah, hopefully we can get away with some wins later on in the day.
It was really structured. That's one of the things that we noticed in the commentary box during that game. How much experience do you have as a team playing the game of touch rugby?
Well, actually, most of us play rugby, normal rugby, but we've been training for weeks now, months, 2, 3, 4 months. So yeah, we're not the most experienced, but we've got a good bit of experience for it as well.
Well, everyone in the pool gets through to knockouts, quarterfinals or semis, so you'd be confident of going through regardless. But what's the aim for Alcester Grammar in this competition?
Obviously we're out here to win it all, but obviously we get here, that's the privilege. But yeah, we're here to win it. We're here to be competitive and win it all. So, yeah.
It's great to hear, Cian. Thanks very much for joining us as well. Well played. Best of luck in your next game. And of course, in a few minutes' time, we'll be on to our next fixture. It's our first bit of action for the under-13 mixed competition here at the home of Oxford Harlequins.
If you've never played touch before, this video is going to give you all the information you need to get a game going. The game starts by putting the ball down on halfway, tapping the ball with your foot, and then you can pick it up, run, and get touched. That means the ball is live. At the point of the touch, the attacker has to put the ball down on the mark, which is where you get touched, step over it. It's good to keep the ball still to make it easier for the next person to pick the ball up. At the point of the touch, the defensive team also have to retreat 7 metres, which is marked by the referee. The player who picks the ball up from the floor is called the half. They can run with it, they can pass it, but they cannot get touched and they cannot score.
Well, delighted to be joined by Alfie from Excliffe as well. Well, Alfie, those fast feet were really special. We really enjoyed them in the comms box. You must have an awful lot of experience in the game of rugby union, but jumping over to touch, how have you found it?
Found it very good to be playing this sport. Don't really play it because I'm not really a rugby player, but love it from doing it from school, and a few of my brothers have helped me as well.
Oh, fantastic. So what level of sport have you been playing outside of touch then? No experience in rugby itself, and yet the footwork, it transposes so well across the game.
Yeah, I play football through winter, and then in the summer I play rugby league though, for my dad's team, Yarm Wolves.
Well, rugby league's got a really rich history with touch rugby. Of course, over in Australia and New Zealand, the professional players jump across to touch rugby all the time, and you're continuing in that tradition. It must be great to get stuck into a game like touch, which is so accessible, but one in which you can star in for Excliffe.
Yeah, it's very exciting to be doing all this stuff. It's great to make people find rugby more exciting, and this is good because people won't play rugby because they think it's dangerous, but touch is good because you can play freely.
You've come all the way down from Stockton-on-Tees, just south of Middlesbrough here, playing against a side like you did all the way from Birmingham. It's great to play a whole different range of schools. How have you found the experience so far with a number of schools here? How has it felt to come from a long way down and start in this competition?
It's very good, get new challenges and new people who know rugby, so it's good to see it all happen.
Well played, and thanks for joining us. Best of luck for the rest of the comp. I'm sure we'll see you later on. Alfie from Excliffe there, and now we are ready to take to the stage for the under-13 mixed competition, and our next game live here for the National School Finals as the buzzer goes.
Like father, like son. Where do you that? Where?
Back for another game here, and it's Tockington in the purple, taking on Matthew Arnold in the white and red or yellow trim. action from the mixed under-13s competition. And Joe, talk us through the sort of structure for the mixed under-13 as we see it out in front of us here.
Yeah, so at the moment, ideally mixed is three boys, 3 girls. What we're seeing at the moment is 4 boys, 2 girls. So a little bit of an adaptation on the traditional mixed structure, but again, it's part of the journey at this age group. Show and go, see you later.
Lovely hands as well from Tockington, good start for them.
Yeah, good touch, and a nice bit of an apology there, but you know, I think the fact that it is 4-on-2 is just that, again, it's that learning experience, making sure that people have got enough players to play the mixed game.
And a huge overlap down the right for Tockington. What a take! Hands. Right on the toes there, stumbling towards the touchline. And unfortunately, that's touches up for both sides.
That might be one of the best takes I've ever seen in touch.
Well, good carry down the left from Matthew Arnold. Matthew Arnold, the local side from just 15 minutes down the road. And it's good to see them starring here at Oxford, although they're on defensive duties again, because it's another good set of hands from Tockington.
Yeah, Tockington are really trying to just throw this ball around and find an outside edge. Again, stepping away. Oh, the pass is superb.
Shoreham College also in this group. We've got their nice purple gazebo up on the far side, but Tockington again are looking to threaten.
Yeah, and they've opened score.
Oh, finally given. This time Tockington move it from left to right so well.
And a celebration. Yes.
They know exactly where the camera is.
Well, we were promised celebrations by this Tockington team. The first score, and we get one. It's great hands in the corner. Great finish. Little fist bump.
Opening try for Tockington. A chance for the local side, Matthew Arnold, to respond. The coaches on the Tockington bench just practicing a few of those celebrations as well. Ball goes down. Quick turnover. Good start for Tockington in this competition. This is the first round of fixtures in the under-13 mixed competition. And then our next game at 11:30 is the final competition on show, the under-15 girls.
Bit of a firm touch going on in there.
Well, again, at under-13 level, you get... Oh, what a show and go. And away they are on the right-hand side. Surely a second score. Touch mate. Saying you get players of all shapes and sizes under 13 levels, so physicality does vary, but in the game of touch, of course, being as accessible as it is.
Oh, will they just finish yet?
Oh, bit of space out wide. The winger had 2 to mark, and I think it's been given as a second score for Tockington.
No, I think...
Oh no, great defence by the winger there, managing to mark 2 players himself.
Yeah, I think it was that touch just at the last minute that stops that second score from going over, but unfortunately the ball hits the deck, so Tockington will have us another crack at the line.
First game of the day for Matthew Arnold, just shaking off a few cobwebs I think this morning. That's another ball down, so a handing over of possession back to Matthew Arnold, so a chance for them to get stuck in here. There's a touch. We've just seen some players practice the celebrations behind us as well here in the commentary box. And now a nice break for Matthew Arnold for the first time, straight through the centre. Look at the wheels. Acceleration all the way to the end zone. What a try. An equaliser for Matthew Arnold, and that pace came out of nowhere.
Yeah, he's gone. He just kicked through the gears on that outside edge, finds the gap, and then you see him just shifting. There's 5th gear. Ball down as well. Great finish. Great try. That's a try apiece. And you were saying about physicality, and you know, at this age group, you'll get people of all shapes and sizes. Well, he looked like a pro winger streaming down the side there.
Here's Tockington, who look really well structured in this mixed category, and are making good yards on the first 2 touches as well.
There's a good 3-man drive going on in the middle there. There's another one.
Fantastic structure. A nice little show and go. Fast feet back on the inside, finally caught for the 7.
Oh, I tell you what, he's a little maestro in the midfield for Tockington. There's space on this wing. If they want to take it, they might. Ball goes there, but it's a good covering touch. That's 5th. No more touches available, but there is an overlap. They want to just feed They do indeed.
One more over for Tockington.
And they finish.
Racing across comes the winger to apply some pressure, and I think it was just spilt in the end. So Matthew Arnold survive.
So unfortunate, because one of the things for this Tockington team is they're so comfortable just shipping that ball from one edge to the other, always trying to find that space, and that's how they got their first score. They almost get their second there. But this is what they've got to be mindful of. It's just
nice
a bit of
step
gas.
inside and out.
Good
and then a difficult ball back on the inside, to be fair, for the link to take.
Yeah, those stutter steps are a terrible thing to defend in touch. You think you've got someone, a little stutter, and all of a sudden, well, you might look a bit silly. Well, at least I do when I'm trying to defend them.
Well, Matthew Arnold have got some good home support on their side as well here, but it's still Tockington finding nice balls over the top. Good defence of Matthew Arnold. Another touch for them to stand with here, and it's a ball that's just misplaced. So Matthew Arnold will have another drive, but their parents are all sort of on the right-hand side of the field, the other end for Matthew Arnold, so they hope they get down there soon.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. I mean, if their first score is anything to go by, they just give it the gas man and find a hole.
Here goes Matthew Arnold again, and here's the try scorer stepping off the left boot. Good work from Tockington, good high press from them.
And it was great hands as well, because that ball was about 3 foot above her head. And they were able to get it
from Tockington. Good defence from them. Matthew Arnold again sent back.
Yeah, just off the mark, I think, was the call. An opportunity to go on the outside.
Good drive towards that Tockington bench. And you can see some of the parents in support in front of us here. But fine hands out to that left, and then switch back on the inside, and suddenly there comes the acceleration, just weaving down the touchline, but eventually he is caught.
Yeah, on a tightrope there, I think. Oh, I love that from the ref. I think that the teacher on the far side was trying to say something had happened, and the ref was just like, well, no, you're all good. We got it. I know you're wearing red, but we've got whistles.
And it's a Tockington turnover. Oh, nice feet to evade the first touch and away down the left-hand side. There's two racing back for Matthew Arnold. Great defence.
I think the touch has been made, and he's half. It's a wonderful defensive effort to get all the way back and make the touch.
What a break from half as well, to make this many yards. And now Matthew Arnold again are being asked to go a long way in order to get close to that Tockington try line. But it's good, simple hands across the face of the defence and into the winger's mitts, and some good pace down the left. Good work there to come back and take the touch.
Some good work again here on display. Running a little bit laterally, maybe that ball could have gone. This is second touch though, so they'll have a couple more.
Both sides here will be looking for a win, with Shoreham College also in their group, who are likely to be a strong team.
Yeah.
Good support for Shoreham and their staff, but it's Matthew Arnold who still look to take the lead for the first time.
He's just slowing down a little bit here.
Put down.
Arnold, and then forces the turnover.
So unlike the under-15 mixed competition, under-13s is following the similar trajectory of the other competitions in its age group, with 2 pools of 3, with all 3 of them going through to quarterfinals.
Oh, unfortunate. That pass just a little bit low. Hitting the deck. Oh, we're still locked at a try apiece here.
Here come Matthew Arnold again, looking to get on the outside, weaving inside and out. Oh, ball down. Again, both sides just looking for something to break the deadlock. Still level at 1 try apiece. Both good tries they were, after our 5-all draw in the game before and a 6-1 win in the opening game. We've seen plenty of different types of touch games, and this is another, a real stalemate.
Oh, unfortunately, the ball hits the ground. But it's good endeavour, and I'm really liking the 3-man drive to get to the line.
Touch made. Slow ball for Matthew Arnold, but a good first drive. He's got Stockton on the back foot. But again, through the hands, it's just behind him as he was rushing onto the ball. Good intent from both sides, but the accuracy of the pass is just letting them down. Let's see if Tockington can string some together here.
It'd be nice to see them go back to their tried and tested formula of just moving that ball from one edge to the other as we see them try and go around that short side.
Oh, good work to get it into the winger, but flying across come Matthew Arnold. Tockington still with it. Oh, nice delay on the pass, and now there is a winger free. Good step inside and out. Oh, but a good touch made by Matthew Arnold.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Great bit of footwork on display. There's a bit of a show and go as well. Great dump.
Good
danger.
Oh, there's one more over for Tockington, but the ball goes down, and Matthew Arnold survived, but we're enjoying a lot of life inside their own half at the moment.
Yeah, and Tockington are definitely winning that battle of field position, aren't they? Although
Show and go.
He is, he's gone
Opens
again.
it up for Matthew Arnold, and they're surely going to race away for their second score and take the lead for the first time.
It's that show. Oh, it's that show and go. I'm not sure. I think that, well, it's a bit confusing.
There's
at
a
the moment.
conversation to be had between the referees. Oh, and
Oh,
he's put the
no.
ball down on the wrong line.
No.
He's got to use the orange markers that have been laid down. There's a cone on the 7 metre and an orange marker on the try line. He's just put it down early, which is such a shame because he was definitely going to go the length there and get his second try.
Oh, that is a shame, but you know,
we've all done it.
I was going to say, I've been saying this the entire time I've been on commentary. At every single division, you see someone ground the ball on the wrong line. Every single time. You are not alone, my son. It'll be the first, probably not the last. I've been playing touch for almost 10 years. Lost count of the amount of times I've scored on the 7.
Tockington with a 2-on-1. Into the corner they go. They're just moving laterally, and that's allowed Matthew Arnold to get across and defend again.
Yeah, and I think for Matthew Arnold, it is that recipe of give it the big man. He'll find an outside edge. He might throw a show and go. He might just use his footwork. Great hands. Here he is. Wonder if he'll try and just go again. Looking for the switch.
Heading to the outside. Finally does find the switch, and it might work out for Matthew Arnold. It's good defence from Tockington.
Yeah, they do really well to defend that switch. They come back over to the short side where there is a bit of an overlap, but touch is taken anyway. He's receiving the ball quite flat.
Good drive from a standing start. And now to the short side. Matthew Arnold, and here he is again, this time on the turn, evading the first touch.
That was like an American football spin. He's a man of many sports.
Oh, what a line, straight through the centre from Matthew Arnold. But they're running out of touches here, despite the good metres made. Finally enjoying some field possession in the Tockington territory, but they are going to cough it up. And back come Tockington with good intent and good pace around the outside, touch made.
With authority was the touch made. That was
nice footwork.
Oh,
another step
go.
Leaves Matthew Arnold flat-footed and back on the inside.
Oh.
What a run by Tockington.
Oh,
goodness me, that deserved a score.
Give it a few years and he'll be an explosive stepper with the acceleration.
Had no right to get away there.
No right.
And Tockington still with touches in the pocket. Looking to get their second score. What a ball over the top.
Oh,
well held by the
hands.
winger. Great effort from Matthew Arnold to get across and make the touch. It's another great stop by the winger on the far side.
Where are Tockington based? Have you got that information? I'm just thinking about maybe dropping a regional leader message and saying you've got a winger for the future here with some of the best hands I've seen.
Working out in the link there, and some great wingers as well. It is a performance from Tockington.
Oh, there's a, here he's going again, and he finds that winger. Ball back on the inside. Oh, this is danger. This is danger. Tockington could get the score. One more, surely. Yeah.
Over they go. Tockington make it 2-1. And the Bristolian side receives a round of applause from the Matthew Arnold parents on this short side, who recognise good touch when they see it.
That was a wonderful score. And the South East have got a couple gems. Southwest, sorry, they've probably got a couple of gems kicking around in this Tockington team.
From just north of Bradley Stoke, on the other side of the M5. So in northern Bristol, but they'll Southwest Saxons, of course, who won their first national title this year.
Yep. Just trying to think of who the regional lead is for Southwest. Is it Eric? I'll give him a heads up anyway.
Gareth Revel, who is in charge of the Southwest Saxons coaching side. But it's a good touch on the far side as well from Tockenton. Good defence.
She's had an absolutely superb game.
Chance for Matthew Arnold to equalise. It's the closest they've come in the last few moments. Before they put the ball down on the wrong line, of course.
I think it's too soon to bring it up.
Tockenton win it back. Good defence from them. Ooh, first pass hits the deck. So in rugby union or rugby league, that pass would have been fine. It just bounced backwards. But in touch, it can't hit the floor. I've always wondered why that is.
Yeah.
Joe.
To be honest, it's one of those where I'm not too sure. I think it's more so for accuracy and speed of play. And so you don't get some mad melee on the floor trying to dive after a bouncing ball. Yeah, unfortunately. Oh, there's a half court. It's unfortunate.
It's been 2 or 3 turnovers in the last few moments, and in the end, Matthew Arnold have it back, and they've put it down again. So another turnover. It's a close game.
And Tockenton are just edging up the field through turnovers.
I think the nerves are just showing a touch here in our third game of the day, live at the National Schools Finals here in Oxford, and it's the local side who currently trail to the Bristolians Tockenton by just 1 score in a really close game. 5 minutes to go. Good drive from Tockenton.
Yeah, really good.
Suddenly it opens up. Great pace. And Tockenton have a third. In a game as narrow as this, could be a clincher unless Matthew Arnold responds quickly. And well, there's just something about touch rugby played in the cap. It's one of the only sports you can stick one on outside of golf.
You know, are you really playing touch if you're not wearing a hat? That's always been my question.
I think it adds another couple of miles per hour to every run in behind.
Yeah, and I've always been a fan of the bucket hats that are making an appearance in the summer series as well.
Sure, we'll see a few more of those today, but at the moment it's Tockenton with a third score, and it just opened up for them there. Matthew Arnold, though, from halfway, unfortunately just put it down.
Yeah, it's just, I think it's a little bit of nerves. Maybe the wind is playing a factor as well.
Great delay on the pass out wide, and round the corner go Matt Tockenton again, sliding in. Another ripple of applause from the Tockenton bench, but this time it's a fantastic covering touch from Matthew Arnold, but it's too little too late, and all of a sudden they score another. That's the great ball that opened it up.
Yeah, as you say, it's the delay that does the work. Just holds, winger bites, ball goes over. 4-1 very quickly. They've Tockenton taken quite a commanding lead.
Matthew Arnold still with 3 minutes to go. 3 tries in 3 minutes. Has been done many a time before in touch. And I think they're in their house colours as well, alongside the white shirts of Matthew Arnold. So good to see representations from all 4 houses as they carry forward here. And it's good acceleration from a standing start. Nice ball across, but just off target. And I think that's been the difference. Tockenton's hands have just been excellent. Really high quality.
Yeah, and it is that core skill. And you know, I suppose there's definitely something to be said for, you know, if you're watching this live stream or if you're watching this back, the difference in physical size between these two teams is, you know, evident to see. But that's touch. You can play against anyone.
And yet Tockenton, you know, still ahead by 4-1. And there's suddenly an overlap here, and one more pass should do it. But instead, they can dot down themselves and make it 5, and that'll secure the game for Tockenton. Great performance.
Yeah, and again, it is that just shipping the ball from left to right or right to left. They find the outside edge. I think what's been really impressive for, you know, what we've seen, you know, the teams that really find those outside edges, their spacings are wonderful, and they keep really nice and wide, and they've got the core skills to go and execute. And it's a testament to the sport. And you've only got a couple of minutes left to go, and really, in the past 3 or 4 minutes, have all these tries started to flow in. It's just those, you know, those core skills.
Matthew Arnold still with time to get more scores on the board. Just their 1 breakaway try at the so far. Matthew Arnold to the short side. Great acceleration on the outside. Across comes the winger for Tockenton to make the touch. They lay it back. Quick scoop. Short line again. The winger out to make the touch for Matthew Arnold. They were forced back to the 7. Good defence from Tockenton despite their big lead.
Yeah, cracking striking line as well. That was rugby league-esque. Just chopping a big one from the outside.
It's a great result for Tockington if they can cling on here. And they win it back as well. Another fine defensive set and an excellent break, just weaving his way towards the short side where the Tockington bench lay. And it's a good carry as well at first receiver.
What a roll ball that is.
Quick ball for Tockington, and they're eating up the yards, and I think they're going to carve out another opportunity to strike here with just a minute to go. What a run.
Oh, great touch.
Important touch by the Matthew Arnold winger, who's had a great defensive shift all day.
Yeah.
Here come Tockington one last time. Little hitch kick, lifted over the top. Bit of space in behind. Across come Matthew Arnold to make the touch. One more go for Tockington here. Fast feet at first receiver. Gives the pass this time. Draw and give. And then a shout and go. Through go Tockington on the buzzer to make it 6. What a fine performance from them. And they are going to taste victory here. And it's our second 6-1 scoreline of the day. And this time it goes in Tockington's favour.
It was a wonderful little show and go. That is the icing on the cake, really, for Tockington. It was locked at 1 apiece for 10-11 minutes, and then they just found the outside edge. It's a wonderful score, wonderful result. Tockington, they well deserve it.
Good result for Tockington early in the group stages here, and it's another competition for you. It's an under-15s girls competition game up next in this school's finals. It's the Jamie Allen Girls School, or JAGS, taking on Hans Price from Weston-super-Mare. That's the next game, live here at the school national finals in Oxford.
There's work to be done, timelines to be met, results to be delivered. That's what drives us. Partnering with the people who do the work. Getting more out of every hour. In a world of diverse markets, it's about listening more, talking less, truly understanding what's being said, solidifying belief and peace of mind, collaborating and designing yellow iron built tough, built to last, helping our partners embrace the work ahead, day after day, month after month, year after year. It takes words backed by action, words fueled by our founder, Gary Vermeer. There has to be a better way. Not just a phrase, but a timeless mantra that lies at the heart of every machine we build. Productivity has a name. Vermeer. Equipping our customers to do more.
If you've never played touch before, this video is going to give you all the information you need to get a game going. So the game starts by putting the ball down on halfway, tapping the ball with your foot, and then you can pick it up, run and get touched. That means the ball is live. At the point of the touch, the attacker has to put the ball down on the mark, which is where you get touched, step over it. It's good to keep the ball still to make it easier for the next person to pick the ball up. The player who picks the ball up from the floor is called the half. They can run with it, they can pass it, but they cannot get touched and they cannot score. To score a try, your team needs to progress the ball upfield within 6 touches and put the ball down on the floor over the try line. A team has got 6 touches to progress the ball upfield and try and score a try. If you don't manage to score a try, there is a change of possession and the defending team then receive the ball. To start the ball, when it's just a change of possession, i.e. it's not been a penalty, you put the ball on the floor and perform a roll ball. Despite it saying roll ball, it's better to put the ball down still on the floor and just step over it. You must only pass backwards in this game, which means you must run the ball forwards and pass the ball backwards to a teammate. There are a number of ways you can give away a penalty. 1, you can be offside. 2, you can throw a forward pass. 3, you can make a hard touch. There are lots of other different variations, but those are the main ones.
Well, Good morning, everyone. In the beautiful Oxford sunshine, I'm joined by the entire Tockington squad, or as many of them as we can get on camera. Well done, guys. Great results. And I'm going to hand you the first question, I think, over there. Just going to talk about the structure that you guys played with. It was really well developed for an under-13 side. How long have you guys been training for this tournament?
We've been training like all touch rugby clubs at school, and maybe like quite a few weeks. Yeah.
Perfect stuff, guys, and you've got quite a nice coaching setup along with you today as well. I'm going to try and throw this question somewhere in the middle, but well, what do you make of the tournament here today? It's really busy. Schools from all over the country. How does it feel playing schools from all over in this big tournament? I'm going to chuck it to you at the back there.
It's pretty amazing. It's very busy though. It's great atmosphere. Yeah, it's lovely.
Really busy today, guys, and you've won your first game. You've only got to win one more, and then you're straight through to the semi-final in the tournament. You've got some great support with you as well. How grateful are you to have not just the coaches, but so many of your parents who have come down from Bristol to support you today as well?
It's brilliant. We've got a lot of it's a brilliant atmosphere. We got a lot of cheers when we score tries, so it's pumping us up.
Best of luck for the rest of the tournament, guys. Give a wave for the camera and off you go, because we're straight on to our next game. We're trying to disperse everyone out of the interview box we've got. Our next game is more from this National Schools final. It's an under-15 girls game. It's Hans Price, another Southwest side from Weston-super-Mare. They're in action up next here at the National Finals in Oxford.
Sure is something to be proud of. Just remember where it came from. Think that mulch came from the home improvement store? Think again. From right-of-way preparation, commercial and residential land clearing projects, and storm cleanup, mulch comes from a lot of places, just not the home improvement store. From here and the people who make mulch, helping the world be equipped to do more.
Back then for more action from the National Schools final here at the home of Oxford Harlequins, and it's our first game for the under-15 girls competition. We had an under-13 girls game between Streatham and Clapham and Abbey Grange from Leeds earlier, and now we've got the Jamie Allen Girls' School from South London. Again, this time taking on Weston-super-Mare. So we've seen a couple sides from round Bristol way win. We've seen some London sides on top, and then we've seen a great draw as well. Joe, more of the same, hopefully, in this under-15 girls competition, which is again about the age that the regional leagues begin at national level.
Yeah, and I was seeing some of the warm-up that both of these teams were going through. I imagine that we'll see a little bit of structure in both of these sides and a good bit of acceleration.
Well, it's Hans Price in the blue who are flying forward for the first time. What a run that is round the corner. Great support.
Oh, they did a couple.
From Poppy Prince, and then nice footwork from Glenn. Here's Prince. Bond.
Inside ball's on.
Instead flings it to the wide channel for Alice Drew, who is caught in the touch. Nice ball back on the inside, just off the toes of Prince. So it's going to be a change of possession for the Jamie Allen Girls' School, so known as the Jags, which is a nickname that any regional team would be proud of.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Sun is glaring down here in Oxford.
And just to demonstrate how fortunate the Jags are to have a nice nickname, do you know what my school's nickname was?
What?
The Saltfields.
The Saltfields.
Indeed.
Not as strong as Hans Price, which is again is a pretty good name in itself. He's learning more about schools I've never really come across at the National Schools Final, which is a testament really to the competition and the point of it, which is giving an opportunity for these players to star on a big stage like this.
Yeah, and there's a lesson to everyone. Pick your school based off their nickname. The Saltfields, not so great.
That's how they did it in High School Musical as well. I don't know if it's great advice going forward. Good carry though by the Jags. And Jags with a really great drive here.
hands.
And then it opens up through the centre. No touch, says the referee.
Gone. Wheels!
Well, as soon as she realised there was a little bit of space ahead of her, she took off the handbrake and flew through the gears. And that is an opening score of some remark for the Jamie Allen Girls' School.
And it's just that little check away before the touch came in. And you've got to say, absolute pace to burn.
There's a side from Dulwich Grove who've got over the line first here.
It's an amazing finish.
Well, Izzy Chappell will tap us off on halfway for Hans Price. And here goes Ava Bond. Bond with another weaving run. Nice ball back on the inside, but just put down by Prince. So it will be the Jags again looking to work their way out of the 7 metre, which they did so cleanly last time.
And that is the read as well. You know, for Hans Price, like that, you know, that inside ball has been on a couple times. This time it did go, unfortunately, just went to ground. I wonder if they'll go back to it.
Good defence from Hans Price and laid back by Chappell again. Nice ball on the inside, and it's worked out a little bit for them here. Laid back for Molly Glenn.
Ooh.
Well, the referee's going to wave play on here. There's a little bit of a roll ball. Great line from Chappell.
Diving touch.
Important touch as well. Chappell. Still going, Chappell sliding in.
Good touch.
It'd be a lovely finish it went in, but up went the hand from the Jags.
I wonder if they'll try and move the ball open side a little bit now. And taking the touch again.
Bond slides in nonchalantly there. Good defence from the Jamie Allen Girls' School. And the Jags now will play from the 7 again.
No, that's good go forward, that's what you need on first touch. Bit of depth. Oh, good
Great hands through the centre.
Could have quite easily have gone to floor.
Nice step off the left boot. Takes a tumble, but straight back into position. The Jags moving well up the field. A few more touches left to strike. After that opening score, it's Hans Price who've enjoyed most of the territory, but they're having to backpedal here. 2 touches in a row for Juanita Song. And in the end, it's good defence by Hans Price.
Yeah, just numbered up really well. Stayed on their opposite player. Made sure that they were making touches. And we'll see if Hans Price can go and get a score.
They've brought a team in, I think, every category of this competition, Hans Price. They've got a great network of touch. And of course, they all had to qualify for this competition for the regional finals. So kudos to Kerry Townsend and her team. Unfortunately, just put down there. Kerry Townsend in charge of this under-15s girls side. And I think they've just got real touch aficionados in the setup because they run a good programme and a successful one.
Yeah, and they really look like they know what they're doing as well. You know, there's a good bit of structure that's creeping in, although they've got to defend the Jags.
It's lovely work from the Jags.
Oh,
again in a position of merit, and they make it out wide, and I think that's going to be touched down for a second score.
Do my eyes deceive me, or do I see a link quickie happening here for the Jags?
Lily Faulkner racing across to make the touch, but it was great link-up play by them here. As we'll take it in, and we'll let you assess here whether or not that's exactly what it was.
Yeah,
I think it is.
I think so.
Wow, that's a fantastic bit of touch structure to add into the competition. Of course, this pool they share with Belmont Community School up in Durham. So a team from Weston-super-Mare and a team from Durham in the same pool. You can't get any further away. Little pit stop in South London as well. And it's the Jamie Allen's girls' school who are up by 2 tries.
Yeah, looking to try and go around the outside, evading a few. That's a good touch. And a good roll ball.
Nice ball back to the short side. Lengthy run from Imogen Cornter.
Yeah, good hands there as well. Good transfer.
A little step off the left for Molly Glenn, but caught. Cassell. Again, a hard line from Blake. But falls back to the 7. They'd love to make something happen here. Down by 2, Hans Price, but clearly with plenty of structure on offer. And then just racing away down the outside. It's good defence to catch Faulkner. Quick pick up though. Glenn looking for Faulkner again. Bit of a Hail Mary ball and goes down. So possession will return to the Jags, who are already up by 2. 7 minutes gone in this, our first game from the under-15s competition, live here on pitch 1.
Yeah, it's a great marker as well, this 15s competition, as you say. If you talk about junior nationals, it is 14s, 15s. Oh, she's got again.
It's another line break for the Jags, and it's that same player again. A bit of a game breaker for the Jamie Allen Girls' School, and they are straight through for a 3rd score, and it's another fine finish.
It is. And again, it's just wheels. This is what we were talking about with athleticism. It's brilliant space, identification, and then to have the athleticism to go and execute. And it is, 3 tries to 0 now, and Jags, well, they're having a good time.
Well, it's interesting. Jags actually drew their first game of the day against Belmont. It was a 5-5 draw in this group. So Hans Price in their first game are in trouble a little bit here, because if the Jags win this one, then they're relying on Hans Price to win against Belmont later on. Over in the other, on the other side of the pool, it's Dunatar from up in Scotland who are playing their first game at the moment after St Bede's beat Holm Grange. So St Bede's currently top that group. At the moment, it's Jags who are looking to go top of the group with a win here in their final pool game of the day. An important touch there made on Maggie Blake. Opportunity for Hans Price to try and close the gap.
Yeah, might just need to use the hands a little bit more. I think we saw Hans Price early in the game, threaten down this short side just by using a good bit of footwork and try and go around the outside. But just not seen a lot of that since. I think that's definitely the recipe for success for this team.
So here come the Jags in response. They've worked their way really well out of their own territory so far in this game. That's another great run. It will get them on the front foot and should give them the opportunity to strike here. A lot of the Tockington players and parents watching on against another side from their part of the world, but it's the South Londoners at the moment who are looking to get 4 points from their 2 pool games and go to the top of the group.
What a ball that was.
Oh, what a take as well on the swivel, but good defence. Cross came Blake to make the touch with support from Ruby Cassell. And that's a great drive, a lot better from Hans Price.
Yeah, that's what they need. A good bit of go forward. And there's a second one as well, just over halfway now.
Cassell back into the midfield. Prince, that's a fantastic ball, but it's just beyond Bond.
Oh, there was an opportunity over on this near side. If that pass could have stuck, unfortunately not. So the Jags, well, they'll get another opportunity to go to the line.
And they've got Hans Price backpedaling there. Touch made by Ava Bond. Flying up comes Chappell. Cassell this time on defensive duties, but it's still the Jags in possession. Conversation we had with the referee, I think they may just be on their final touch here. Here they go. Well, confidently defended. There is another touch to come here for the Jags. What a ball out wide. It's just beyond the winger.
Yeah, good bit of space out there as well. And Jags threatening to go 4 up, which you think would be quite a tall order for Hans Price. But we'll see. We'll see if they can get down the field effectively. And both teams pretty thin on the ground in terms of substitutes. So as the wind has calmed down and the sun is out, the temperature is rising.
It's the Jags still in control in this game at the halfway mark. They lead by 3. A 5-all draw in their opener against Belmont from Durham. And the South Londoners at the moment on top against Hans Price from Western-super-Mare. But they are defending well in this area, Hans Price. They just don't want to hang around in their own 7-metre box too long. As cross comes Cassau, sliding finish from the winger.
Another quickie on the line. And there is definitely 1 or 2 individuals out there for Jags who have experience playing touch, because that was, I was just watching that. That was very clearly orchestrated by that young woman in the middle, instructing how to play the quickie and then finding the ball out to the wing. It's a wonderful bit of structure.
Fantastic finish to boot. Out wide, that took a lot of work. And at the moment, it's all Jags. It's 4-0. But back come Hans Price, who again have done so well to qualify with so many teams in this competition, in this national finals.
Yeah, and it really is a testament to Hans Price to have a team in every category. Like, that is, that is some mean feat.
Here come the Jags again. As some players crossing in front of the live stream are waving to the cameras.
A little star jump as well to boot.
Turnover, Hans Price makes some good yards, and they're up over halfway. Here's Bond. Delay on the pass. Might just lead Lily Faulkner over a little bit there. Bond again with a good delay on the pass. Chappell with a good line. Bond quickly after it. Clear instructions from the sideline. And that's a nice ball on the inside. Chappell weaving a way through. Bond, best chance of the game. Oh, what a step off the right boot from Faulkner. But there's just too many in red. But lovely footwork from Faulkner there.
Yeah, big right foot step.
Love to see it. I think they are going to come back for another strike. Here's Bond.
Yeah,
Faulkner.
This is fit, so they'll have one more.
Chappell.
And again.
Soft hands. Cassau. Oh, hint of an interception.
Ooh.
I think no knock-on from the Jags. Instead, it's just ball down. But a lot better from Hans Price.
Yeah, definitely.
Although one player has sort of been the difference for Hans Price so far. But here come the Jags. Their drive out from this area has been outstanding so far. 2 really well-made tries, and then 2 long-busting runs separate the 2 sides.
Yeah, and it was those 2 quickies and then 2 just identification of space and going and execute for the Jags that have made all the difference. We might see maybe another quickie as we get into the line attack, but that is 6 touch and turnover.
Good defence from Hans Price, and they have it back again. So it will be St Anselm's taking on Bow Hunt Wokingham in our next game, a return to the under-13 boys competition.
I mean, if it's anything like the last one.
Chappell slips the net. Excellent break. And Izzy Chappell is going to open up the scoring for Hans Price. And there's plenty time left in this game for the side from Western-super-Mare to get back into the contest. But a lovely finish from Chappell. He's looked bright all game so far.
Yeah, just finds the gap. Little show and go. And we'll see it on the replay. It is just getting around the outside. Again, it's that ball in the air. And then the wheels to get over. And that's 4-1. More of that will be needed.
But 6 touches at halfway in the first time of asking for and here go the Jamie Allen Girls School looking to cancel out the score. It's another fantastic line break. I'm sure that's a hat-trick for the girl in the centre for Jags.
I reckon you're right, Wilf. And it is that same recipe. Find the gap. You just see it here, receives it, just drives through, says no thank you.
Great evasion, and no sweeper in play, of course. like you might see in other formats of short form rugby. So great finish. It's an interesting conversation, actually. In the game of sevens, you often have a sweeper in behind.
Yeah.
But in the game of touch, it's pretty rare to see.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes you might see it, you know, in some other, you know, in a high level of touch, like a regional or national competition, you might see something called a pocket. And a pocket is when, like, you sort of defend with a front five, and then you have like one of your middles drop really deep, and they try and be that sweeper. The reason why we don't see a pocket that much anymore is because teams identified, well, if you just hit the long ball really early, the sweeper often isn't fast enough to cover it. So it's a high risk, high reward system.
Jags in a good position, just held up by the referee at the moment. And we're going to settle for a second. I think a couple of changes in the offing. Back comes Chappell into the game.
Yeah, he'll be trying to get her on the ball as much as possible, I think, at the moment. Hans Price. And again, I think we're going to see another link quick here. We are indeed. She's offside, so they'll play through and score. And there is some touch IQ on display at the moment for Jags, because there's just Matador, doesn't move, knows they want to dump the ball on the 7, receives the ball back, they're offside, play through, try time. And for the first real national schools competition, there is structure.
Jags up by 6-1. The potential fight back from Hans Price has just been quelled for the moment, at least. 6-1 with about 4.5 minutes left on the clock. Good carry by Chappell. Just flung to the open side. What an interesting pass, but it might well work out for them on the edge. Molly Glenn caught. Quick ball for Cornter. Chappell, and just put down, unfortunately, there.
That is a shame. Hans Price, they want that ball in hand. Around 4 minutes left to go. And the Jags, I mean, it's just been a story of the Jags finding a little bit more structure than Hans Price, and that's been all the difference.
To the short side again. The Jags would love another score, because it could come down to points difference between themselves and Belmont, with Belmont still to play Hans Price, with both those sides still able to end up on 4 points, which is what the Jags are on for at the moment in this pool stage. The top side, you get to skip the quarter-final to go straight through to the semis, which I think is, in this hot weather, is going to be really important.
Oh yeah, nice long break. That'd be perfect.
A nice flowing move that time from Hans Price, but unfortunately the ball goes down, so we're going to have another chance for the Jags to go further ahead. Belmont are watching on down to our right-hand side as well,
yeah.
So they're in situ, taking in this performance, knowing that if they can do the job on Hans Price, they'll still be top-seeded in the semis at the very least.
Were the Jags looking for a sweeper?
It's just good structure, isn't it, from this Jags side?
Oh,
and
there
what
it
a
is.
ball, and down they go for try number 7. They're the highest scorers of the day here at the National Schools Final, at least on the live stream. 7 tries in 20 minutes is some feat for a side at this level.
Yeah, Pill here. There's the sweeper going round. There was a sweeper play. Pill to the wing. Great score. Great finish. As you say, 7 tries, and Jags, I think, really put in a bit of a statement victory here.
It's a very impressive performance with 2 minutes still to go against the Hans Price side that have come in numbers. Plenty of representations across the age groups. And it's a lovely run from Chappell again, looking to get on the outside.
Yeah, Chappell's been a really bright spark here.
Bond.
Price.
That's a lovely sweep around, then the miss pass over the top, but it is well read by the Jags. Quick ball for Prince. Another wide pass. Just looking to get away from the Jags. It's good defence. Nice carry up through the centre. Almost slipping through there, Imogen Cornter. Cornter. Again, it's a nice run, but they just ran out of touches there. And the Jags very comfortable in defence. So one last little break perhaps for the Jags with a minute to go in this competition.
Oh, she's gone again. She's gone again. As you were saying, maybe one last little break. Well, how about a full length there?
Didn't expect another outstanding solo try here, but it's been 4 really well put together moves of touch and then 4 fantastic individual efforts that separate the sides, and it makes the scoreline perhaps bloated a little bit in the Jags' favour. In reality, it's been a slightly more even contest than that, but there's just one game breaker out there for the Jags. He's now scored 4 tries from long range.
Yeah, and also as so she scored 4 from long range. She scored the first quickie and set up the second quickie. So has had a hand in 6 scores for this Jags team. It is some spectacular effort. And we've only got 10 seconds left to go, and to be perfectly honest, with the way that she's played, I just wouldn't put it past her finding an intercept and going again.
What a run that is towards the short side by Chappell again.
And that is full time.
Well, a good performance from the Jags against a hand price side that have turned up today in Oxford in numbers. Up next, though, it's a group decider in the under-13 boys competition. It's St Anselm's taking on Bow Hunt Wokingham, leaving in the capable hands of Joe Price for that one. It's a knockout touch for everyone involved, but who will go straight through to the semi-final? It's our next game, live here on Pitch 1 at the National Touch Schools Finals.
There's work to be done, timelines to be met, results to be delivered. That's what drives us. Partnering with the people who do the work. Getting more out of every hour. In a world of diverse markets, it's about listening more, talking less, truly understanding what's being said, solidifying belief and peace of mind, collaborating and designing yellow iron built tough, built to last, helping our partners embrace the work ahead, day after day, month after month, year after year. It takes words backed by action, words fueled by our founder, Gary Vermeer. There has to be a better way. Not just a phrase, but a timeless mantra that lies at the heart of every machine we build. Productivity has a name. Vermeer. Equipping our customers to do more.
If you've never played touch before, this video is going to give you all the information you need to get a game going. So the game starts by putting the ball down on halfway, tapping the ball with your foot, and then you can pick it up, run and get touched. That means the ball is live. At the point of the touch, the attacker has to put the ball down on the mark, which is where you get touched, step over it. It's good to keep the ball still to make it easier for the next person to pick the ball up. At the point of the touch, the defensive team also have to retreat 7 meters, which is marked by the referee. The player who picks the ball up from the floor is called the half. They can run with it, they can pass it, but they cannot get touched and they cannot score. To score a try, your team needs to progress the ball upfield within 6 touches and put the ball down on the floor over the try line. A team has got 6 touches to progress the ball upfield and try and score a try. If you don't manage to score a try, there is a change of possession and the defending team then receive the ball. To start the ball, when it's just a change of possession, i.e. it's not been a penalty, you put the ball on the floor and perform a roll ball. Despite it saying roll ball, it's better to put the ball down still on the floor and just step over it. You must only pass backwards in this game, which means you must run the ball forwards and pass the ball backwards to a teammate. There are a number of ways you can give away a penalty. 1, you could be offside. 2, you could throw a forward pass. 3, you can make a hard touch. There are lots of other different variations, but those are the main ones. A touch game can last for whatever length that suits you. In a full game of touch, it's 6 aside, and it's 20-minute halves for a 40-minute game. However, at many events, the duration of the games vary. If you are playing a boys or a girls team, it will be 6 of the same gender or sex. If you are playing a mixed version of the game, it will be 3 and 3. If you want to be inclusive, you can play with any combination of different genders or identities that suit you.
The Marketing and Business Development Program, it's a program where people who are either new to Vermeer or new to your current role, you get together for about 5 weeks over the first 5 or 6 months of your time here. And you really get to start learning about the people, the products, the culture, and it really equips you to be successful in your role.
Some people are coming into Vermeer not knowing anything, so it's meeting people and getting opportunities and getting your face exposure and getting their exposure to you so you know everyone already.
And it kind of creates a more effective worker because they have that base knowledge of everyone that they're going to be working around and with. In my position with training, it exposed me to other areas of thought that I wouldn't originally include in my training exercises or in the way that I go about building those and routing those exercises.
Vermeer is a huge worldwide manufacturer, over 3,000 team members. There's a lot that goes on here. So this program does a good job of boiling down how our products are manufactured, to how we distribute them through our dealer network, and then just connecting you with different people all across the Vermeer mile so you can do your job.
I've always been operations side, so this one showed me the other side of the company, and I have no idea when it comes to sales. So this has really kind of shown me using some of my engineering background and stuff about the product that I already know. Now I get to use it and learn about the sales and how we forecast and how we should sell it and how do we market it the right way. And so now I feel more equipped to be in my position than with my just engineering degree in general.
My favorite part of the program was not only making friends in the group, because you kind of bond with the people in the group, and there was about 8 of us in there, and they're still my friends to this day, but my favorite part was also making contacts with the people and the presenters. In my position, there's a lot of times where someone will say, hey, reach out to this person, and you've never actually met that person before. So now actually meeting that person and putting a face with the name, it makes my job a lot easier.
My favorite part was getting to meet with executives. We get a couple one-on-one sessions where they share kind of their whole career story, and you get a chance to ask them questions too about your own development at Vermeer. So you get to connect with them on a personal level, which is something you don't get a chance to do at a lot of other companies. So I think that was a really unique opportunity.
I just graduated, and I know that working at a company like Vermeer, I'm cared for, and they want to push me to be the best person I can. And as a young professional, it gives me a heightened sense of value in me as an employee, that the company cares enough to build me and my character.
And that's really what this whole process has been. People wanting me to grow, wanting you to do better, wanting to talk to you and make sure you learn the most out of what you can.
I'm just really grateful to be at a company that will invest this time in me to learn more about the company and get more context to really succeed in my job. If I had not had this program, I would not be connected to so many people who help me do my job every day.
So welcome back to a pool decider between Tain Anselms and Bo Hunt Wokingham. I'm very happy to say that Wilf has gone for a well-deserved break to try and sort out team sheets and get all the information that we need. I'm joined by England Touch, well, Savant, and Tri-Sport, Dom Tripp. Dom, how are you?
I'm awesome. I'm loving today. It's going so well. And now I get to do some commentary, so it's even better.
I know. We're throwing it back to the Youth Atlantic Cup now, getting in the final.
Mate, I was reminiscing about that with someone this morning where South Africa went to drop off against England.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh my God, what is happening here? This is chaos. So it's nice to be back. I don't think we've done a game since then.
No, it's been a long time.
It's been a while.
I've called plenty of your games, Nationals, England, World Cup.
Oh, mate, lots of losses in there, but that's all right. We'll gloss over that quite quickly.
Yeah, but you might need some more losses on your record, to be fair. Your win category is bloated.
That is very kind. But I'm excited to watch it. I mean, immediately you're just seeing people with like good skills, good passing, like again initiating the roll ball. This is I just love watching this where people can get super, like we were literally just saying, so creative and just finding space in very innovative ways.
Yeah, and I think you summed it up really well. It's not pattern focused. It is playing the sport as a game. I think so many people forget that when we get to a certain point in our career. We're just like, no, it's not a game, it's a business. And it's like, no, well, we play this because it's a game and it's fun, and you see that here. And we get some really wonderful tries off the back of it.
Which is awesome. And like even this, like you're watching, you're like, cool, they're in a flat line, sweet, option state to touch. If they're bent, if there's like one person up, if there's a dog leg, like use your footwork, pass the ball around. It's good, and you're kind of like, yeah, it's so principle focused, which translates so well into rugby. But also, it's just refreshing to watch touch being played like this.
Yeah, and it is fun. Like everyone's enjoying it, and you know, we were saying just how nice to see the expression.
Yeah, massively. But yeah, as you said, like going all the way back to your point. Here we go, pool decider. This is going to be a good game. This is a tough start as well. I feel defence has started well, as St Anselm's are starting to drive up the pitch. But again, it's great. It's so good to see people just like, again, good go forward. Obviously can't kick, so you got to like progress the ball up pitch by running. I do think that, again, good footwork.
Oh, there's a hole. Here we go.
Oh, it's good covering defence. But that's what we want to see. We want to see people having a go, finding some space, chucking the footy around. Oh, great ball. Yeah, I tell you what, I think that lad has chucked 2 or 3 in there, and you're like, oh, got a hell of a zing on you.
Yeah, and it's the shape on it as well. It is a dart.
It's good.
It's sort of what you need in this, like, you know, blistery weather, and you know the wind is really circulating as well.
100%. It'll be interesting to see it again, because I don't think St Anselm's have had much time on the line yet. I think Bohunt are. It'll be interesting to see how they're going to look and break down. So obviously when you get closer to the try line, you probably want to go a little bit wider, chuck the ball around, maybe use your footwork, trying to score. But I'd love to see that dart being absolutely thrown on the line.
Oh, is that gonna? I think we'll just take the touch there. But you've been touting some talents from St Anselm's, haven't you?
We have indeed. It's very exciting. We've got a big talent accelerator program. We call it's the Centre of Excellence. So it's all geared around trying to give young people like a great experience and teaching them to be outstanding touch players. So like very principles focused, fundamental focused. And actually, you've got 2 people on the pitch here. You've got Max Pennis here, who's like England in the England squad. You've got Bronte Sykes, who bronze medalist at the World Cup. These are the kind of people that we want to get coaching the kids and go, you know what, you're going to learn from the best who are currently doing it.
Yeah, and you know, what better role models as well to sort of model your next generation of touch players after. 2 proper professionals. Bronte is almost sort of like epitomises that like resiliency of touch players, nightmare injury record, but comes back every single time like she's never missed a game.
Absolutely, and that's kind of also for me, I feel like that's the more important bit, is like, what do you like as a person? Because if you're a great person, then I'm like, that's who I would want to be hanging out and sort of teaching the next.
See you later.
Oh, it's good cover and defence. What a shape!
That is a nasty dummy. I think I flinched in the commentary booth. I thought it was coming our way.
Oh, it's gone again. It's come back to the right-hand side. Bit of footwork here. Here we go. I think that's the first time St Anselm's have been down at the line, and I feel I've got another set of 6 here.
Yeah, they are threatening.
I missed the hand signal. I'm not sure what for. I'd try and help, but here we go. I want to see what they're up to.
Well, there's the top, and get the little maestro on the ball. Get him throwing dummies.
Here we go. Good snap off the left. Good holding the ball.
2 on 1. Oh, what hands!
That just like the little delay on the pass is just good. It's so good.
It's that touch IQ, isn't it? You want to commit defenders and then give the pass as they work it through the other end. Is there an opportunity?
And again, look at the difference. Like you've done one, you snapped off the left, and then you've seen them shape, and he just intuitively is just moving the ball. And now you've got another edge overlap here. And I'll tell you what, I have to say, massive shout out. The defence here is really sliding well, because obviously it's just a touch. You don't have to tackle someone, so you can cover so much space, and they're doing it so well.
Oh, big dummy. Is that ball down now? No, this winger has made 3 try savers in the corner. Bohunt Wokingham just a little bit stubborn in defence at the moment.
It's great. It's really good. Again, it's because they're being asked a lot of questions. Like there's people with footwork.
Oh, here we go.
We've got another overlap. Can you go 2 on 1? Accelerate. Put the foot down. Oh, and run out of space a little bit.
Yeah, but tell you what, Bohunt Wokingham will take a lot of happiness from that defensive set. And, you know, as you say, there's no talk on defensive policy or patterns. It is find your man, chase, make touches. That's exactly what Bow Hunt have been doing.
Which is great. And then even that, they transition into attack, and they're progressing the ball upfield. They're getting the ball down pretty quickly. They're running onto the ball at speed. I reckon there's a little bit, I'd love to see them chuck the ball around a little bit in the midfield as well. Just find that player right at the back. I think St Anselm's are sort of posting up one or two, but they're getting up the pitch, and it'll be interesting to see what happens at the end of this set here, because I think this is 5th and final, so no more touches now. They've got a little bit of distance to go. Need a little bit of magic, some footwork, some passing, and they forcing it down the right edge, and not quite.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because, you know, they were on the 10 with 2 touches. Unfortunately, well, it's sort of credit to the St Anselm's defence. They were just in the face, always making touches. The line speed is great. You know, it sort of epitomises what we've seen in this 13s category. It's just that athleticism, always going forward. I remember when I had that much energy. A long time ago now.
It's a nice thing to do. I remember back in the day.
I used to have a go at my dad for saying, oh, back in the day, and I'm like, well, I'm 25 and I'm already doing it.
Oh, but no, it's great. And actually, I have to say, it's been an interesting start, because even from a sort of big picture point of view, Bow Hunt had a lot of attack on the line early doors, and then, you know, the Anselm's defence was like sliding really nicely, working together, very connected. St Anselm's got the repeat set, they got down, and they had some attack, and then the Bow Hunt defence stood up. So it's kind of like, who's going to blink first here? Who's going to be the first to just not do that extra effort in defence? Who's not going to chase across? But at the moment, I think Bow Hunt have got the next best opportunity to score.
Yeah, I think this is forthcoming now. They might have 1 or 2 more touches to go. Trying to go down the outside, good bit of footwork, matched by the covering touch.
And yeah, just for those watching, if you're unsure, if you get touched within the try area to the 7-metre line, which is that dash, you're allowed to take it all the way back to that 7-metre line, and it's actually in your interest to do so. Unless you're going to play super quick, you want the most amount of distance to be able to attack into.
Talking of playing quick, well, St Anselm's, they weren't messing around. They were trying to turn that ball over. They go down the other end, but unfortunately, just hits the deck.
I love it. They're chucking the ball around. I love to see it. It's really, you know, when one of those stick and they get that acceleration, I think that could be something which ends the deadlock here.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Bow Hunt, though, will look to go around that outside edge, avoid a couple touches. And you know, me and Wilf earlier were saying, it is really funny at this age group, you get people of all shapes and sizes. And you get some people, you think, are you 9? And you get some people that go, are you 19? And it just sort of epitomises that you can play touch with anyone. There's no sort of minimum requirements of physicality. It is, you know, can you catch? Yes. Can you run? Yep, let's play.
Let's do it. Yeah, absolutely. It's an interesting one. I walked past the school the other day, and don't get, I love rugby. I love all forms of rugby, but there was the one big kid just running over everyone, and all of the defenders looked quite hesitant to give it a go. And you think, who's learning what here? Like, are you learning where you're going to get into space? Are you learning around catch, pass, or evasion? Like, yeah, fair play. Like, if you've got the strength, then you can use that. But that's one aspect compared to actually in this game, everyone's got a role to do. Everyone's got to move. You've got to catch pass. You've got to be able to beat someone one-on-one. It's a good release and defence there. But yeah, I was just thinking, I was like, actually, what I absolutely love about this game is you have to work as a team and you have to beat people. It just forces you. So when you go back into, if you choose to go into a contact space after this, if you can beat someone one-on-one genuinely, good off the left.
He's bouncing. And again.
5th and final, last touch. See what we go here. There's lots of space on the left edge if they can ship it there early. Good ball. Has he got it away?
Bronte spoiled the party.
But look at that, like, you got a split second to catch pass, and that's the kind of like margins. If they're doing that at this age group, I mean, imagine how good they're going to be in any format of rugby when you go, I'm used to making decisions with less than half a second on the ball here.
Yeah, and I think more and more now, you know, I think with the emergence of like media like 7th Touch, which is really sort of putting it into social media, you know, their interviews with players like Benji Marshall and Nahi Milner-Scudder saying, well, if I could have played touch professionally, I would have. Like, that's their game of preference. And it's like,
What more of an endorsement could you want?
Literally, and even like from, I mean, who was saying it as well? Like Sean Johnson the other day was saying, actually, you know what? If it's coming into the Olympics, I'm coming back. Like, I'll give up my like $1 million a year NRL contract because I want to go and play touch in the Olympics. And you're like, yep, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Which is such a dream for like this crew, because actually there's people on this pitch who, in 8 years' time, shall we go? Good ship. Has he got the speed to finish? Good cover and defence. This, I tell you what, it's interesting because I think at the moment they're asking so many questions and Bohan are just releasing and recovering and release and recover. It's great effort. You've got to be so, this could be the breaker.
Oh, it is.
Oh, there we go.
It is. And, you know, we were speaking earlier about the delay on the pass. Well, we'll see it on the replay. Feels like he was pumping this ball for an age just to get these defenders to fix. There he is. There's the first couple. There's a second.
Two. Good. That is just so... It's like watching a young Horatio Price. If no one knows who that is, you go find him on Instagram. He is phenomenal at just holding the ball and shaping in such a way just to like make the defence hold for just a little bit. And it's so good to see.
It is. And you know, that is the opening score.
Here we go. I'd love to see how Bohan respond here. So you get to start halfway. So instead of a kick-off, you just tap the ball and go. And now we can progress the ball up pitch. I'd love to see Bohan just like catching the ball while moving. So at the moment you see they kind of like stand still at first receiver and then they try and inject pace. Whereas I feel you watch some of this, you know,
great ball.
That is a great pass and good footwork. But I want to see the Bohan not like here, so like catch it running out, like catch it running onto the ball. And it's almost like we just changed that narrative. Great pass. Ooh. Oh, into space. Was that heavy touch or? No, referee Max has just deemed that that's, he was on the way down anyway, and that's sixth and final. But yeah, I just love to see them asking a few more questions. I think that means that St Anthony's can kind of like hold and wait, stay connected, versus like if you flip it around, sorry. Here, you watch on the other side of the ball, it's like, are you going to catch it? Are you moving? And actually, on that situation, you're not. But a couple of the other ones, you start to see people really kind of like moving onto the ball, asking questions of the defence. And that's, again, just like small things that you can transfer. Yeah. It's so good to see.
Yeah, definitely, and also I think for a lot of these schools, now that they've got these touch rugby programs, it almost feels a little bit greedy to say, but I'm really looking forward to next year already, because I think for the standard of what we see now, you give them a year. Maybe some people go and play at junior clubs, or they go and play junior nationals, or they might just benefit from a couple like get involved days where there's some open coaching going on. And you bring it back to an occasion like this where you're playing against your peers, and
oh mate, it's going to be so. I mean, this is the third year of schools events that we've done. This is the first proper series that we put together, and I have to say, the difference in standard from last year to this year is genuinely immeasurable. It's so good. Last year was so much fun. We ran some events and it was really good fun, but it was very much like teaching and guiding people kind of like through the rules and the structure. Whereas like it is such a simple game, and now people have got that quite quickly. Now you're like, well, here we go. We're talking like tactics, and we're talking like how you're actually, you know, playing quickie, scooping your quickies. There was like one of the Year 9 girls teams were running like sweepers on the links, and you're like, this is next level. As I think we've got a level.
Yeah, I think we do. I think there's a couple sort of confused faces out there. We'll have a look on the replay. It's just a huge left foot, right foot. And I think the refs have just deemed that ball is down before the touch has come in.
It is always such a tricky call. Having been out there in the middle myself, it's marginal. Ball down, touch first, ball down. The best person with the view is the person with the whistle. So, I mean, that's interesting. That levels it up at 1-1. But even small things like this, like you get the raw ball down, you get the ball back straight away. Buddies. You're live. Here we go. And then, it's good.
Give it.
Oh, it's great. Immediately watch it back. We go quick again. This is surely a score of the quarter.
Oh, my word.
That is just so good to watch. They're playing quick. They're playing as teammates. They're getting around it. Oh, this is awesome.
It is. And it was those two buddies. And then really fast roll ball. And again, it's that little maestro in the midfield.
That line
just holds that ball, makes the defender buy, and then rips it.
I mean, scooping like that and running at the inside shoulder of the next defender is something that's pretty top end. I mean, you're forcing them to make a decision. You're saying, are you coming towards me or are you going to go? Because you've got to make a decision. And he's just holding, ripped, score. Love it, absolutely love it.
And it is 2 tries to 1. And you know, the one thing that I will compliment all of these players on for all age groups, all categories,
it looks like they're playing with fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I love it. I love it so much.
I think that's genuinely been, like, when I've asked people, like, you go around and you ask teachers, like, how's your day getting on? And they're like, loving it, loving it. It's almost like an instinct, like, this is just awesome. Like, I want to do more of this. I'm having so much fun, which actually doesn't really, like, the competition is important, but you're like, I just want people to have, like, a great day.
Yeah, and it's like we were saying earlier, like, people forget it's a game.
Yeah.
You know, it's a game we played because we loved it, and we tried it first as a kid, and then we were like, oh, this is great, and then we just kept playing, and it's like, you know, these kids, they characterise that so well.
Massively. And even here, like, they've got such a nice balance. I mean, I think interesting to see here that the referees have picked up on over the mark. So obviously when you get touched, you've got to put the ball down quickly. Seems that the refs are just tightening up, and they've kind of found the level that, you know what, these players are actually doing really well. It's like, that's so good. Like, you've got 10 metres, get the ball down a little bit quicker, but now you start to see Bohan running onto the ball here. This is threatening, so this is what we kind of want to see. So now, if they can get the half in place and play the ball a little bit quicker, and again, just see them being, like, super creative as they've kind of got a 2-on-1, they've thrown the miss pass. Now we're getting into a situation where we're thinking about, okay, who are you hitting, what lines are you running, how are we actually going to get around and break them down here? Which, again, if you can do it in this situation, yes, it's a little bit difficult when you first get your head around it, but as soon as you got it, oh my lord, you will be...
switch.
Great little switch, one-on-one on the edge, good defence, good coming up vertically there, putting a lot of pressure on. Oh, a bit of miscommunication means that it's a bit of relief for St Anselm's as we've got about 5 minutes to go. There's a 1-point buffer. This is tense.
It is, and both teams threatening the line pretty regularly. And, you know, your man, you were saying, oh, I'm expecting some big things. Well, finally he's on the pitch. It seems like this St Anselm's team have just split the game in half and said, okay, we'll have a pod of 6 who do the first 11 minutes, and then a pod of 6 that do the second 11 minutes. So, fresh legs. We'll see if they can go down and emulate their teammates' performance on the line. Oh, nasty
good
footwork.
Oh, if they could have got that one to hand, that would have been nice. I think they ended up with a 3-on-2 or a 4-on-2 there. But you're right, it's an interesting way of doing that tactic, because sometimes, I mean, obviously when we sometimes see people playing, they're on for 45 seconds, 1 minute, they sub off, and you just do that again and again and again. You keep the whole speed of the game so high. But here also, I guess the benefit of doing it this way is you really get a feel for the game. Like, you get involved, you understand how you're feeling. I don't know, it's hard to put into words, but sometimes by being on a little bit longer, you just kind of have a bit of an understanding of kind of the flow.
Yeah, definitely. You can sort of figure things out on the fly and then get some go forward, as we'll see St Anselm's just slowing it down a touch.
I was going to say, interesting there, because it always found a bit of a gap in the middle. Might have to go back to the mark there, but that's, again, interesting, because you go, now I'd say St Anselm's, they've stopped running onto the ball. And I feel here, that really lets Bohan kind of like get set and get ready. And here now, I feel it's a bit of like a momentum shift, because now Bohan are coming forward. They're coming with some pace. Good quick play if they run onto the ball here, which he's doing. Like, now you're starting to ask some questions. I feel like actually the pressure's changed a little bit in the last few minutes.
Yeah, good evasion, but I think a little bit of frustration creeping in there. There was a little bit of a almost like a big fend after the touch that came in. So the refs will just take a moment just to calm it down.
Yeah, that tends to be, I feel like in most of these events, that's the one thing. Almost everything is like, let them play, let them have fun, coach them through it. Hard contact or heavy contact's the one thing that the referees, I feel, will pick up on and go, you know what, that's, you know, we want everybody to have fun. And there's an element of, like, contest, but you don't want people shoving people over.
No, definitely not, and especially at this age group where the size difference can be so extreme.
Very big, yeah, absolutely. You just want people to be able to express themselves and have fun and enjoy it without someone coming in and absolutely sending them into next week.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I think the best example of that I could give you is I'm playing at Horsham at the moment with a little lad called Charles, who's 15, and he is Tongan.
Who wins that battle?
Well, he is huge. We'll put it that way. I pride myself on my physicality in the touch, and he's put me on my bottom more than a few times.
Good on him.
Yeah, he is. He's a big old unit.
Good left to right, good release of the ball. I think we've got a space down the edge. Has he got the ability to finish? Oh, he's quick!
Oh, he's rapid!
Wow, with 2 minutes to go, that's a 2-point buffer. What acceleration down the right-hand side.
Yeah, and lovely bit of sportsmanship as well between the two players, being like, yeah, fair enough, good race. But it's this little maestro once more. He receives this ball.
He's already seen it. You can see his right hand. He knows he's going to go there, whack. And then that distribution, go, go, go. Pin your ears back.
Yeah, and there's a big pump of the arms in there as well, given the acceleration. And as you say, Yeah, we've only got a couple of minutes left, around 90 seconds now.
Oh, I was going to say, if Bohan could have got one back there, that would have made it a very interesting end to the game. But so now, if you're in Bohan's box, you've got to try and force a turnover. You've got to get the ball back, maybe thinking about someone like pushing out the line for an intercept. But the time pressure's on you as we come down this right-hand side again. Oh, and I think that might be ball down, so Bohan might have an opportunity.
Yeah, and
to go forwards.
As it stands, St Anselm's will go through group leaders, so we'll get that spot. They will secure their semi-final spot. And Bohan looks like they'll be coming in second place.
That's, again, just in terms of how this draw works. 6 teams, 2 pools of 3. If you top your pool, you go straight to the semi-finals. If you come second or third, you then play a crossover game against the other pool in the quarterfinals. So if you do manage to top your pool, well done. You get an extra rest, and you manage to get straight through to the semi-finals. Fresh legs trying to get that final spot. So it looks like St Anselm's have earned their space in the semi, and Bohan will have to go and do one extra. Look at that footwork.
Just trying to do it himself.
Here we go. We've got about 20 seconds to go in this game.
But yeah, we get a fourth.
Yeah, it'll be Bohan will have to sort of play off in their quarterfinal to earn their semi-final spot. Which again, it will be interesting to see, because there's really good moments of what they're doing and the shapes they're running. Their defence has been absolutely fantastic.
Oh, good space. Can they find the pass? Yes, he can. Can they finish?
On the inside.
Indeed. That is 4 tries to 1. And the other team in this Year 7-8 boys category that have secured their semi-final space is Caterham. They've already played their 2 games.
Top their pool.
Yeah, winning both. Good try difference there as well.
Interesting. So where does that? So that is the end of that pool in terms of Group A for the Year 7-8 boys, and that means Group B. You've got one more game left. Hans Price against Worksop. That'll be an interesting game.
Yeah.
But again, that's really just to see who's going to play against Bohan, who look like they've come in second place. And just,
they have
looking
indeed.
at that. So looks like we're going to get either Hans Price or Worksop to play against Bohan in the quarterfinal of the Year 7-8 boys.
Yeah, and St Anselm's will fully deserve their victory here on pitch 1. Wonderful performance. And we will take a very quick break. And coming up next, we have St John's Leatherhead versus Shoreham in Year 9-10. So, Dom, thank you very much. I'll leave you to the rest of your duties.
Oh, it's been a pleasure. I love doing this. This is such a great break.
We'll get you back on later.
Oh,
Don't worry,
please
mate.
do. Please do.
Don't worry.
No, awesome. Thank you so much.
No worries. Take care, and we'll be here with you in just a few moments.
Well, I'm joined on the pitch side by a couple of the St Anselm players. They're topping their pool straight through to the semi-final. Bit of extra rest. You need it in this weather, lads?
Yeah.
Well, what do you make so far? So you've come down from Liverpool, down to Oxford for this this big occasion. You've topped the group, 2 from 2. Did you expect to do so well coming into today?
No, well, we knew it was going to be tough, like, obviously, because it's a national tournament, but we've done well so far.
Who do you think's really stood out so far for your side? Who do you think you need to carry yourselves through to the latter round? They are literally all right here behind us watching on, so...
Probably the tall one over there, Lucas Denon. We need him.
Your answer was everyone, a lot more diplomatic.
Yeah, well, we need everyone to win, don't we?
Absolutely. I mean, how much experience do you have as a side in touch? We've asked a few teams this. How long have you been playing the game for of touch, or have you really just come straight into it?
Well, we just came like straight into it, like this year, really. We haven't done much.
And how do you think that's made an impact on your playing together? Do you think it's the chemistry of all knowing each other through school more so than it is knowledge of the game?
Yeah, well, it obviously helps being mates and all that.
Well, it's good to see such a strong group of lads together coming all the way down for Liverpool to challenge here at the national school titles. And, well, do you really care who you get in your semi-final? You got a bit of rest and then you're straight into it. You'll back yourselves whoever you play.
Yeah. Just hope we win.
Yeah.
Hope we win. We need to batter every team.
Absolutely. Well, thanks very much for joining us, lads, and best of luck later on this afternoon. Well, as we've said before, it's great to see players from all walks of life and from all parts of the country take you to the field here at the National School Finals. Up next, it's another group decider. It's from the mixed under-15s competition. It's 2 sides, defeated by Caterham earlier on today, Shoreham College and St John's Leatherhead, both looking for their second win from 3 games in the 5-team pool.
is something to be proud of. Just remember where it came from. Think that mulch came from the home improvement store? Think again. From right-of-way preparation, commercial and residential land clearing projects, and storm cleanup, mulch comes from a lot of places, just not the home improvement store. Vermeer and the people who make mulch, helping the world be equipped to do more.
There's work to be done, timelines to be met, results to be delivered. That's what drives us. Partnering with the people who do the work. Getting more out of every hour. In a world of diverse markets, it's about listening more, talking less, truly understanding what's being said, solidifying belief and peace of mind, collaborating and designing yellow iron built tough, built to last, helping our partners embrace the work ahead, day after day, month after month, year after year. It takes words backed by action, words fueled by our founder, Gary Vermeer.
So we're back for our final live stream group game of the National School Finals, and it's going to be Shoreham College from the South Coast taking on St John's Leatherhead from Surrey. Both sides have played 2 and won 1 in their opening round of this 5-team single pool. Only the top 2 sides could make it through to the final, and these two are second best behind Caterham. But what a start for St John's Leatherhead, racing away down the right. Joe right alongside me. This really is a group decider with one more game to be played in the pool stages for these under 15 mixed sides.
Yeah, but both teams will be trying to go hard and direct early. We see St John's trying to go round the outside.
So as we were saying, Caterham also in this pool. They've beaten both of these sides in their opening 2 games, and that has sort of quelled any resistance. Both Leatherhead and Shoreham have then gone on to taste victory in this pool, which leaves the other 2 sides towards the bottom end sort of out of the running, because only the top 2 can go through to the final. It's a pretty brutal format in the under-15s mixed competition, but it's really lovely handling from St John's Leatherhead early doors here.
Yeah, and I think the opening score as well. Took a moment to dot it down. Almost sold everyone thinking the touch had come in, but it's a really nice line cut off the ball. You'll see it just little show and go, right foot step, getting over, pretty comfortable. That's the opening score.
He has dotted it down with plenty of time to spare, and it's going to be Shoreham who respond then in the black and purple from left to right here in this under 15 mixed category. And of course a return to the more standardised mixed ideology of 3 women and 3 men on the team. 3 girls and 3 boys out here.
What a way that was. Great little offload over the top.
Just fired into the link. Plenty of pace on that. That's a scrum half if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, he said catch that.
And now here come Shoreham looking to level things up here.
I could have gone long there, I thought. Maybe shaping for it. Anyway, this is 5th. No touches remaining. Mike's trying to hit around the outside.
Good hands from the winger, and then the link comes on the outside. 1 to beat, but Leatherhead get across to make the touch.
Yeah, excuse me, this is now 5th, so they will have one more opportunity.
Good skills on show from Shoreham.
Yeah, I wonder if he will rip that long ball or just check it away. I think that'll be a late pass called.
Good defence from Leatherhead. Well, Shoreham down from your end of the world on the south coast near Brighton.
Indeed.
And they've brought a couple sides with them here today. But this St John's Leatherhead side from Surrey, they were...
Oh, this is good. This is really good.
What hands those are from the winger. They had a slightly better result against Caterham than Shoreham, who were beaten 9-1.
Oh, well checked away as well. And St John's Leatherhead, they are playing... Oh, they were playing some lovely stuff, but the ball just hits the ground. And they went from coast to coast almost. No touches taken.
You could argue they've rushed that ball back onto the outside because they had loads of touches left. But here comes Shoreham, who got close to the line last time. throughout this under-15s division. There's a couple of players, and the under-13s as well. There's a couple of players with lightning feet.
Yeah, and it's brilliant to see. That's a bit of a firm one in the back. Nothing doing for the referees. And, you know, we were saying earlier with St Anselm's, they've got some really direct players who just want to hit the line, make a couple steps. This translates into really good touch skills.
Oh, soft hands and a little swivel, looking to get away from the winger. So surely a bit of space down the right. And here go Shoreham on the inside, intercepted by St John's. And that will bring an end to the attack. But again, they've come close twice there, and they'll be handed another opportunity from 7 yards.
It was a great call as well from that far link. And, you know, he identified that he wanted that space. He wanted to go early, but unfortunately the pass just a little bit too far in front of him, didn't give him the angle that he wanted. And now Shoreham might be able to go and maybe get a couple scores of their own.
They've got plenty of touches to get on the board here. That's a good pickup. But St John's number up in the line. And referees are in conversation here. Sent back to the 7, I think, is the call.
Yeah, and I was talking to Dom about this as well, because like it's not mandatory in touch. Like if you're touched within the 7 metre, you don't have to take it back to the 7. It is preferable because you get as much space as possible. And I think a big part of the referee's job today is to sort of impart some of those skills. Unfortunately, one of the skills you can't impart is wheels, as we see St John's Leatherhead.
Good pace, and then the pass is taken as well by St John's to keep the attack going. Picked off the toes by the winger, who's away down the outside, and that's going to be a second score for St John's Leatherhead.
Great hands. It was on the bootlaces for just a moment. And it's these core skills that are proving all the difference.
It's a remarkable take by the winger, and then great pace.
Yeah, finish.
Sticking down that right-hand tram line on the 2 phases of the attack.
Leatherhead at the moment just seem to have a little bit more pace. Both of their scores coming from a good bit of footwork and pace in the midfield.
Shoreham looking to show a bit of footwork of their own. Just lifted over the top, no passing touch, so they continue here, Shoreham, and they're back to the 7 where they've spent a lot of time. Big show and go, but good cover from St John's.
Oh, he was almost through as well. Sold 2 of the defenders, but the inside cover was good enough.
There's the inside ball for Shoreham, and then fired out to the wing, one-on-one. Well read by St John's again.
Oh, this
Quick
is danger.
Pickup. Is there enough space for them out wide? Diving over for the first score for Shoreham College. It's 2-1, and they just spotted a little bit extra space on that wing.
Yeah, it was really good because the winger has actually come in to initiate the touch. That middle is wrapped really long around the outside, so it's almost a bit of an unconventional sweeper to get around that outside, and it's worked for Shoreham.
So the referees are actually chucking the whistle between them as they play, which was misidentified earlier. It's St John's with great hands. That was taken right off the hip and then rolled back, and a quick pickup. St John's looking to get on the outside again. Good high press from Shoreham that time.
Yeah, really good touch.
Can they move it right to left here? Another direct carry, but St John's Leatherhead forced to retreat, which slows down the pace of play.
This is where they can be dangerous, though, when they get
Big
onto
miss
this outside edge.
Just put down. There's a difficult ball in the swirling wind, pretty crucial wind as well, because it has gotten awfully hot out here in Oxford.
Yes, that forecast of 29 degrees is starting to look a little bit more truthful. I'm sort of thinking, well, both me and you are wearing shorts and t-shirt. Well, I've got a t-shirt under this, and sort of thinking, I don't want to be cold all day. Well, no, the British summer has come well and truly today.
Perfect weather for touch. And a nice move for Shoreham on the outside, who are looking to get level again with St John's Leatherhead. They both defeated, of course, by table-topping Caterham in this under-15s mixed pool, and it is just a single pool.
Yeah, and Caterham as well, they seem to have a really strong team going, because in some of the other pools, they are top as well. So in the under 13s boys, easily top, winning both of their pool games. So Caterham might be one to watch out for.
Egglescliffe School have beaten Hans Price as well in this mixed pool, which means plenty of sides currently sit on 3 points.
Right foot, left foot, see you later.
So in this third pool game for St John's and for Shoreham, what a lovely step to level things up here. And this pool is too close to call here. A victory will be a big step for either St John's Leatherhead or Shoreham. But it was St John's who beat Egglescliffe earlier today. So victory for them would all but secure their place with just a victory over Hans Price, currently bottom of the pool, left to secure their spot in the final. A victory for Shoreham, and they'd need Hans Price to do them a favour, otherwise it will go down to goal difference in the latter stages of the under-15s mixed comp. Here's St John's, who have given up a 2-try advantage, but that's a lovely ball over the top. But it's
well worked.
Going to be a third try. That big miss pass cut out 2 defenders for Shoreham.
Yeah, it was really well worked. It's flat to the line, isn't it? It's engaging defenders, and then you find the 2-on-1. Great release, great score.
And Shoreham all of a sudden find themselves behind again. Another great game, just 9 minutes gone, it's 3-2. Shoreham with a tap on halfway. Nice step off the left. Whistle goes. And I think it's going to be a turnover for St John's Leatherhead, Joe, and that's tough for the side who've just gone behind again.
Yeah, it is, because it was a really good initial drive, getting to the outside edge of his defender, but then just overstepping the mark a little bit. As we see some more good footwork coming in, but can't avoid the touches.
Like we've said, a win for St John's here would be huge for them, with just Hans Price left to play, who currently sit bottom of the pool. Nice weaving run and a late ball over the top. Wins St John's a few more metres, and they've still got touches in the chamber here. Weaving away down to the short side, but they might look to open up Shoreham here. Oh, it's soft hands over the top. One more should do it. One more late pass, and down they go.
Yeah, it's going to be given as touch and pass. That's a shame, because as you were saying, one more will do it. But credit to the Shoreham winger. He gets in, makes the touch. They get their turnover.
Back. Shoreham again charging forward. Oh, what a run! But the touch was given. The Shoreham man thought he went through unscathed, but the St John's Leatherhead player had his hand up. It's the lightest of touch that can pull you back in this great game of ours. A couple of quarterfinals for you have already been decided. Bo Hunt Wokingham are taking on Hans Price in a quarterfinal in the under-13 girls competition. That will be live streamed here at 1:30. That's our first knockout game of the live stream. Of course, the second and third place team from the 2 pools in the under-15s and 13s girls competitions have gone through to quarterfinals, with the top place side in the pool getting a bye in that edition of the competition.
Oh, no
and
touch
it's for
was
a
made.
second time. It's the same Shoreham player who slipped through, and this time, after being called back before, he just paused for a moment to check he was away. And no one in St John's Leatherhead colours reacted quickly enough.
Yeah, I think he was expecting the touch to be called, and nothing was doing. So yeah, ends up getting through. Shoreham level it once more. As you were saying, this is, it was touted to be a pretty close game, although St John's Leatherhead just going at the outside corner straight away. Once again, flat to the line, and they take their try lead again once more.
That's pretty demoralising stuff, to immediately go behind again after working so hard to score, and in the blink of an eye, St John's Leatherhead are back ahead by 4-3. Nice line from Shoreham on the south coast. Shoreham upon Sea, about half an hour away from Brighton city centre. Winding towards the open side. Oh, a little show and go. Doesn't sell St John's this time, but they've got quick ball. Oh, referee's called an end to that attack for now.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting about the way that some of these games have been reffed is, you know, it seems like the referees start really lenient and just sort of like very understanding that for a lot of these kids, this will be the first time that they're playing to like this level of sort of refereeing. And then they might just increase that level of strictness throughout the game, just to sort of wind it up and find the level that's right for the game. As we see,
St John's have been waved all the way through. Off came the handbrake on the outside, and that's another score, and a 2-point deficit has been opened up in this crucial pool game. Well, I was certain a touch was going to come flying in there, but instead, straight through to score. What a try, and that 2-point barrier has been restored.
Yeah, and they're really good value for it, because there's these drives that take the ball really flat to the line, and what we're seeing from St John's at the moment is they're just trying to find this outside edge and just create a bit of an overlap, and Shoreham dancing around the midfield do finally get a bit of go forward, but a lot of energy expended.
Oh, that's a forward pass. So it's going to be
but it also looked like it might have been played out, so I think the refs are going to give us 6 more. I think at least that's the signal from Max, the referee in the backfield. And you'll see just approaching your screen now, he's got that hand signal of 6 more, but Bronte says no, Max. I think the ball was down. We were saying earlier as well, like what good role models and like examples to have. 2 England internationals on the pitch refereeing the next generation of touch players. It is superb.
Put in a shift. Bronte was saying earlier she'd already covered 6 kilometres after the first 3 games. She would have doubled that by now. Here on the main pitch, it's another good drive for St John's Leatherhead, but a turnover for Shoreham, and an important one as well. Shoreham down by 2, still with 8 minutes or so, closer to 7 left on the clock. And they dance their way through the centre again. Big pump, show and go. That's a bit of go forward that Shoreham are after again. They've made it to the 7 on numerous occasions, been unable to convert. Here comes Shoreham. In a good position here. 2-on-1 out wide. Oh, just pulling it in behind, but then forced to step back against the grain. Touch has been made. It's great defence from St John's Leatherhead. I think they're going to have one more crack at it from the 7-metre line. Oh, indeed. In the end, the try's been given. Well, that took some communication. I think the player must have been offside out wide. It was a nice pullback in behind here. Let's have a look-see. Oh, no, it's just fine footwork. And he scathed through, untouched. And the gap has been closed to just 1 try here. A draw doesn't really do either of these sides any good. With Egglesfield on the horizon. Egglescliff, sorry, from it's around Middlesbrough on the horizon. Here comes St John's Leatherhead. That's a great line. Plenty of meters made. Good work to roll it back. Could be numbers up on the right-hand side. That is fantastic handling. Oh, but the referee's got his head in his hands. And I think it's out of celebration here more than anything. I'm not sure if the try's been given. It hasn't been given. The try's not been given. And I'm not entirely sure what went on there. I think he may have just run beyond the dead ball line. Ooh. And that's a huge shame. So St John's have been denied, and Shoreham stay within 1 try. Well, that was an interesting moment. A really nicely worked move, but at least St John's have got the luck this time and have been given back possession, Joe.
Yeah, St John's, really threatening in their line attack. Oh, nice out the back play, good step, and again.
Good defence from Shoreham. Big miss pass, and down they go. And that's going to be surely now another score for St John's. Indeed, this time it has been given. It's a lovely pass right to left. A good finish, under a bit of pressure here. Good defence from Shoreham originally, because this footwork in the play before was pretty difficult to deal with. There it is, a good touch made. And it's that same player at half who gives a big miss pass. And the winger just a little bit too narrow. Here come Shoreham, St John's Leatherhead are back to 2 points ahead. It's a tough margin, but there's still 4 minutes to go. Plenty of time for them to get back into the picture here. From this 5-team pool, which Caterham top, both these sides defeated by Caterham elsewhere. They've both got one game to play after this, but they wouldn't like to rely on results elsewhere. They want to secure it themselves, and Caterham on the horizon in the final. Do either of these two sides have enough to test them later on today? Well, both these sides have put in a fine performance, and Shoreham have got another score. And it's a one-try game again. It's a great finish out wide. St John's Leatherhead to tap from halfway. And aggressive in the carry. Could be on if they ship it here. It's a late pass, and it's got St John's Leatherhead in behind. One more surely had to go to the winger, but instead they'll come back to the short side again. Forced to retreat following the touch. St John's Leatherhead know that another score would be so crucial here. It's such a narrow game, but the big Hail Mary pass goes to deck. Just picked up in the wind there. And here comes Shoreham, still in the game. Shaw would really open up this group and would certainly leave it down to points difference.
Yeah, well, I mean, with the only single try deficit.
Game's still very much on with 2 minutes to go. Show and go not bought this time by St John's. Referee quick to get things going again, but I think there's a discussion to be had between the two officials. And in the end, it's a penalty. And St John's Leatherhead have it back. It's a big chance for them to secure this game with just 2 minutes to go. All they've got to do is use all 6 of their touches.
Yeah, only 2 minutes, you're right.
It's certainly a score would seal it. Oh, great hands, it's so unfortunate, it's just been put down and then kicked in behind as well. Certainly not intentionally, as you can see from the St John's player.
No, I think Max is looking around just to be like, do I give a
surely there's no way I could give that. So, just a minute to go, or so, a minute and a half. Can Shoreham equalise and take this group down to the final game?
Would be a wonderful finish, wouldn't it, if they could.
Soft hands to the link, wingers there to play half. Well, just direct, St John's have shot out of the line, but it's a good touch.
Oh, yeah, well done. No turnover off the mark there. Great
what
hand.
a take as well, right on the toes. And have to retreat again there. Sure, so they're just lacking the momentum in their attack after overrunning the touches. Now moving laterally and finding a bit of space out wide. And this could be an equaliser. Something out of nothing for Shoreham. Back came St John's Leatherhead looking to make the late touch, but it's a great finish. Round the link and the winger. Goodness me, Shoreham have equalised. And this pool is wide open with Egglescliffe on the horizon for Shoreham. If they can take them down, then it's going to be a, oh no, St John's might dance their way through. There's a slip in the backfield. And all talk of an equaliser has been quelled by an outstanding finish. Right at the death here, we've got 30 seconds to go. Look how quickly Shoreham are racing towards halfway. What a finish though in the meantime. And just a slip in the backfield allowed them through.
Oh, the slip is so unfortunate for Shoreham.
Just halfway through discussing the ramifications of this draw. And St John's Rest, big show and go. Needs to find a pass. Might just go all the way. Caught just inches short of the line. And that's the game.
Oh, he's not happy. And I get it. That is heartbreak for Shoreham.
Oh, it's a learning game, touch rugby. Maybe a big sweeping dive over the line might just have allowed them to sneak in and equalise. But as things stand, they're up against it heading into the final game of the pool against Egglescliffe. They need to win, and they need Hans Price to do them a favour against St John's Leatherhead. For St John's Leatherhead, a great result for them. They're up to 6 points from 3 games, 1 more win, and they'll secure their place in the final in this one pool competition where they get a rematch against Caterham. Well, while all of the rest of the quarterfinals and semi-finals are sorted out, we've got a great treat for you here. It's a showcase, North v South, of some of the brightest young talents in the youth levels of international touch. Some England representatives will be on the field at 1 o'clock. Before then, perhaps a quick interview with a victorious St John's Leatherhead player. And then it's the North v South showcase before we get to knockout footy this afternoon.
Sure is something to be proud of. Just remember where it came from. Think that mulch came from the home improvement store? Think again. From right-of-way preparation, commercial and residential land clearing projects, and storm cleanup, mulch comes from a lot of places, just not the home improvement store. Vermeer and the people who make mulch, helping the world be equipped to do more.
There's work to be done, timelines to be met, results to be delivered. That's what drives us. Partnering with the people who do the work. Getting more out of every hour. In a world of diverse markets, it's about listening more, talking less, truly understanding what's being said, solidifying belief and peace of mind, collaborating and designing yellow iron built tough, built to last.
Well, I'm joined pitchside here at the National Schools Finals at the home of the Oxford Harlequins by Bronte Sykes, who's been out refereeing on pitch 1 all morning. You're up to about 6k steps when I last caught up with you after game 3. How are you doing now?
I'm at 12k, which is the furthest I've run in a very long time, yeah.
It's been a big shift out there in the hot weather, but I think what we've been most impressed with is the quality on show from some players who they may have dabbled in rugby league or rugby union, but some just football, and yet they've all managed to pick up the core skills of touch.
Yeah, 100%. I've been so impressed with the standard today, and it's really cool that everybody's getting a touch of the ball, especially in the mix that we just play. Ref, I didn't play. It's really cool that the guys are using the girls, and it really feels like a team game as opposed to just relying on one or two strong players. It's really good to see.
And up next, we've got this North v South showcase for all of the players here to take in some of the finest young players in touch. You might have to ref it. You were hoping you were going to play it, but it'll be a great occasion with some real stars of the international and youth international circuit taken to the field.
Yeah, definitely, and it will be a great opportunity for the younger players to kind of see what they're aspiring to. I know when I was kind of coming through the ranks, it was always really cool to see the slightly older players on show. So yeah, I'm excited to either play or ref or watch. I don't know what I'm doing.
Well, thanks very much. Starts with a showcase, North versus South, for all of the young touch players here to drink in some of the finest players on show before we head into the quarterfinals, starting with the under-13 girls competition, moving all the way up the divisions. That's the afternoon session, live here from the National School Finals in Oxford.
My name's Jade Walker. I'm a PE teacher at JAG School. I think touch is a great sport. I think it's very inclusive and the girls have to work together in order to play the sport. I think women's rugby is growing so much, it's a great way to get the sport into girls' schools, start them from young, and then they can slowly transition into women's.
Had any of the girls played any oval ball sport before you introduced touch?
I think some of them have played before, but they don't have much knowledge. But since that they've played, they are absolutely loving it. And I think introducing it into the curriculum will really help get more girls involved.
And in terms of a competition like this, for them to come up against fellow schools in this kind of age group from across the southeast, how good is it for them? A, for their development, but also to see what touch is like as a competitive sport.
Definitely, I think these tournaments really help the girls grow. I think like playing is the best way to learn. It's all easy explaining the rules, but if you don't actually play the sport, then it's really hard to understand. And I think even watching other schools that might not have as much experience, like through the day, you can see how much they grow as a team. They really.
We came to you a touch delayed here, but it's a little showcase on show, and it's the under-18s against the over-18 volunteers here for England touch representatives. So some really handy players out there from both sides, and it's an early start for the under-18s. And the U18s have kept out the over-18s already in the early stages here. It's a really nice, strong team that's been put together, full of the volunteers today who are helping to run this event. And they've got proper boxes set up as well, so you can see all of the structures that are. And it's an excellent break straight through the centre. What a little darting run for the over-18s. And it's a great score. And that'll equalise it here between the two sides in red and white. They're referees, team managers, they're looking after the various players here today, and it's a big team that puts it together. And remarkably out there reffing is the president of the Federation of International Touch, Chris Simon, recently appointed to the role, formerly head of England Touch. Had to grab a few England reps to cope on with me. They're very busy over in the Vermeer tent, the headline sponsor, of course, for this event, Vermeer. Great to have them with us, supporting the growth of touch rugby nationwide. And here are the U18s from a standing start, looking to get back ahead again. You see the likes of Dom Tripp out there, the England captain, so some serious talent on show. Sliding in ever so close there for another score. The under-18s, but we'll come back for another reset here. Oh, good hands. Needed to be a good take as well. Quick ball down the left-hand side. Up goes the hands. Been one back by the over-18s. ball down. So happens to the very best of them, as you can see. Of course, it's a great showcase of touch at the highest level in this mixed category. Although these players play men's and women's opens at the very highest level. Under 18s, of course, at Youth International. The senior internationals on show as well. And you can see on the sidelines around us plenty of the teams locked in and taking in this fine display of touch. Good footwork right on the 7. Under 18s camped in this area. And a penalty's just been given. Direct again from the U18s. Just waiting for their chance to strike here. Very patient at this senior level. Oh, great footwork, almost away. And indeed, it's another penalty inside the 7 for the over 23s. This being ref to the very highest standard, of course. Chris Simon behind the line. There's a lift. Oh, and just good line speed this time from the over 18s to deny U18s any progress. Quick pick up to the open side, sliding straight through the centre. Score given, and the over 18s have gone behind again. So tap from halfway for the over 18s. Good chance for them to strike as I delve into what's going on later this afternoon. Of course, our first quarterfinals are from the girls under 18 competition. It's Bow Hunt Wokingham taking on Hans Price. Hans Price, you saw earlier on today in the under 15s competition. They've got teams in every division. Little show and go. Sees the over 23s dart through, and it's a popular score right in front of some of the on-watching players. I believe they're from Jags, the Jamie Allen's girls' school in the Tri area. It's a lovely finish. So now the under 18s, another chance to respond. It's really interesting here with these sort of youth internationals alongside some senior internationals as opposition. It'd be a bit coup for the under 18s. All volunteers here today, helping out England Touch and Tri Rugby put on this event. Good drive. And you can hear Simon barking instructions as well, coaching the under 18s on the from the referee's position. Here they go again. Oh, just a drop pass to the right off shoulder, but put down. So back come the over 18s, who trail by a try, but they have kept out the under 18s from the halfway. Another nice weaving run. No touch made there, and offside is the call. And sent back by the referee. Doesn't matter who you are, you want to stick to the rules here. At England Touch, trip on a hard line. And a great pickup by the England Open's captain. Another good pickup. And then a Hail Mary pass over the top. We got hung up in the wind there. And that's what dragged it off target. Well, Chris Simon was interested to see if he had enough under 18s willing to take part in this game. And as you can see, the sideline packed. Whereas the box on this short side for the over 18s a little bit depleted. So certainly very keen, looking to show the over 18s a thing or two about the game they've played for so long. George just takes a tumble there. U18's looking to get back ahead. Oh, it's just popped up straight into the path of the red team. And it's a penalty as well to boot. Flashed across the face of the defence. Nice footwork. The goose step to get on the outside. Fast footwork, and now the over 18s are on the offensive. Ball back on the inside. Here's Tripp. Little drop pass into the centres. Oh, out the back door. It's just about clung onto there, but final touch, so it is a turnover. A penalty as well on top of it. Here go the under-18s. Great transition. Look how far they've come here. Oh, great footwork, inside and out, straight through they go. Oh, but they've got too many on the field. And that is a bit of a shame for the under-18s. Too many on the pitch. So forced to turn it over, and the penalty will be all the way back at halfway. That's the punishment if you leave too many players on the field.
Annabelle, where's the rest of the team?
Flashing through go the over-18s. Looking to break the deadlock here. Good carry. Hint of a hand in there from the under-18s, but it went to hand, so just a touch given. Gosh, it has gotten rather warm here as we're 20 minutes away from our first quarter-final. Good ball back on the inside. And I think it's going to be given as another stop by the under-18s. Another chance for the overs to strike. Touch taken, so they're on the retreat. Nice footwork. Oh, what a line, straight through the centre. Another score, and the over-18s go in front by 3 tries to 2. So here comes the tap for the under-18s. Looking to get level again after letting their lead slip. Good pick up to the open side they go, but short of numbers out there. He's looking to test the over-18 defence. Could have gone there. Patient play again from them. Oh, slap down. Denied any progress further forward. Here's a good chance to strike, but again the under-18s put the handbrake on. Just weaving his way forward. There's a touch. Oh, sliding in, great finish. And a little bit slow to get reset here, both sides in the hot weather. And of course these players out in the field have been refereeing all day. So they've certainly got the yards in already. But that's a try that has put the under-18s back in front. Great drive for the over-18s. Good pick up to the short side they go. Oh, great ball back inside. But the try's not been given. Well, what a performance so far from both these two sides. We're level again between the under-18s and the over-18s. Joe, it's been a really even contest.
Yeah, I'm honestly not surprised by that. This under-18s team, I played against a couple of them a few weekends ago. There's a really bright team, and in the over-18s, you've got the likes of Theo Edwards, who's up making the previous touch. Dom Tripp has very graciously put himself on the wing, although he's just sort of found himself in at link here for a moment. You've also got Zan Hudson, Jude Griffin, Max Pennicard. So, really good team, but these juniors, they'll want to take some scalps.
Great pickup, here's the scoop. Oh, he just holds on to it there, and it's going to be a turnover, the half's been caught.
Yeah, there was an opportunity to feed away. Unfortunately, I forget the name of the young lad playing for the under-18s. He's working in the middle. He's got the ball now. I forget his name, but he is a wonderful little player. Really explosive footwork. did us at Horsham a few times last weekend.
There are junior international competition coming up in Ireland in a couple of weeks' time, and plenty of these players will be on show, diving in for another score, but sent back to the 7 this time. So it still remains level, 3 tries apiece.
Yeah, sweeper coming. Sweeper coming. Pick up. Good platform. Looking to check away, but that ball's down, unfortunately.
Pickup was just not at the pace that I think they were expecting there, the under 18s. So a turnover, and the over 18s will look to break. Oh, and the ball's gone loose. I think the over 18s are going to get a chance to reset. They weren't very happy with that one.
Yeah, it's a really nice opportunity for an exhibition like this as well at a schools competition.
Great ball through the centre, but you're right, and there's plenty of school sides watching on, all around us here, and on the far side, and at both dead balls as well. Oh, just skipping through. Is that a fantastic diving touch? I think it is.
Yeah, Charlie getting over. I mean, you could hear the calls. I think that was Theo screaming, "Yes, Charlie." So one of the people he's playing against there, he was working with Charlie in the mids last week, working on some stuff. It's Pennicard platforms. There's Dom Tripp. Here's the long ball. There's the nasty pill. Looking for Zan Hudson. Just drifts forward. A bit of a sarcastic throw of the hands afterwards to say, "Come on, mate. You can normally hit me there."
That's one that's been caught in the wind, I think. It's just picked up a little bit here in Oxford.
It's a good first touch. A little bit slow is the half. But a really good exhibition of what junior touch can be here, especially at the school series. You know, there's a couple of these junior players who only left school a few years ago, so...
Indeed, these under-18 players who are only a year or so away from the sort of under-15s that we have on show here today, so there's not a lot between them as Tripp looks to slip through again. And just over 5 minutes to go in this game. It's still level at 3 apiece, ahead of our knockout games in the schools nationals.
Great
what a
long,
pill that
great
is.
ball. Zan Hudson. That is a wonderful 32 long. If you're watching this and sort of wondering what we're saying, well, they were shaped for a sweeper, and then Dom Tripp takes over for the 32 platform, and Zan just runs a really nice outline. Receives the ball on the outside of her opposite middle, and then one catch, one pass. Theo Edwards does the easy bit, finishing in the corner.
Well, the first attack for the under-18s has made some yardage in the meantime, and they're weaving their way through, and I think they will have a chance to strike with inside the 6 touches, but they keep doing this when they reach the 7. They're very patient in their play, but you can be a little bit too patient.
Yeah, definitely. I think you can almost be a bit too reliant on your structure and saying, well, we want the perfect setup. Well, sometimes that doesn't happen, and you've got to sort of adapt on the fly. As we see a second ball bobble on the field for just a moment.
Big right foot step, but pull back to the 7. They've got a winger hugging this right-hand touch line, but they look to slip through to the left-hand side instead, but are caught. So it's a turnover, and the under-18s still trail. They've got some defending to do. Good turnaround for the over-18s. I think they'd want to win this one. There's certainly some pride on the line here. Plenty of club teammates and regional teammates as well. Hudson again.
Yeah, there's Edwards. Theo Edwards working with Max Pennicard. There he is. Ooh, a little bit of a foot in the ruck there. That might be penalty ball. It is indeed. So the over-18s a little bit slow in their drive, but they get their reset. Maybe showing age a little bit, although I'm sure a few of them won't like me saying that. But
I would say that the maximum mid-20s for most of them, regardless. But good pick up. Hudson to the open side, just looks to drop it in for Pennicard, but he's under a lot of pressure, and it's a good turnover for the U18s.
Yeah, and I tell you what, there's an opportunity to come down the short side because Jude Griffin is a little bit away from the rest of the plate. Now here he is getting back into space.
And they are heading to the open side. And they crash over halfway. And it's also, I was mentioning a moment ago, how Chris Simon's come down and has decided to referee this game. Literally the president of the Federation of International Touch, and yet still here at the grassroots level supporting the game in this United Kingdom after he's been away in China and away in Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
He was in Australia as well.
Yeah.
Recently connecting with
South Sea Islands as well, helping to
indeed.
set up some Tri-Nation series down there.
Especially his work in Beijing was particularly interesting when he was meeting up with the Chinese Federation of Rugby, full stop, not just touch rugby, of course, looking to grow the game at all levels.
Yeah.
And trying to incorporate touch into the landscape there, as China is a country where if you can make a sport work, you will find yourselves an audience.
Oh,
what a ball!
Dom. Oh, Dom. That's what he can do. A lovely little disguise on it. This is the nice variation on the quickie there, checking in, back against the grain, receives, looks for the pump, just drops it over the top. Nice hole hit and takes a few under-18s out with him. That's Dom's job done.
I think Dom's a good example of a sort of multi-sport athlete as well.
Yeah.
Obviously does all that fine work with UR7s in breeding the next generation of 7-stars. So he's from the contact game, but really heavily involved in touch and his work at Tri Rugby now. So if you there's plenty of players here today whose only experience with rugby will be union or league or sevens, and yet there is a space for you in the game of touch. Here come the U18s though, looking to get back into this contest in the closing stage. What a step that is.
Oh,
but the touch has been made.
No,
indeed, they've waved it through.
Yeah,
there we are.
G Griffin was caught on his heels for just a moment. And that is a wonderful little score here. And we'll just see it on this replay. So it's a link quickie getting over here. And then, boom. Yeah, snaps the ankles back. See you later.
Well, just one try in it then, with about 2 minutes to go here. And the under-18s looking to cause a bit of an upset against these more established players.
Yeah, I think what's really nice as well about this, just to touch on some of the stories that we've got going on, is Dom Tripp, heavily involved in tri-sports, has been an England touch stalwart for the best part of a decade now.
Long
I think
ball
it's
intercepted.
Great hands. But I think it's fair to say that Dom is probably the most decorated touch player that's ever come out of England, and yet dedicates so much time to bringing through the next generation of players. It's it's wonderful.
Good pickup. U18's desperate for a last gasp equaliser, having closed the deficit to just one as they make their changes. Ahead of one last push here. Dancing around the over-18s, forcing them back, taking the touch. Well, nice footwork and a touch taken. That's a great scoop. Back comes Edwards.
Oh.
And I think he's just about caught his man.
Hard touch, sir.
Down he goes, getting nothing out of Chris Simon there. So instead, over-18s can just eat down the clock. In fact, there goes the buzzer.
Yeah.
So in this fine showcase game, the over-18s have clung on to win by 5-4.
Indeed, a really good performance as well. Great showcase. I think especially of a series such as the school series, it's very nice just to put out there what touch can look like at a high level. And you have some of the highest level touch players on the field at the moment, and although the refs have sort of called time, it appears that players are coming back on potentially for a drop-off. So either we've got our scores wrong or Chris Simon is playing a sick joke with some of the old boys here.
Well, I think they just fancy having another run of it, maybe showing us all around here exactly what a drop-off is, ahead of perhaps some to come in this afternoon session.
I'll tell you one thing, somebody needs to remind the cameramen.
We're back on. So for this drop-off as they look to get down to the outside. And here come the over-18s looking for a last gasp winner against 4. They're going to slide through, ball over the top. What a grab.
Good touch.
Well, I think we have got our scores right, 5-4. I think they're showing the drop-off because there may well be some this afternoon ahead of our knockouts, and it's good for the kids who have never witnessed one before to take it in.
Yeah, oh, great release.
Surely this will be it.
Oh, little show as well from Max Pennicott. Rushed to put the ball down under pressure. Wonderful score. And this is how you execute a drop-off. You run your wrap around. Zan Hudson, one of the best with the catch and pass. delivers. But the drop-offs are 2 minutes, so they will have a right to reply, will the under-18s.
So the over-18s go 6-4 up, but in reality it's 1-0 in the drop-off. Good pick-up. 4-on-4 here, should be plenty of space. So this is what happens, Joe, when the scores are level from now on out, because we're playing knockouts all the way through the rest of the afternoon.
Indeed, it gives you a good first taste of what drop-off footy looks like. It's a lot of sort of matador, it's a lot of biting, pulling, trying to get both middles up and then trying to execute around the outside. Really good hands, good footwork as well. Oh, did Don make it? No, he didn't.
Try given. So the under-18s have levelled up this drop-off.
That's wonderful, and you see it here, just a little bite. Oh, Theo gets caught flat-footed and gets around the outside of Dom, and he knows.
And now we're down to 3. So our first quarter-final here on pitch 1 will be from the girls under-18 competition, and that great Streatham and Clapham side that we saw opening up the day, they topped the group, beating Bohunt Wokingham, who are dropping into the quarter-final while Streatham and Clapham are through to the semis. They take on Hans Price and Western Supermare, who finished bottom of the other pool. Abbey Grange take on Worksop, looking for a place in the semi-finals, with of course the top side from Group B, Holm Grange, going straight through to the semi. So that's the next bit of action from the under-13 girls competition, as the over-18s are looking to get on the outside and score another try in the drop-off.
It's just a good bit of gas. Really good bit of gas, and that is full time.
So it was a bit of next try wins at the end of this showcase game, and in the end, with a score at 2-1 at the drop-off, they've given it to the over-18s, who finished on top in normal time as well. But a good showcase of high-quality touch ahead of our quarter-finals. We'll be back for our first quarter-final from the girls under-13 competition just a few moments' time, when Bohunt Wokingham are back onto our screens, this time in the under-13s comp, and they'll be taking on Hans Price from Western Supermare.
Really enjoy being like equal to the boys and doing the same kind of sports as the boys do, and just this opportunity to have lots of fun. I think the sport is just a fun sport to play.
So I think being able to play a sport like this and be able to kind of play it after school as well, you know, turn up on a football or an outdoor space and join a touch game, is amazing.
Oh, it's really nice to see them playing. He goes to a very small inner London school where there are no sports facilities as part of the school, so to have him running around outside and competing in a proper competition is so important, and it's been great to watch them be trained. I mean, it's all credit to their teachers for actually even getting them this far. It's sport, and I think it's an accessible sport. If you don't have the facilities, it's something that you can learn and participate in and then actually compete at a reasonable level. And that's quite important, because if you've got all the space and all of that, you can learn other rugby more effectively, I imagine. But actually something like touch, I think, is great. It's good, it's fast, and they like it, I think, because
it's fantastic. Having so many schools and so many mixed grades and also girls rugby involved within this development scheme, it's fantastic. It's something that I think needs to be developed a bit more so that we can see a lot more skills and a lot more development within players in schools who have never played rugby or who are looking to improve their skill set. This has been a fantastic experience for us as a first-timers coming to the competition, to see the different skill sets within all the different schools. It's been fantastic. It's allowed our school to improve on their skills and allowed us to see where we could get to in the next few years when we come back.
It's our turn now.
Sure is something to be proud of. Just remember where it came from. Think that mulch came from the home improvement store? Think again. From right-of-way preparation, commercial and residential land clearing projects, and storm cleanup, mulch comes from a lot of places, just not the home improvement store. Vermeer and the people who make mulch, helping the world be equipped to do more.
Rules and officials, this is your first this afternoon. Please take your pictures ready to fire. Players and officials, stand by.
Oh, I got smacked in the eye literally when I was going down.
Quarterfinals here of the women's under-13 competition. It's Hans Price from Weston-super-Mare taking on Bo Hunt Wokingham here. Bo Hunt Wokingham beaten by a very talented Streatham and Clapton side earlier on today, but it's Hans Price who have come the closest to getting us going here. Nice run by Lily Lawrence, but in the end forced to turn it over. Hans Price, who yet to win a game here, but through to the quarterfinals as the third place team in the pool. And Bo Hunt Wokingham were able to notch up a victory against Abbey Grange from Leeds in their pool stage to finish second. So all to play for here. Joe Price back alongside me for this one. It was a good early drive by Hans Price, who again have brought a team in almost every level of this competition. But it's Bo Hunt Wokingham right in front of their own gazebo on the far side who are going to open the scoring.
Just kicking through the gears around the outside once more. We've seen it so many times this week, this Friday. And yet just finding the space around the outside. And no one else was winning that foot race. So Bo Hunt do get us underway with the scoring. And a minute in, well, hopefully we're in for a high-scoring affair.
Tap off from the centre. Amy Taylor. And Taylor goes to the short side. It's a nice drive early from Devon Thomas. Taylor. Lawrence. Winding her way through again here. Slow ball here, but no rush. Now they're ready to carry. Fatimata Sankare. Taylor. Lawrence. Oh, her pass is just unfortunately knocked on by Thomas, so can have a reset here. But good defence from Bo Hunt Wokingham. Didn't panic there.
Yeah, and once again, it's just that trying to get round the outside edge, and I wonder if they'll win the foot race again.
It can't be. Another outstanding finish. Well, at the under-13 level, across all sports, at this age, you often have some players who are just game breakers, who are just, they have that something like speed or power or strength that is foreign to most at that age group. And we've got another one on the far side. The Bo Hunt Wokingham winger is absolutely rapid and has just cut through the defence twice there on the outside. Devon Thomas did her very best to get across. Great effort from her, but very impressive from Bo Hunt Wokingham.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, first time she beat one player, second time she beat two players. I wonder if the third time she'll beat three. And we'll see if we get six and she can take on the whole squad.
You know, Streatham and Clapham beat Bo Hunt Wokingham 6-0. Which was a very impressive result. Bo Hunt Wokingham themselves beat Abbey Grange by 5 tries to 2. Worksop put 11 on Hans Price, but then were beaten 4-3 in a barnstorming game by Holme Grange. So the semi-finals in this competition are sure to be hotly contested, with Worksop somehow finishing in second despite scoring an absolute truckload of points. 19 across the 3 games. Nice soft hands in the meantime by Bo Hunt Wokingham. Woking a little bit slow to get things going here, but we know how quickly things can change.
Yeah, I wonder if they will just chip it over to the pace around the outside.
Well, they've taken off the double try scorer for now, so just conserving her energy. I'm sure they've got plenty of other weapons in the locker. Cross comes Alana Jones to make the touch. Ooh, well,
I was going to say, is there any bird spotting aficionados? Because to me, that looks like a kestrel that's currently hovering over this field.
That's pretty beautiful stuff. I hope it doesn't impede Hans Price as they look to take on the Bohunt Wokingham defence.
What would be the ruling if someone was to go over and score and a bird came down and knocked it out of the hands?
I'm not sure. I know that in golf it's a 2-shot penalty if you take one out from the tee box. Yeah, I think so. And you've seen it in cricket a few times as well, but never in touch rugby. It's been very committed to dive into a corner.
Well, it has been a year of firsts.
Absolutely. For the game of touch. It's Bohunt Wokingham, though, in the meantime, who are creeping towards the line. Good defence from France. And France shoots up in the line. Bohunt Wokingham here, up by 2. Great line speed from Hans Price again. A number of their under-15s women's side have come over to support as well. They're on the touchline in front of us here. And it's great defence from Hans Price, much better from them. And a chance for the women in blue to respond here. Of course, this is the knockout stages now, the quarterfinals. The victors will be through to a semi-final in which they will have to contend with the top side in the group from the group stages, which is Streatham and Clapham.
Yeah, they were a brilliant side when we saw them this morning.
They were. They remind us a lot of Bohunt Wokingham with that pace on the outside, of course.
I think we've seen that as well through like some different teams today. Like obviously Jags. Some insider information from Dom Tripp. That player that we were shouting out from Jags is called Matilda, and she is representing England under-18s girls whilst being 15.
Wow, that's fantastic, isn't it?
That tells you everything you need to know about Matilda.
Yeah, I think that says a lot. She's a hat-trick scorer in pitch 1 last time she took to the field.
Yeah.
And it's just a turnover here, so Hans Price unable to get a strike going at the line. And on come the changes for Bohunt Wokingham, looking to make a semi-final where they'll have a rematch with Streatham and Clapton if they make it through, either in the semis or the final. Most likely with Worksop also in the quarterfinals elsewhere, taking on Abbey Grange, looking to make it through to take on Hong Grange, or that aforementioned Streatham and Clapham side in the remnants of the under-13 girls comp. Here come Bohunt Wokingham weaving on the inside. So we shorter winger down the near side. Let's see where they'll take it. Good line speed from Hans Price again.
Yeah, really good defence.
Jones gets up to make the touch and turns it over as well.
And I tell you what, outside of those two tearing runs around the outside from Bohunt, the Hans Price defence has been really aggressive in making their touches. It's really good line speed. So they are restricting Bohunt to basically just shooting from deep, but not quite doing enough on the other side of the ball to mirror that threat from Bohunt.
And Hans Price will be back on the live stream after this game, because their under-15s boys are taking on St Anselm's of Liverpool.
Oh wow! Oh,
we saw another quarter-final.
We saw those St Anselm's boys from Liverpool earlier on, and they looked wicked, absolutely wicked. Great bit of structure, and some of them have unreal footwork.
And that was only their under-13, so imagine what their senior side are going to look like as Bohunt Wokingham have defended another Hans Price offensive, and now we're back to a Bohunt Wokingham attack. And they've kept the speedster on the bench for the last few minutes or so. Look forward to her introduction back into the game, because at the moment they're looking a little bit lackadaisical. When you're up by 2, you can afford to be.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they might bring her back on in a few minutes. You just give her a little bit of rest. 2 long bursting runs,
Good work from Taylor and Lawrence in defence. And again, it's Thomas flying out in the line. And then across comes Lawrence to make the touch. One last go at it here for Bo Hunt Wokingham. Looking to get away on the outside, but it's a good touch made by Louise France to win it back for Hans Price.
Yeah, and just not a lot of like receiving the ball at pace that's going on for either attack. One of the things that me and Dom were talking about earlier was you know, the teams that really sort of find their strengths are the teams that receive the ball whilst running and sort of injecting pace from the start, rather than receiving the ball quite flat-footed. Oh, great bit of weaving.
Nice work to get on the front foot from Beth Newbury.
And it's here where we need to go just a little bit quicker, just slowing it down a bit too much, as you say in the game prior, that you can be patient, but it does come to a point where you might be too patient, and it becomes a little bit tricky for you to then generate momentum getting further down the field.
Only one of these two sides can go through to the semi-finals, in which the top seeded side from each pool await. And it's Bo Hunt Wokingham swinging it back inside and then heading towards the edge again. Bo Hunt Wokingham back to the short side. Great acceleration. Again, just a little bit slow to get things going from the base. Once they do get the ball in hands, they race forward. Out comes Sankara to make the touch. Might it be on down the left here? Looking a little bit narrow, looking a little bit stationary, but great pace to get on the outside. It's a good touch. An important one as well made by Amy Taylor, who turns it back over for Hans Price. So defence is not an issue for Hans Price, but they just need to be a little bit more creative going forward. Just that one little half break so far in the attack, and that's great momentum. So can they use it?
Yeah, I completely agree. Both defences really strong. It's unfortunate that pass has just been caught in the breeze, really whipped into the support. And we'll see if Bo Hunt Wokingham can make this opportunity count. First real time that they've had a fresh set of 6 close to the opposition line.
Bo Hunt Wokingham, soft hands, looking to get a third try as we cross over the halfway stage in this quarter-final. Just moving so laterally there, but getting on the outside, and that's a hat-trick in this quarter-final. For Bo Hunt Wokingham's winger, no right to get on the outside of 3 defenders here. They pressed up in the line, but in the end, too much pace, uncontainable. 3 tries, all created by the same player for Bo Hunt Wokingham.
Yeah, and it is exactly as you were saying. You've got that pace to burn, then you can make all the difference for any team in any division in any sport. You just have that one attribute that comes out above the rest. For Bo Hunt Wokingham, it is speed, and it always makes your life a little bit easier when you've got someone who will go and burn you around the outside. It's almost like a fail-safe. Nothing else is on. Give it the gas, man.
Sankara to get us started. Oh, it's a heavy touch coming in. Good line speed from the 2 players of Bo Hunt Wokingham. Lawrence, nice step off the right from Taylor. She is caught. Lawrence, Sankara. Again, Sankara, great run. This is much better from Hans Price. Taylor, Lawrence, stepping back on the inside. Taylor again. Thomas. Sankara just running out of room there. And she is caught by Bo Hunt Wokingham. Final touch here for Hans Price. Taylor, Lawrence, and then taken direct by Ava Reedman. But that's final touch for Hans Price. Good defence by Bo Hunt Wokingham. They've had their moments where they can break.
Oh, good hand.
This player again, he picks it off the toes and looks to get on the outside. Oh. Surely not another. Finally this time, racing across comes Devon Thomas. And maybe Hans Price have just figured it out.
Yep, surround her in blue and hope she doesn't step on the inside of all of you.
A sea of blue wins it back for Hans Price, and now they go direct as they look to make an impact in this latter half of the quarter-final. But Bohunt Wokingham's defence, Joe, has also been fantastic.
Yeah, really tight as well. Not really sort of giving any space in the middle. Always sort of leaving the outside channels free and backing themselves to work across together. Although,
good
they'll
ball
have to do that once more.
Out to the edge. Important touch made on Newbury. Good hands, but back into traffic for Hans Price. Lily Lawrence. Sankara. Makes good yards every time she carries. Slow ball here for Hans Price, but they are well set. Lawrence. Oh, good work to get on the outside, but Newbury is just about caught. It's another fine defensive set from Bohunt Wokingham as they look to nil this Hans Price side and confirm their place in the semi-final. It's a really mazy run in midfield. Eventually Redmond makes the touch. Oh no, still ongoing. Makes all the way out to Louise France. Here she is again. The Bohunt Wokingham key player. Just through the hands there. So a chance for Hans Price. And finally they get going. Nice step off the right from Lawrence. Thomas. Riedman. Lawrence. Jones. Good line speed, Bohunt Wokingham again. Just not threatening enough here. One-up runners unable to break through. It's a good Bohunt Wokingham side. To the 7, still no way through. Another good touch made. One last go at it for Hans Price. Oh, into the corner they go. There's another big touch from Bohunt Wokingham.
Yes, as you're saying, the defence from Bohunt has been wonderful in just getting across and making covering touches. And now they get the turnover. Hans Price looking a little bit dejected. Almost maybe thinking, what have we got to do to get over?
Strong defence. But of course, regardless of the result here, Hans Price will have another go in the under-15 boys quarter-final, which will be our next game. Live here at 2 o'clock on field 1. They'll be taking on St Anselm's of Liverpool, whose under-13s have already tasted victory here on the main field. Bohunt Wokingham still in front and still with ball in hand. Floated wide. Despite the sun being in, the heat is still searing here.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's hard work out there for all players. Bohunt Wokingham sidling through again. Shock and horror. It's a 4th score and it's a fantastic little run. And Bohunt Wokingham got a star on their hands here in the under-13 competition.
Oh, this is wonderful. Oh, that is superb. Just carves through, steps away from one and then finds the gap and sticks the hammer down. And as you say, Bohunt, well, you've got that one difference maker. She's absolutely rapid.
And she scored 4 already in this quarterfinals.
I would love to know how many she's scored throughout the tournament so far.
Sankara from halfway for Hans Price. He might be out of this contest after a fine performance and an excellent individual performance. We've had some great individual performances today, Joe, but this is perhaps the first game where one player has had such a decisive impact on the game, scoring all 4 tries.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. It's been a really wonderful performance and sort of a a clinic, and not only like, you know, how you find space, but then also how you go and execute space as well. You know, it's been a really mature performance from Bow Hunt. Their defence has been brilliant. They've, you know, largely shut out Hans Price.
Certainly kept them out on the scoreboard, which is all important. Still trying to get a clean sheet out of this quarter-final, which would be some performance.
Yeah, definitely. I'll tell you what, one thing I have been impressed with is the referee's ability to accurately launch a whistle about 20 metres each time they turn over.
Between each other, yeah.
Yeah.
I think on this pitch they've just got it. They've got the chemistry down. Two England internationals.
Yeah, definitely. Just keeping that hand-eye coordination nice and crisp. That's a bit of a hard touch. I think Dom was saying earlier, it was like the one thing that we're not accepting. She's gone again.
Here it is.
She's gone again.
Here
She's
it
gone
is.
again.
Surely it's another.
Put your mortgage on it. It's the banker.
Oh, no
She's
way.
Gone.
That is unbelievable. That is a 5th try for Bow Hunt Wokingham. And her whole team remain inside their own half, simply standing back and applaud. Do you remember Sergio Busquets' assist to Lionel Messi?
Yeah.
When he tapped it Tillman halfway. One of the greatest assists of all time. We've seen a couple of those from this Bow Hunt Wokingham side. It's a reference none of them will get, but regardless, it's
maybe their parents will get it.
It's just wind her up and let her go, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
What a player, and that is another outstanding run. 5 tries scored in this game, all by the same player.
Yeah, and now she subbed herself off. She's like, look, we're comfortable now. I will relax the rest of the game. You do not need me anymore.
So. Oh, there's a nice lofted pass to the right-hand side as well. You can see the Bow Hunt Wokingham coach is pointing into the corner because that's where the space is. Good read in defence that time. And as we enter our final minute here, it's been a game. I've never seen a game so clearly defined by one player.
Yeah.
First of its kind in this tournament. I honestly thought there'd be a few more. It's another good read in defence. Bow Hunt Wokingham searching for a 6th. I thought there'd be more instances of one player sort of running the show, but it's the first game that's been so solely dictated by an individual.
Yes, definitely. And I think, you know, one of the skills you look for in touch, if you start to think on, because, you know, this player definitely, you know, would have opportunities to potentially go and like represent regions and stuff. Like she's got some really good touch skills. One of the ones is being able to change your direction efficiently and not lose all your pace. And you see some people are absolutely rapid, but then it sort of takes them 10 working days to turn. and there's none of that here. You know, it's very explosive, it's very direct, really sharp change of direction. And you know, if you're thinking of like, well, what touch skills will set me above the rest, it is that ability to change direction quickly and not sort of slow down whilst doing it. And yeah, she's got it, and part of the reason why she's got a 5er.
What a performance by the Bow Hunt Wokingham winger, but we shouldn't discount the defensive effort as well that has allowed them to keep a clean sheet against Hans Price in this under-13 girls quarter-final, and they'll be through to a semi-final to face one of Holme Grange or Streatham and Clapham, 2 top sides in the under-13 girls competition, who went straight through to the semis. More action from the knockout stages. It's another quarter-final. This time it's under-14 in the boys competition, and it's going to be St Anselm's from Liverpool who are in action here after their under-13s wowed us earlier on today. See if they can go 2 from 2 on the live stream here in Oxford at the National School Finals.
There's work to be done, timelines to be met, results to be delivered. That's what drives us. Partnering with the people who do the work. Getting more out of every hour. In a world of diverse markets, it's about listening more, talking less, truly understanding what's being said. solidifying belief and peace of mind. Collaborating and designing yellow iron built tough, built to last. Helping our partners embrace the work ahead. Day after day, month after month, year after year. It takes words backed by action, words fueled by our founder, Gary Vermeer. There has to be a better way. Not just a phrase, but a timeless mantra that lies at the heart of every machine we build. Productivity has a name. Vermeer. Equipping our customers to do more.
They really enjoy being like equal to the boys and doing the same kind of sports as the boys do, and just this opportunity to have lots of fun. I think the sport is just a fun sport to play.
So I think being able to play a sport like this and be able to kind of play it after school as well, you know, turn up on a football or an outdoor space and join a touch game is amazing.
Oh, it's really nice to see them playing. He goes to a very small inner London school where there are no sports facilities as part of the school, so to have him running around outside and competing in a proper competition is so important, and it's been great to watch them be trained. I mean, it's all credit to their teachers for actually even getting them this far. It's sport, and I think it's an accessible sport. If you don't have the facilities, it's something that you can learn and participate in and then actually compete at a reasonable level. And that's quite important, because if you've got all the space and all of that, you can learn other rugby more effectively, I imagine. But actually something like touch I think is great. It's good, it's fast, and they like it, I think. Because
My name's Jade Walker. I'm a PE teacher at JAG School. I think touch is a great sport. I think it's very inclusive and the girls have to work together in order to play the sport. I think women's rugby is growing so much that it's a great way to get the sport into girls' schools, start them from young, and then they can slowly transition into women's.
Had any of the girls played any oval ball sport before you introduced touch?
I think some of them have played before, but they don't have much knowledge. But since that they've played, they are absolutely loving it, and I think introducing it into the curriculum will really help get more girls involved.
And in terms of a competition like this, for them to come up against fellow schools in this kind of age group from across the southeast, how good is it for them, A, for their development, but also to see what touch is like as a competitive sport.
Definitely, I think these tournaments really help the girls grow. I think like playing is the best way to learn. It's all easy explaining the rules, but if you don't actually play the sport, then it's really hard to understand. And I think even watching other schools that might not have as much experience, like through the day, you can see how much they grow as a team.
It's fantastic. Having so many schools and so many mixed grades and also girls rugby involved within this development scheme, it's fantastic. It's something that I think needs to be developed a bit more so that we can see a lot more skills and a lot more development within players in schools who have never played rugby or who are looking to improve their skill set. This has been a fantastic experience for us as a first timers coming to the competition to see the different skill sets within all the different schools. It's been fantastic. It's allowed our school to improve on their skills and allowed us to see where we could get to in the next few years when we come back.
Well, from the under-13 girls to the under-15 boys, another quarter-final, but Hans Price still involved. In the group stages, Hans Price were beaten by Simon Langton, but they took down the Red Hill Academy to be seeded in this quarter-final. St Anselm's of Liverpool, or Birkenhead more specifically, were beaten by Alcester Grammar and Egglescliff, who we saw live here on Pitch 1 earlier today. Two top sides who drew 5-all on that occasion and then went on to beat this St Anselm side, but close games, 4-3 in the Egglescliff one, and then 5-2 against Alcester Grammar, who topped the group on points difference. So this could go either way, really, after Hans Price did notch off a good win by 8-3, by 7-4, sorry, against Red Hill. Joe Price back alongside me for this one, and it is St Anselm's in the blue and white stripe who are tapping off first and working their way through the centre. Touch made into the line by Hans Price, but this is already a good chance for them to strike. Oh, out to the line. Wow, Joe Wright, it's an early score for the underdogs here, who are not seeded as third place finishers in their pool, but they've got an early score against Hans Price from Weston-super-Mare.
Yeah, great evasion, first of all, to evade the shooting middle, and then lovely quickie play to get on the outside of the other middle, and what a start from Anselm's.
Well, off goes Morrow, and then it's some footwork from Richards, who's almost all the way through. Has to lay it back for Charles Morrow. Richards.
You know, you just spot someone and you go, yeah, you're a touch player.
And here is Richards, who might be the key to unlocking this St Anselm's defence.
Yeah,
Morrow,
another quickie.
Richards weaves away. Oh, good delay on the pass, and then a great diving effort. I think the touch has been made, but it's a great effort to dive in from close range.
These two in the middle, these look dangerous.
And
absolutely
then
dangerous.
On the edge, hint of an overlap out there for Alessio Oben, but I don't think it's been given. And it's going to be a turnover, and it's going to be a chance for St Anselm's, who are already up by 1. Great start for them in this quarter-final.
Yeah, they'll just look to drive up the pitch now, get a little bit of momentum going. That's a good first touch. Oh, good scoop opportunity, feeds away nicely, great core skills, the ball just drifts forward.
I think that Egglescliff will be favourites in their quarter-final against Red Hill, and that will see Alcester Grammar take on either Egglescliff in a rematch or the winner of this game. And then Simon Langton are also in the other semi-final after topping the group, going 2 from 2. In the group stages.
Open side quickie here, and I wonder if they'll come and do the same thing.
Richards, still going Richards. Morrow, Richards again.
This is 5th, not a lot of options, stepping back against the grey. Oh,
Richards
great
is away,
acceleration.
diving in close range. There's a man there in blue and white. And they've just managed to keep out Hans Price, but it's a good start for Richards and his Hans Price side. Although he's just having to leave the field.
He was holding his hammy for a moment.
Just managing to jog off in the end, so should be okay. It's a change in the middle.
Subset?
It is a proper sub box at this level, which is very rare to see.
Oh, I love it so much. I love it so much.
Good pick up. To the short side they come, it's a 2-on-1, fired in, racing into the corner, it's good defence from Morrow. But here come St Anselm's again. Just dipping it back to the short side. Oh, a little stutter step. Diving touch, excellently well made by Leighton Smith.
I think this is 5th, so no more touches. That's well away.
Oh, soft hands, looking to avoid Alessio Oben. But it's good defence from Oben, flying up into the face of the link.
And St Anselm's remain a try up and maybe could have gone over. But as you were saying, Hans Price, it's that Morrow and Richards combination that might look to make the difference.
Good.
Richards off, but Morrow's still on the field.
Here's Morrow.
Oh, great feed.
Oh, the pass is just at head height to his link. So Leighton Smith can't keep a hold of it, and St Anselm's have it back, already in front by 1. Rapidly closing the closing stages of the school's finals here. We'll have a couple finals for you on the live stream. Of course, pitch 2 is also on the VO, but not with our luscious commentary. So what would you want to go over there for? As Liverpool, the Liverpudlian side, sorry, St Anselm's take it on. Oh. Great carry, stepping back on the right boot. This could be a chance for a second.
Go wide, go wide, go wide, go wide.
Winds it up. Oh, just through the fingers. It was almost a fantastic effort.
Great ball. What a great ball that was.
Well, after this game, it's Tockington back amongst it against Matthew Arnold School in a repeat of that earlier game in the semi-final of the mixed category. Of course, that was a victory for Tockington, the Bristolians, against the local side Oxford, but they both came through their quarters and have been drawn against each other again. So that'll be a great little replay for them. And then after that, at 3 o'clock, it's our first final. It's the final of the under-15 girls competition. At 3:30, the final of the under-13 boys. And then our very last game of the day is the final of the under-15 boys.
Very nice.
It's a pretty great lineup to come. A grudge match rematch against the local sides, against the well-supported Tockington. And then a couple of finals, 3 of them to finish off the day, as Leighton Smith carries it on for Hans Price, who is still only down by 1 in the early stage of this game. Yeah. Morrow, big jump step, doesn't get away. Good work.
St Anselm's, I think, are going to go through another subset.
They've got the numbers to do it, certainly, and on they come.
I've got to say, the ability to run a subset at this age group is just a testament to the coaching. It is wonderful to see, and also the ability to then go and execute from the players, and these are the 2 that opened our scoring for St Anselm's. I wonder if they'll go back to the same recipe.
Oh, lovely ball dropped onto the inside. Good acceleration. Great hands. One more should do it. Oh, down he goes. Did he get it down cleanly?
No, bobbled.
So it's going to be a turnover, and Hans Price survive. Again, this is the kind of fixture that would never happen at any other event.
No.
Hans Price from Weston-super-Mare taking on St Anselm's from Birkenhead, Liverpool. It's the kind of matchup that these players have never really got used to, and the Liverpool players at the under-13 level were saying in the interview earlier, as fresh onto the field and racing away goes Seth Richards again. You know, it's so exciting to play these new teams.
Yeah.
Morrow crashes onto it with good pace, rugby league style. And Richards now with another good pickup, weaving his way through.
Oh, there's a bit of a bosh.
Well, there's a coming together there. Richards was moving at good pace.
Yeah, I think the ball might end up. They've both been subbed, which is completely fair, I think, because unfortunately both players have gone in with their arms tucked into the chest, and as a referee it's something that you watch out for, because you know there's no control in that roll ball, then there's no control in that touch, and 2 players who obviously won't shy away from contact.
Ball goes down and Hans Price miss out, but for those not aware watching on today, what is a forced sub in the game of touch?
That's a really good point, actually. So a forced sub is when someone makes an infringement. So it could be for many different things. It could be for something cynical, like slapping the ball out of someone's hand, or if you're stood in an offside position, deliberately holding up the play. Or it could be for a hard touch, which is what you'll often see a force sub be delivered for. And it's not that you go down to 5, it's just that one individual who has been force subbed has to sub off the field, and his replacement cannot come onto the field until they have left and they are in the sub box. So you can't get a force sub, as we see St Anselm's trying around the outside, so you can't
Lovely
get a force
cover
sub
from Eric Smith.
and just step off the back of the pitch. You've got to get back in that sub box.
Great work from Eric Smith to cover there. High press here from Hans Price, but St Anselm's chuck it off the knees, and now it's on out wide. Little stutter step, and off comes the handbrake, but there's 2 to cover there. Good work from Leighton Smith and Reese Webster. And Hans Price have it back. Here's Morrow. Good take on the turn. Gives a late pass. Referee's going to allow it. Morrow. Smith takes the touch. Morrow again. Smith. Morrow. Coming onto it at great pace here. Hans Price, but not really challenging the St Anselm's defence. Good ball out wide. Good read by the defence, and they've won it back again. Well, it certainly is a game for the touch purist. 10 minutes gone, just the 1 score, but St Anselm's defence has been really good, and Hans Price has scrambled back in time when they've needed to.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing that I'm really enjoying about this game is St Anselm's running this subset really well. Like, there's so many NTS teams that can't do what St Anselm's are currently doing, which is get to your sub box in 1 touch. Like, unfortunately, I think some people may be a bit too stuck in structure. St Anselm's are putting on a clinic on how to get to your sub box in 1 and not worry about any fancy structure.
And that's a nice soft pass to get them in behind as well. There could be numbers over to the right. Great cover coming across from Hans Price to keep it at just 1-0.
Good footwork.
Approaching the halfway point of this game. It'd be a great moment for Hans Price to get back into the game.
What a roll ball that is. What a roll ball.
Oh, just been put down by Smith.
Number 67. Who's number 67?
It's Niatis Joveses.
He is. What an absolute roll ball that was. I mean, if you want to learn from anyone, whether you're a peer watching this, whether you've been playing touch for a while, or you want to get into touch, or you're wondering what we're talking about when we're discussing things like roll balls and rucks, he's just put on an absolute clinic on how to get the ball down cleanly at pace. Wonderful skills.
Touch made, but one more chance to strike for St Anselm's. Oh, good pick up right off the toes, but the touch was made regardless.
Yeah, and I think unfortunately that ball has just hit the turf as he's tried to get his fingers underneath it. So
Elmont stepping off the right. Elmont still going, in the end has to retreat and lay it back to Seth Richards, who's back on after his 4th sub. Niatis Joveses lifts it off the deck.
Good step.
Richards again. Oh, what a take out wide. Some quick ball maybe for Elmont. Richards, Morrow racing onto it, but missed out this time. Richards skips around 1, steps around another. Richards accelerates away.
Oh.
Did he beat the last man? Diving touch comes flying in from St Anselm's, but Richards has levelled it up here for Hans Price, and my word, this is a close quarter-final.
Yeah, left foot step, there's one, and then just puts the acceleration on. Oh, that
So
dive
close.
is millimetres away. But what a bit of footwork that is from Seth Richards. Single-handedly dragging this team by the scruff of the neck and saying, no, we're not out of this semi-final yet.
St Anselm's from halfway, best platform of the game so far for them. Both sides rarely giving away any errors in this tie, and that's what's kept it so close.
Yeah, but also this is where they got their first score from. Was these two operating in the middle, trying to hit some quickies. So let's see if they'll do it again. It's a good platform for the quickies. Steps up, goes against the grain. Winger could get on the outside.
Across comes Morrow, makes the touch. Good defence.
Oh, Morrow wanted to go quickly.
Oh, he is going to keep going here. That's a good take out wide.
Yeah,
Morrow.
The shape on some of these passes are beautiful.
Smith.
Here he is.
Richards again.
Oh, has he gone again?
Seth Richards almost away, has to come back for the touch. Important defensive intervention from St Anselm's. Richards. Leighton Smith. Oh, it's Morrow instead. With Leighton Smith outside him. Smith at the half. Picks out Richards. He's got Eric Smith to his left. Was there a touch made there? The referee's going to give it as a turnover.
Yeah, really great defence there from St Anselm's. Getting up, making touches, not biting on any of the disguise. I wonder if we'll see another subset. They're passing around players, and there's a bit of pace to get through the middle.
Oh, on the acceleration, but back come Richards and Morrow, and a sea of blue. Alessio Oben makes the touch. Good break though for St Anselm's.
Yeah, they're up here on first, so that's second touch, and that's...
I think that might be a foot in the ruck from Eric Smith, unfortunately there. So penalty goes the way of St Anselm's.
Yeah, what a result that is for St Anselm's. They go 70 metres up the field on 2 touches. Now they get the fresh set of 6, and it is the same pod. They've got the opener. And we'll see if they can repeat their success. Bit of matador going on. Good platform. Little bit stop-start. Finds the wing. Oh,
straight
it's wonderful.
through the Lake Channel. And it's a second score for St Anselm's, and they are few and far between in this tight quarter-final. It's been a real battle, and that's 2-1 now with 6 minutes still to go.
It's that same mid-mid pairing as well. This time they run the variation. They don't give the quickie. They step back against the grain. They hit the link, who's running a really nice hole in space. And for a bunch of under 15-year-olds, well, he's a masterful understanding of how to play line attack.
But here goes Morrow. Richards on a good line. Makes great yards. Morrow with a quick pickup. Oh, good step. Caught by St Anselm's. Richards. Morrow. Richards again. What a dive.
Great touch. What a touch.
They must have a great touch programme running at Hans Price, because they've got so many teams in this competition, and this under-15 side is well drilled. Good hands to keep it alive. The testing ball out wide, but it's well taken in the end by Archie Halford. And now to the edge. How much space is there out there?
Is that ball?
It's a miraculous dive, but I think the ball came loose.
Unfortunate. What a dive that was. They're superb. And as you say, just bobbling loose.
Well, there is no number 12 on my team sheet, but it may well be Preslav Zakharev out there. And Zarayev, and a good player at number 12, if it is him, in fact, because there's 2 number 10s. But I can see the name on his back. I can just about see the name on the back of his shirt. Good carry by St Anselm's in the meantime, still in front. Happy to eat up the clock here. There's not long to go at all.
Great hands.
Oh, the last ball out wide is just overcooked.
Morrow goes quickly up onto halfway, but now losing a bit of momentum. It's a really good platform again.
Here goes Richards. Leighton Smith steps on the outside. Leighton Smith, good yards made by the Hans Price man. And aside from West Ham Supermare, 1 try away from restoring parity for a second time. Seth Richards, Morrow. Richards. Charles Morrow, what a grab. Lifts it over the top. Oh no, just overcooked it. And Yaitis Yovaisas just couldn't take it. And it was a testing ball over the top. Sort of midway between himself and Alessio Oben.
It's unfortunate as well, because they've done really well to create that overlap. Oh, that ball was played at in the ruck a little bit. Gets away with it.
Here goes St Anselm's.
Yeah, this is that same pod that have caused this team, well, Hans Price team, a lot of difficulties. Losing a bit of momentum. Will have to strike from really deep.
Oh,
great
good footwork.
footwork.
Jinx.
What, do you not want me to speak for the rest of this conversation?
No. Let's keep it rolling. 3 minutes to go. Make that 4 on the clock in front of us here. And Hans Price very much still in this, but another point, given how close it's been, could be devastating. Pretty physical touch by Eric Smith. He's got an unbelievable head of hair on him as well in the meantime. Oh, how close to the line was that?
Just hit your quickie and get the ball down.
Well, that's come out of nowhere, really. What a score.
Brilliantly executed. And this pod, this middle pairing, have run this play 3 times. Couple different variations. One was over to the right-hand side. The other one was pick up and hit your link. This time, they look for the left edge, and they do get over. And they end up getting that ball down. It is 3 tries to 1. And now Hans Price have a bit of a work to do. The mountain's getting taller. It's not insurmountable, but with 3 minutes left, need a couple scores minimum. Maybe take it to drop off. And Morrow in 66 on the outside. Great ball to the wing, but unfortunately, that one bounces loose. And Hans Price, that might be a couple opportunities that need to land, but unfortunately haven't. St Anselm's, well, they won't mind this game slowing down at all.
Forgive my absence, I was just sprinting after the Streatham and Clapham school side who are about to play their semi-final in the women's under 15s competition. They're very likely to go through to the final, and we need their shirt numbers.
Yes.
Because they were excellent in their opening game, taking down that talented Bow Hunt Wokingham side 6-1. Oh, sorry, taking down the lead side in that pool.
Yeah.
By 6-1. They also did beat Bow Hunt Wokingham by a big score.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing them, hopefully, if they do make the final. I'm with you. I would put them in there pretty much as a formality, but on single game format, such as the tournament format, anything can happen.
Indeed so. There's plenty of talented sides in the under 15 category, as we've seen throughout the day. And both of these sides will be up against it in the semi-final in the under 15 boys if they make it through, but it's still such a narrow margin. Well, what a nice little run from Richards, almost opens up St Anselm's again. Morrow with Richards on the ball. Morrow to his right.
Needs to go quickly.
Here they go. Richards takes another touch. Well, they've just got in their own way there. Maybe to the short side they can go.
They need to go quick. Less than a minute on the clock.
Richards steps off the right, weaving his way through. Still Richards. Zakharayev. Preslav Zarayev just caught in the moment. Eric Smith comes over for a quick scoop. Richards. Back inside. Great ball. Nice little step from Smith.
Oh, what a score that is.
We do not have long to go here, but if they are going to get given the score, then it's a tight margin for the last 30 seconds to be played with.
They've given touch and pass.
Oh, that's such a shame for Richards. It was great effort from him. And a fine finish from Smith as well. Look at this. Oh, bang off the right. And a good finish. It's just a shame that Richards was caught, and now St Anselm's can just wait out the clock.
Yeah, as long as they don't cough this ball up, they'll be home and dry. Curse the commentator.
Seconds to go. Can St Anselm's hold out here, or will Hans Price take something else from the game? Final play for them. Zarayev, Smith, all the way to the edge. Back inside to Smith, ball down. That's game over. And St Anselm's have hung on, and they are through to the semi-final of the boys under 15 competition. A fine performance from them. And here is final play, touch taken. And a good performance from them.
Indeed. Fully deserved victory.
Up next, we're through to the semi-final stages, and it's going to be action from the under 13 boys competition. But first, we'll hopefully hear from one of the St Anselm's players ahead of their semi-final and hopefully final appearance here on pitch 1. For our final game of the day at 4 o'clock.
It's our turn now.
Sure is something to be proud of. Just remember where it came from. Think that mulch came from the home improvement store? Think again.
So I'm delighted to be joined by Josh and Frankie here from a victorious St Anselm's. They're through to the semi-final in the under-15s competition. So it was a tough group stage, two of the really best sides of the competition in your pool, but you've turned it around and you're through to the semis. How do you feel after that win?
It's great. Well, it was a great performance. First couple of games we were quite close, but I thought that game really showed what we were doing, and it was really good.
You're going to play one of the group champions, either from Group A or Group B, so it might be a rematch or it might be new opposition in the semis. But how much are you looking forward to it here at such a big event, the National School Finals?
It's great here. It's very fun to play, and we can't wait to play some more teams.
We heard from the under-13s earlier of St Anselm's saying they haven't played that much touch rugby coming into the tournament, but after a couple of games, at least 3 here today, what do you make of the sport, and how do you think it's going to impact St Anselm's going forward? Do you think touch is here to stay at the school?
I'd love to do it more. I'd love to go next year. We're definitely improving, and I'd hope we can come pretty much next year.
And, well, you never thought you'd get this far perhaps in a semi-final. That's what the under-13s said earlier, but you have made it to this big stage, just one game away from the grand final. That'll be back here on the live stream later on. How does it feel to have got so far in the competition, knowing that you're so close to going the whole way in such a big tournament?
Yeah, we're so excited to be through to playing the next team, and we just really want to win.
Well, best of luck to you guys in the semi-final. We'll hope to see you a bit later on in the grand final, last game of the day at 4 o'clock. Thanks for joining us. And we're straight on to more knockout footy here at the National School Finals. Action from the under-13s quarter-final. It's a rematch to our game we saw earlier on. It's Tockington who are taking on Matthew Arnold, the local side from here in Oxford, at the National School Finals.
There's work to be done, timelines to be met, results to be delivered. That's what drives us. Partnering with the people who do the work. Getting more out of every hour. In a world of diverse markets, it's about listening more, talking less, truly understanding what's being said, solidifying belief and peace of mind. Collaborating and designing yellow iron built tough, built to last. Helping our partners embrace the work ahead. Day after day, month after month, year after year. It takes words backed by action, words fueled by our founder, Gary Vermeer. There has to be a better way. Not just a phrase, but a timeless mantra that lies at the heart of every machine we build. Productivity has a name. Vermeer. Equipping our customers to do more.
If you've never played touch before, this video is going to give you all the information you need to get a game going. So the game starts by putting the ball down on halfway, tapping the ball with your foot, and then you can pick it up, run and get touched. That means the ball is live. At the point of the touch, the attacker has to put the ball down on the mark, which is where you get touched, step over it. It's good to keep the ball still to make it easier for the next person to pick the ball up. At the point of the touch, the defensive team also have to retreat 7 metres, which is marked by the referee. The player who picks the ball up from the floor is called the half. They can run with it, they can pass it, but they cannot get touched and they cannot score. To score a try, your team needs to progress the ball upfield within 6 touches and put the ball down on the floor over the try line. A team has got 6 touches to progress the ball upfield and try and score a try. If you don't manage to score a try, there is a change of possession and the defending team then receive the ball. To start the ball, when it's just a change of possession, i.e. it's not been a penalty, you put the ball on the floor and perform a roll ball. Despite it saying roll ball, it's better to put the ball down still on the floor and just step over it. You must only pass backwards in this game, which means you must run the ball forwards and pass the ball backwards to a teammate. There are a number of ways you can give away a penalty. 1, you could be offside. 2, you could throw a forward pass. 3, you can make a hard touch. There are lots of other different variations, but those are the main ones. A touch game can last for whatever length that suits you. In a full game of touch, it's 6-a-side and it's 20-minute halves for a 40-minute game. However, at many events, the duration of the games vary. If you are playing a boys or a girls team, it will be 6 of the same gender or sex. If you are playing a mixed version of the game, it will be 3 and 3. If you want to be inclusive, you can play with any combination of different genders or identities that suit you.
So we'll come back to the boys under 13s, and it is our 2:30 slot at Tockington versus Matthew Arnold School. Is a replay of the game that we saw earlier. And once again, I am joined by Dom Tripp. Dom, first of all, how's the day gone? It's been wonderful.
It's been good. It's been really good. I feel the sun has come out for us. It's a little bit windy, which is nice. Gives a little bit of relief from the heat. But geez, some of the touch on display has been fantastic. The attitude has been outstanding. People are loving it.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, we just saw, we just had a great showcase of a game as well, of the over 18s versus the under 18s from the volunteers. You know, how important is it to have something like that at an event like this where people can see firsthand just what touch can look like?
I think it's everything. I think if you can see it, you can be it right, and that happens. You can apply that to so many different aspects in terms of, I don't know, male, female, what background you are, etc., etc. But I guess in terms of letting people know that there's a pathway, you know, there's a really competitive way of playing this game. I think it's great just to show them what it can be and what it can look like. So yeah, massively grateful for people giving up their time and coming to show that.
Oh, definitely, and it's been fully worthwhile because this tournament has run so smoothly, and as you say, some of the quality of touch has been wonderful to see, and you know, especially from some of the under 13s division as we've got here with Tockington.
Yeah. I've not managed to watch Tockington or Matthew Arnold today. I mean, they're two fantastic teams from the regional sort of qualifying rounds. I just, you know, have great memories of them moving the ball well, running direct, moving the ball upfield, good footwork, good teamwork. So I'm excited to see how this one plays out.
Oh, I see Matthew Arnold score, try and get over early. This is the mixed category. So we've got all males and females on the field together.
That's brilliant. Again, it's such an inclusive game. I mean, you must have spoken about it all day, but it is just so accessible and breaks down so many barriers, particularly for people at that kind of age group where, I don't know, potentially some aspects of society suggest otherwise. But it's great to see sort of boys and girls, men and women displayed as equals, as teammates, going out there playing as a team. It's fantastic.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, I always preferred the mixed game. Largely because some of the women I've had the absolute pleasure of sharing the field with would absolutely give you all the information you could possibly want at any given time, and were just amazing to be around. And it is that level of just everyone's on the same playing field, everyone's voice matters just as much as anyone else's, and you see it in the mixed game.
You do. It's an incredibly, it's a great space. It really levels out personalities as well.
Yeah.
And I think having been a part of, you know, obviously I've not played in a women's team, but as a men's team and a mixed team, they are different, and actually it's a really nice, a really refreshing environment.
Yeah.
And it's great to see people of, you know, like I said, the under 13s, your 7, your 8, just getting that sort of education that everyone's equal and everyone has value, and you work together. And actually, I was going to say some of the best players in the world that I've ever had, you know, been blessed. I mean, you look at Zan Hudson, who was chucking right to left. Look at Bronte Sykes here today. They are phenomenal players.
Yes.
Absolutely phenomenal. So it's great to see that happening out there right now.
Yeah, definitely. And the one thing I do have to shout out for this Tockington team is that earlier on they were sort of stood behind me and Will Foss, who were doing our commentary, and I had their far winger tap me on the shoulder and went, can you get the cameraman to zoom in on me when I score? And I was like, well, first of all, brave of you to assume that you're definitely going to score. I love the ambition.
Yeah.
Second of all, what have you got in store? And she was like, well, I'm going to do a great celebration. So I'm hoping that we get a good celebration moment.
Here we go.
From this Tockington mixed team. I mean, she got 2 in the game previous.
Ooh, here we go. So it's good chance of it happening.
I wouldn't count against it. I'm not a betting man, but if I was,
then it's on the cards.
It is indeed, yeah.
I mean, that's so, I mean, even like that, I mean, look at that. You've gone all right, someone's put a bit of the hammer down, they put the handbrake on, moved the ball, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 passes. You're like, this is so good. It's so good to watch. And actually, I'm excited to see how this Tockington team approach line attack, because Again, I think it's a part of the game that people who are a little bit newer don't understand just how tactical you can get around scoring. Like, it is just next level in terms of different ways you could break it down. So I'm excited to see how they go here.
Yeah, and one thing that we saw from especially this division, this under-13s division, whether it was the boys, the mixed or the women, was just how flat to the line they want to take the ball. And I think that's amazing because, you know, you don't see that with some of the regional teams that we have. You know, all the balls are passed very much sort of almost because that's what we're told to do. And whereas what we see here is playing on instinct. It is taking the ball flat to the line. It is trying to find holes. It is just finding space at the detriment of anything else. It is just all but space.
Love it. Absolutely. Like we said earlier, it's so nice to see touch being played instinctively and finding space and less focused on executing your patterns. Although, don't get me wrong, it's going to be great to see what sort of shapes they throw at each other here, because even this, I mean, you've got the ball down, they're going quick, like you said, they're trying to play the ball quickly. Interesting to see. I think the referee there is just kind of giving them a bit of a heads up, not too heavy in the contact. But yeah, it's so good. Like I said earlier, like good sidestepping, good passing, just kind of like instinctive play, which is what you want.
Yeah, and what was nice earlier, I sort of got my moment, is we might see the first score. Because, you know me, I've been around touch for a few years, I love the game, I think it's great, I admire really nice structure. We saw an under-15s team run 3 consecutive subsets and get really clean subbing transitions, which I was fangirling over.
That is fantastic.
Wilf was sat next to me going,
that's good. That's really impressive.
I loved it. St Anselm's got to big you up.
Yeah, fair play. 3
subsets in the under-15s boys and very clean subsets to the point where one of them led to a score down the other end, and I was, yes, very, very, very happy, and almost wanted to message some of my old coaches and be like, this is how we get a good subset.
Yeah, this is good. Watch this. But it's so, I mean, it's an interesting game, because today we're playing, it's an interesting length of game, 22 minutes straight, to try and sort of maximise game time and get it to flow. Good defence, great defence out on that left edge. But it's a real good tactical battle, because for those who understand how to sub and interchange their play as well, it's just such an advantage, particularly on a hot day like today.
Yeah.
Because otherwise people end up, I feel like they get stuck on the pitch for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 minutes, and all of a sudden at that point you're absolutely gassed.
Oh, good scoop.
Here we go. Here we got space on an edge, left-hand side, 2-on-1.
Yeah,
oh, great finish.
What a finish that is. Getting the ball down in stride, and Tockington open the scoring, and it all come from that scoop in the middle. And we were saying, where's the structure? Can they have some? Well, there's your scoop, and then it's executing where that space is.
That's good. Great line. So pick up the ball, running at the inside shoulder at one of the next players along, forcing them to make a decision. What I quite like there is you could almost see the Matthew Arnold player kind of covering under, like covering behind, just kind of like almost overreading the play to try and protect. But that's a great finish under pressure. I feel people underestimate how hard it is when you go catch down. It's got to be really quick, really hard work to finish that.
Yeah, I've said it once, I've said it again. One of the most thankless positions on a touch field is winger.
Oh, absolutely. And so critical, but so thankless.
Yes, absolutely.
I remember going on a tour once with England, and we had Miles Partridge come on the wing. I doubt I'll be watching, but what an incredible player.
Yeah.
And we went over, we toured down under, we kind of got it handed to us for a while, and he was the only reason we were scoring, and for some reason he was the scapegoat. And then you watch it back, you're like, oh, that's the only reason we were any good, is because of him.
It does make such a difference, and you know, I think it's something that we've seen a lot like develop, especially in touch in England, as we see Matthew Arnold's goal.
Footwork.
Unfortunately, just needed maybe an extra 3 millimeters of pace, and he was gone.
Bring back the skin tight, almost like the tight vest, almost to go right. No baggy t-shirts, kind of like behind us now.
Yeah, but in England now, you're seeing this development of like specialist wingers specifically, and I think it's just so good, like so good, so long. As the wing position in any code of rugby, as we see Tockington.
Go.
Oh, he's got
the burners.
Ooh,
here we go.
Oh, what a touch.
Great touch. I thought he was going to kick on.
They're going to go quickly. They're going to try and bait it.
Oh.
Is it
wrong line, right line? Right line.
Right line?
No.
Is it wrong line, right line?
We're hugging. I'm not sure what's going on. That's show and go. Go. Here we go. Bang, 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 bang. You were thinking he's pulling away. What an effort in defence. And the dive. Got him.
Just as well. Just got him.
Game of inches.
Just roll it so fast. And
Yeah, that's good game awareness to get up and play and realise that actually you've got enough attackers there to just get going again.
Yeah, it's superb, really superb. Love that. Tockington extend their lead to 2 tries, and this is what we saw from them in the game earlier. It is a bit of that rugby IQ, that awareness that you might not think people of this age could possess, but you know, we've literally been showing you all day. They absolutely do.
It's so impressive. It's so good to see. And actually, I think, particularly in a 20-minute game, it'll be interesting to see how they maybe approach things now, because 22 minutes, you kind of get a 2-3 point lead. It's tricky to put it back. It's hard work. You've really got to stay calm, go back to your process, think about a good quick roll ball, how you're going to break them down, how you're going to pick up a couple of scores. And if you are in the lead, you're like, well, let's control the game here. And it'll be really interesting to see how top go. Because if you're like, right, let's control the field position, let's go down there, let's go low risk.
Yeah.
Let's manage the game that way.
Yeah, part of me feels like low risk is not in their vocabulary. And it is going to be go hard.
Kind of game we love to watch.
Exactly that. As we see, Matthew Arnold score.
Oh, good dive.
Bit of an NRL finish, maybe.
Yeah, love that. Yeah, you see top it again. I'm going to shout him out again. Miles Partridge, if anyone's ever watched any time, if you haven't, you go find some of his games, because oh my lord, he's about 2 meters out in midair, still managing to get the ball down. That's such an amazing skill to possess. Great defense there.
And honestly, like, good wingers make great teams.
Yes.
I forget, I was doing a conference once, I forget who was saying it. He was like sevens orientated, I forget the coach, but he made a great point where he was like, a good winger will make a title winning team. I was just like, it's so true. It's so often a winger sort of just like in all codes of rugby, wingers are those players that don't really fit anywhere else. But in touch, it's just completely the other way around. Like, if you are a winger, you are a winger for a reason. You've got the ability to get the ball down cleanly. You can make space. You're well drilled. You know how to get to the ball quickly.
Oh, it's big moments as well, because I feel like in the driving, like maybe in the showcase game, if you're on YouTube, you go back and watch the showcase game, you see the wingers don't get too involved in the midfield, but it tends to be big reads and big moments at either end. So you're either saving a try or scoring a try, most sets, and you're like, right, well, actually, puts a huge amount of emphasis when you're like, well, if you've got anyone who can pass in the team and go over the top, you need a winger who can read well, and vice versa. If you've got someone on your team who's got a long pass, you need someone who can finish well. It's such a specialist position.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It absolutely is. I think we saw a bit of that emerging at Nationals this year as well. You know, and again, if any of the guys are watching this back after you've played today, or parents, and you're thinking, oh, I'd love to be able to watch more. Where can I watch more? Next Gen, England Touch, YouTube channels, get involved. Loads of content out there for you to watch and learn from, as we see Tockington pick a ball off in the midfield.
Here we go, broken field. This is where I think they're going to be dangerous. Good right to left.
Great hands,
go on. Go.
Go on.
Good awareness, just to reset. Here we go, good intercept. So off an intercept, the count actually goes to 0. So just in case you're wondering and watching back going, well, hold on, they've got 7 touches in this set. On an intercept, it's, scoop!
Go,
scoop down the wing! Good recovery in defence. Yeah, I was going to say, referee just picking up on that. I thought I got that wrong. But yeah, if you pick the ball up as the dummy half, the scrum half, lots of people with the 9, etc. If you get touched, it's a turnover. High risk, high reward, because you're in the blocks, you're ready to go. You can often see people breaking the line, getting behind the defensive line. It's a great tactic, but it's high risk.
Yeah, definitely, especially off that first 3 or 4 touches. It's easy touch turnover, or if you've got the gas, you go and burn.
Go. It's I love seeing it. Every now and again you see the winger scooping, and that's like elite touch nosing. It's just like fantastic. Winger's got it half and has actually picked up and ripping it down the wing, full speed. You love to see it.
One of the things that I love the most from Nationals just gone, and I want to say it was the Taipan Sharks Women's Open game. I'm not sure if it was the final or if it was their group stage meeting, and you had the wing sweeping inside, and I was just like, oh, beautiful.
Oh,
good.
Team of 6 always beats a team of 4.
Yeah.
That was, I mean, we back in the day, you used to play against teams who were very focused on the 2 middle players, and it's like, right, if you use all 6 players, we're 6 against 2, really.
Yeah, and it becomes so much easier. As we see Matthew Arnold score. Try and drive up, that might be turnover. Ref's just having a brief chat. It is indeed. And this is what I've been really enjoying about today, is just how these refs have not only played a role in making sure the game is played as we know it, but also providing a nice bit of flexibility and structure so people can learn, as we see Tockington.
No way, it's still going.
Oh. Unfortunate not to get that ball down, but my word, what a great bit of play.
So good. But no, you're right. And actually, we pride ourselves, particularly at these events, we go, you know what, we've got some amazing, amazing people to come and referee. And it can be so tricky when you're out there. Great catch pass. Oh, good finish.
Oh, she got a score.
Great finish under pressure.
Amazing.
Second down this left edge. And I'll tell you what, the catch pass here is something to celebrate.
It is a wonderful finish. And she was saying, well, I'm going to score. Well, you absolutely have.
Scoop, one pass.
One
good
step.
catch pass. Look at that, and down.
That is prime touch skills.
Fantastic. But yeah, you're right, in terms of like the people that we've got here today, just to bring it back to the conversation, we've got England international players and coaches coming to go and support, and it's something where we're like, yes, it's refereeing, but the way it's framed is very much facilitating. It's coaching people through the game. We want people to enjoy it, to come back, to learn, to see the value, to understand that there's a whole different tactical playbook that's still yet to be discovered, and just kind of guiding people through it. And that so often we get the feedback that you know, people really enjoy that.
Yeah, and I think what's really nice is, as I've been walking around today, I had a conversation between two parents, and it really did make me smile. And I hope they won't mind me sharing this conversation. If you come and watch this back, you'll know who you are. And they were saying that for schools, this is the perfect alternative to full contact rugby.
Yes.
It was like, it's the most inclusive sport that they've seen. Their kids are loving it. The schools are loving it because of how inclusive it is. And they were just singing its praises in general. And I was walking by and I almost wanted to be like, yes.
Yes,
like,
it is.
You know what I mean? Like,
I'm so glad you've got there yourself.
Yeah. But it was just wonderful. And I think now that there's so much talk about concussions in rugby, especially people under the age of 16, one alternative.
I mean, it is. I mean, if it was up to me and it was, you know, what we're going to do, I would just play this until you're physically capable to kind of support your own head and neck, really. And then you give people the choice, right? And then you go, you know what, if this becomes the biggest base for any form of rugby across England, fantastic. Like, let people refine their skills. Like we said, you see the best players in the world. Benji Marshall, Sean Johnson, Quay Cooper, Richie Mwanga, Meg Jones, Danny Waterman. I mean, they've got a touch background. I mean, Meg Jones, 2014 Swansea, she played touch for Wales. Danny Waterman, she grew up in New Zealand playing touch. She, you know, quite often refines her touch in that sort of space. You've got an amazing Abby Dow, she's current Red Rose. I mean, she plays down Thames Valley.
And actually, if you look up north as well, you've got 3 or 4 of the Sale Sharks. So Tom and Ben Curry playing touch for Crewe and Nantwich, India and Georgie Parrish-Redding also playing touch for Crewe and Nantwich that play for Sale Women's. So actually, like, there's so much interflow between the two. It's like,
it's the best kept secret.
Yeah,
it
honestly.
Really is.
Honestly, if you're wondering
so
how
good.
Tom and Ben Curry can catch and pass as they do and how big they are, they play touch. That's why.
Yeah, correct. And it is just insane. I mean, you look at, like, again, it's potentially controversial. Some of the best rugby players of any code in the world is in the NRL. Right? I mean, they are just phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. And they recognise the benefit of touch because they've all pretty much got a touch background. So when you start bringing in those names in, it's just, the list is too long to remember.
Yeah.
And what I love about this is actually, it's not one or the other. They should coexist in terms of contact and touch.
Yeah.
And you should be able to float between the two. I was down the other day actually at a rugby club, and there was a lot of people who I know through like a big sevens background, but also are currently like doing their 15s, and they were just saying, I just love it. I can't wait for the sevens to start. We start the touch league, and we just spend so much time. It's the best pre-season we're ever going to get. It's running into gaps, it's catch pass, it's running switches, wraps, it's footwork, it's communications, it's defensive reads. And they're like, we just don't get this. We get more reps over summer than we do in the entire season. And I was like, yeah, you're so right.
Yeah, and this is why I think, like, I think Max will call that one, unfortunately. But like, it's what I think is so amazing about these kids getting into this game so early. Because, like, if any of these, if their aim is to, you know, go into union or go into league, what an amazing way to develop your skill set. I mean, we saw it in the Toddington try earlier. That catch pass in one stride. Amazing.
I know. And the bizarre thing is, one moment will happen in 80 minutes, and everyone goes, it's the best piece of play of the week, player of the week.
Yeah.
Well, it happens every other minute here. It's kind of like, you're never going to get more reps in an environment that you're not going to get your head taken off and you're not going to get concussed. So to come all the way back, I think the parents are absolutely spot on. I'd say this is the best form of rugby in terms of its simplicity of rules, but the complexity of how you're going to play the game. So the more you learn, the more you develop, that there is a whole plethora of tactics, techniques and bits that you can transfer, which I just don't think exists anywhere else outside of touch.
Yeah, I think the way to nip it quite nicely, sort of into a phrase, is the ceiling is on the sort of like entry level is on the floor, and the ceiling is as high as you want it to be.
It really is, isn't it? I mean, it's anyone can play for a variety, like any shape, any size, like we said, any background. You get people who are 70 years old playing with the grandchildren, and men, women, random. It's just like the best celebration of sport and team sport.
Yeah.
But if you want to play competitively, oh my Lord, what an amazing game in terms of the speed and skill. Great footwork, go! Oh, 6-touch turnover.
So close. And we do only have a couple minutes left, and Tockington still maintain this 3-0 lead over Matthew Arnold School, and as it stands, Tockington will be benefiting and heading into the finals footy.
Finals time. I think the interesting, if you're in Tockington's shoes here, the 3 is impressive against a very good defence that Matthew Arnold bring. I think the 0 is something that you can really take some confidence into the final.
Oh yeah, very rarely do you see a 0 in a touch game.
Yeah, I was going to say, which again I love, because actually big pitches that we're playing on today. This is, again, most of the regional rounds we go to a rugby club or a school and we we just run across half a pitch. Here we've got full-size pitches, so if you don't get the feeding for it on the stream, these players have got a lot of space to defend, a lot of space.
Yeah,
you've got to work hard. And it is a warm day, so again there's going to be some tired bodies, some tired heads as we're going into sort of game 4, game 5 of the day, which will bring more space for the attack and a few more errors creeping in defence, and hopefully higher scoring games.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing that I really like about this Tockington side is not only their attack is great. Their catch and pass, their core skills are wonderful. But if you see it here, they're just like swarming, sort of flooding towards the ball, not surrendering space anywhere, always moving forward. It's
smart, isn't it? It's everyone watching the ball, everyone kind of going, do I need to move? Actually, yes I do, or no I don't. I can just prepare for the next phase. And actually you see the teams that have trained a little bit, they're always thinking one step ahead, which is I think something that people don't appreciate if you haven't played touch before, is it's so one phase ahead compared to what I would say normal traditional contact rugby, right? Normal contact rugby is like, we have the phase, let's score. And obviously that evolves over time.
Yeah.
But particularly in touch, like now you've got to be thinking, so what's next? So who's up now? Who's made the touch? Therefore, where's space? We've brought them into one edge, therefore we're going to go to the other edge. And look at this footwork, like balance, and then the decision. Yes, the decision, and then look at the speed, and that is go. What a that is literally case in point, right? Whack, 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 and then the balance and control to go actually roll ball, and we'll get them on the next one.
Yeah.
Like that's really sharp. That's great swerve off the left, good defence.
Great touch.
Great touch out there on the edge.
This has been superb. And just to imagine that these kids are, what, 12, 13 years old, like maybe some even as young as 10, 11. It is unreal to think that this could be the next generation of touch players in the UK. And I tell you what, we're in good hands.
We are in very good hands. There's going to be, I mean, regardless of what they choose in terms of what format, what code, etc. I mean, this is going to be doing bits for them in the long run, and it's so exciting to see.
Yeah, and it's what I love about like any sort of code of rugby. They all benefit each other in the long run, really. Yeah. Like everyone just gets a little bit better, and then everyone gets a bit better, and you just keep going.
Oh, I know, it's bizarre though. I mean, it will. In 4 or 5 years' time, it's going to be an absolute amazing space if people collaborate better. But at the moment, we'll do what we do. We'll focus on this, and actually, this is going to benefit so many players for so many reasons. Yeah. And it's a big shout out to Tockington as well. I think that's a very comprehensive semi-final result there, and lots of confidence as they'll be going into the final in about an hour's time.
Yeah, Tockington will take a load of confidence, not just because of the 3 scores, but because of that 0 in the other column as well. But Matthew Arnold School went well. But in the end, it was the core skills of Tockington that just took it away.
They've still got their 3rd, 4th place. I mean, top 4 schools in the country at this age group and this category. I mean, you've got to have, chest out, shoulders up, chin up. I think that's a great space to be. And there's some brilliant defensive effort, because again, you look at the footwork and the amount of time that Tockington had on the line against Matthew Arnold. And they just absorbed the pressure and absorbed the pressure, move well. And actually a few times, it's an attacking game, right? The whole thing, like the attack have the advantage. Yeah, they got over, but actually absolute credit to Matthew Arnold for how they defended and worked as a team.
Definitely, and loads of learning to take as well. Both teams putting it all out there, but on this occasion, Tockington do take the victory and will be preparing for their final in around an hour's time. But coming up for you next, we have Jags versus Dunatar in the under-15s. Dom,
This is a repeat of the Southeast final. This is huge. We went to drop off 3-on-3 in the Southeast final. It was an awesome event actually. It was the only final which went to drop off. We had about 300 kids all around the pitch, sort of cheering on. You've got the likes of Matilda Tinkerer for Jags, who's in the England girls setup, and you've got the Dunnottar girls who are just electric. 2 electric wingers.
Yeah.
It's going to be a real tactical battle, this one.
Well, I'm really looking forward to it, but we are going to take a very quick break for around 5 minutes, and then we'll bring that one to you at 3 o'clock.
If you've never played touch before, this video is going to give you all the information you need to get a game going. So the game starts by putting the ball down on halfway, tapping the ball with your foot, and then you can pick it up, run and get touched. That means the ball is live. At the point of the touch, the attacker has to put the ball down on the mark, which is where you get touched, step over it. It's good to keep the ball still to make it easier for the next person to pick the ball up. At the point of the touch, the defensive team also have to retreat 7 metres, which is marked by the referee. The player who picks the ball up from the floor is called the half. They can run with it, they can pass it, but they cannot get touched and they cannot score. To score a try, your team needs to progress the ball upfield within 6 touches and put the ball down on the floor over the try line. A team has got 6 touches to progress the ball upfield and try and score a try. If you don't manage to score a try, there is a change of possession and the defending team then receive the ball.
Well, we're back in the absolute scrum that is the Tockington team here in the commentary box. Another victory, so of course they all piled back in. I'm going to come to the very front for my first question. I mean, it's a win on a big stage against schools from all over the country. It's another big win for you guys. You've beat them twice already, the local team. How did it feel out there? How does it feel playing as a team and winning games at a sport that you're all fairly new to?
It was really good, and I think we got stronger as we played each game.
Absolutely, and you're on to another game, to a final. Do you know who you're playing just yet? Does it matter? Absolutely, well done guys. You've got such great support from your parents. I think coming all the way up from Bristol is great. Is there anything you want to say to all your parents who are currently filming most of this interview?
Oh, thank you very much for your support.
There you are guys, that's what we needed to hear. And just one last question. New to this sport, how many of you do you think are going to go away and continue to play touch rugby and maybe even push on to the nationals? The Southwest Saxons, who are from Bristol, were national champions for the first time ever this year. Is it quite exciting going forward playing in touch? Do you think it's a sport that you're going to stick with?
Definitely. 100%.
Yeah, that's what we want to hear. That is exactly what we want to hear here at the National Schools Finals in Oxford. And thanks very much for joining us, guys. Best of luck in the final and a safe journey home as well later on this evening. Thanks very much for coming over, guys. And, well, we've got 2 more games to go before we're out of time on pitch 1, and it's straight into finals. Up first, it's the under-15 girls. It's Dunnottar from Reigate who are going to be taking on the Jags, Jamie Allen's girls' school, with England under-18 international Miranda on the side as well, who scored a hat-trick last time out. Let's see if Dunnottar can stop her. That's the next game live here on pitch 1 at the National School Finals.
Sure is something to be proud of. Just remember where it came from. Think that mulch came from the home improvement store? Think again. From right-of-way preparation, commercial and residential land clearing projects, and storm cleanup, mulch comes from a lot of places, just not the home improvement store. From me and the people who make mulch, helping the world be equipped to do more.
There's work to be done, timelines to be met, results to be delivered. That's what drives us. Partnering with the people who do the work. Getting more out of every hour. In a world of diverse markets, it's about listening more, talking less, truly understanding what's being said, solidifying belief and peace of mind, collaborating and designing yellow iron built tough, built to last, helping our partners embrace the work ahead, day after day, month after month, year after year. It takes words backed by action, words fueled by...
We're back then for our very first final of the day, and it's in the under-15 girls competition. It's the Jags, the Jamie Allen's girls' school, taking on Dunatar from Reigate, not to be confused with the Dunatar from Aberdeenshire in Scotland. And it's a strong start for Dunatar. Racing down the right goes Maya Wolfson. And it's Dunatar in the blue, taking on the Jags in the red, and it's a strong start down this left-hand side for Dunatar in this semi-final. Oh, big step off the left boot, darting into the corner they go. And it's been given as the first try of the game. What a finish that is. Of course, my mistake, we are still through the quarter-final stage onto the semi-final. That's a fantastic ball, left to right, and then look at that for a step off the left boot from Lucy Hamps, who then went the length and scored. Well, let's get back on track here after another semi-final in the under-13 mixed competition. It's Dunatar against Jags here in one semi-final, and then in the other girls semi-final, it's St Bede's taking on Holme Grange over on field 3 at the same time here. So they will be through to a final. However, the next couple of games to be streamed here are the under-13 girls finals, and then the final game at 4 o'clock, the under-15s boys final. So we won't see the girls final here, but it's the Jags sliding in for a very comfortable second score, in all honesty. Made that look very easy here, and they're back to level again. Of course, we heard all about young Miranda, the England under-18 international that Dom Tripp alerted to ourselves. I'm not sure where exactly she is in the middle. It might be their scoring, to be fair. To be playing England under-18s at 15-year-olds, pretty special. But it's a well put together Dunatar side, who have a chance to respond now after being pulled back level at 1 try apiece. Good early drive from Charlotte Walker. It's whipped off the deck by Daniels, and away down the left goes Edith Delaney. Good grab from Daniels. Now to the short side they go. Great work from Jags, looking to disrupt, but it's an amazing run from Maya Wolfson. Wolfson still going here, moving laterally. Wolfson steps off the left, can't beat the first defender, and it's going to be back for a reset. Great stuff from Wolfson. Dunatar looking to get back ahead again, sliding in this time, but denied at the line. So it's going to have to be a reset here for Delaney. Oh, and again looking to sneak in down the far side there, but Dunatar have been caught, so it's going to be a reset for the Jags. So here they go down this short side, and are looking to open up the play, the Jags, all in red. Oh, what a run that is. Not enough pressure at the moment from Dunatar, and it's allowing the Jags into good position. Just teasing with the Dunatar defence. Ooh, and
Today has
not able to cross the line there, so we'll have a reset for Dunatar. It's a better defensive showing from both teams since those early scores. It's a well-populated Dunatar bench as well. So, good time here while Dunatar look to exit. Oh, they've just spilled it there, so it's going to be a big opportunity for the Jags. I was just going to take in the under-15 girls competition so far, but we'll wait and see how things go here for the Jags, who did top their pool after drawing with Belmont and beating Hans Price. So this is their first game since the pool stages, the Jags. Dunatar had to sneak through the quarterfinals against Hans Price, so both these sides have defeated that opposition. They actually drew with Holmgrange and St Bede's, so that are actually undefeated in the competition, but they've gone behind here. Again, this has looked quite simple in the end, sliding in behind. I think Sophie Daniels was just called offside there, and that has let Dunatar concede, and that's Charlotte Walker getting us back underway from the halfway mark. As we've said, after 2 draws and a win in the quarterfinals, they are actually undefeated, Dunatar. They finished second in the pool after St Bede's beat the bottom place side in that division. Here's Daniels accelerating and picking out the winger Wolfson, who can really damage sides with her fast feet. More direct from Walker. Daniels. Jackson. Back to the edge. Another touch made by Charlotte Walker. Jackson. All the way wide, and then a cutting line back into traffic. It's been cut out by the Jags, so we are going to go back to a reset here. So Belmont and St Bede's both facing off in the other semi-final. Well, in fact, it was Holmgrange who shocked us all and won their quarter-final. Although the last game of this competition will be available via the VO stream and not on this main pitch at 4 o'clock, because it clashes with the under-15 boys competition, who, having not shown the semi-finals, will get their place in the Oxford Sun in that final game. 2-1. The Jags, though, unfortunately have had to cough it up. No chance to attack the line this time, but Dunatar with plenty of time. Quick tap and great early run here. Good yards made as they head towards their bench. Delaney just caught. Good hands from Daniels off the toe. Jackson, late pass, but then look at the acceleration from Hamps, who is just about caught at the very last. A crucial intervention from Jags on that far side. Daniels. Good handling again. Oh, what a pickup that is from Wolfson. And Wolfson is going to race away to score. Remarkable stuff from Dunatar. And fantastic work from Maya Wolfson. How on earth did she pick that one up? I think neither of the Jags defenders thought she was going to grab that, because she skirted on the outside of them and has scored the equaliser. So how can the Jags respond? They've been impressive and well structured in this game, not relying on those lung-busting runs to break and open the play, but a penalty and a chance for Dunatar to take the lead again. Walker, great yards made. Someone's got to shoot up and make the touch. Instead, it's offloaded to Wolfson. What a step from Wolfson, straight through the middle, but the touch is claimed. Couple of turnovers in quick succession. Here go the Jags. Another good run. Dunatar on the retreat, but another turnover. Daniels trying to release it, caught before, but it's still with Charlotte Walker. Excellent shape on the pass, great shoot by the Jags. Really excellent touch. So slow ball for Dunatar. Delaney down the short side. Not as much yards as perhaps they were hoping to make. Here's Daniels. Holly Jackson, good acceleration. Quick ball here could spell danger, but they have to backtrack to play it from the mark. Wilson on the swivel. It's a good touch, an important one as well. Daniels. Jackson steps off the left. Again, he's caught. Good defense from the Jags. Oh dear. Another turnover. They're handing this to Dunatar a touch, the Jags. Jackson. Be a fine defensive set to keep them out from here, but they force the first touch. Jackson all the way to the edge. And here comes that acceleration again from Hamps on the outside. Hamps is going to go the length. What a finish. It's both wingers who are tearing apart this semi-final. First it's Wilson and now Hamps. Two fine finishes to take the game to Dunatar. Now they lead. And I believe in these later stages, perhaps due to the searing heat, we are going to go to a half-time. There'll be a 2-minute break, and then we will be back for the second period of 10. This was discussed as a potential option earlier in the day. And in the high heat, we are going to have a short half-time to let the players hydrate before we kick on for the next period of 10. But right on the buzzer, it is Dunatar who lead the Jags by 3-2.
Ladies and officials, this is your first afternoon. Please wait for the pitch is ready to play. Ladies and officials,
Well, I think the heat's getting to all of us here because we missed that fine effort by Maya Wilson down the short side. It was actually chalked off. So the Jags, who have now changed ends, attacking left to right in the red, are actually level and have a chance to go ahead. Don't worry though, Dunatar fans, because Lucy Hamp's excellent score right on the buzzer was given. Good confirmation from Monty Sykes, the England international, who's reffing out there at half-time. I think she's clearly explaining the penalty, which is going to gift another opportunity to the Jags. Daniels makes the touch, good pick up on the return, sliding in go the Jags again, and they take the lead. Another fine finish. That's the sort of finish you expect from a seasoned touch player. Excellent start to the drive from Charlotte Walker. Delaney, Daniels, Jackson. All the way across the line. Jackson throws a dummy. Daniels. Oh, what a step inside to get away from the touch. Finally caught, though, in midfield, Maya Wilson. Wilson. Hamps. Oh, the delay on the pass just caught her off guard for a second there. So the Jags have survived, and the seeded semi-final side who skipped the quarter-final stage are at the moment in front and hoping to make it into the under-15 women's final. Into a forward pass, but no referees on the touchline here to spot it. Good procession up the field here, but at the moment, Dunatar have it under control. Now maybe a chance to strike. You're going to have to take one more touch to get warmed up into it. Here they go. Round comes the half. Sliding through, the half needs some support here. Great offload. And that is the kind of score you will see all over the national touch scene, but at this level, it's almost unheard of. Great maturity in the carry, great dummy, glided through, didn't panic, waited for support, picked it out 4-2 to the Jags. Dunatar looking to respond, and who else but Maya Wilson to respond with a great run down the right-hand side. Daniels with a good drive, looking for options. Jackson with a good pickup. Delaney. Back against the grain comes Hamps again. Daniels. Oh, it opens up through the centre. But the Jags scramble to keep out Dunatar. Walker lays it off. Sophie Daniels. Again, it's the step from Hamps. Jackson. All the way to the edge. Walser looking to get on the outside. Again, caught. Good defence by the Jags against excellent footwork. Daniels looking to loop around on the outside. But unfortunately, the ball goes down, and Dunatar remain 4-2 down with just over 5 minutes to go in this semi-final. After this, there's 2 more games to come. Well, 3 more, sorry. There's a 3:30 and 4 o'clock kickoff, and they're all finals. Powerful drive through the centre from the Jags. We know that if they can get in within range with a touch in the pocket, they can challenge this Dunatar defence. Back to the open side. Again, it's the 2 middles just working in tandem. I wonder if anyone else is going to get involved. Now they find some other options. And maybe a bit of space out wide. Good touch. Oh, it's a turnover. All 6 up. Just a miscount there from the Jags. Wilson again looking to get on the outside. Wilson's away. Has she got the legs? Being hunted down on the outside channel. Wilson had one chalked off in the first half, but this time no one will deny her a fantastic long-range effort. That has Dunatar back in the game. Well, it's no easy feat getting on the outside of the Jamie Allen's girls' school. But Maya Wilson has managed it. What an effort. Four minutes to go. Jags will have a chance to respond. Oh no, it's been turned over straight away. What a result for Dunatar. Go, go, go from the coaching staff on the short side is the call. Step off the left boot, but have to retreat to lay it back. Good hands. Right up into the grill of Phoebe McLeod. Cloud's got to retreat there, but she didn't quick enough, so instead the Jags have it back, and Dunatar still trail with 3 minutes to go. Good first carry, Wilson there to make the touch. Good hands. Little goose step, but doesn't beat Daniels. Jags are well set. They've got 4 touches in the chamber. A long, hard day of touch rugby for these young women, but they're still battling on here. Good pick up the deck and another great slide in. And that's the 3rd long-range effort in this game that's gone over the line for the Jags. And now they're up by 5-3, and this is a textbook finish in the game of touch. And she's got the technique nailed. It's not the first time she's been able to duck under the closest challenger. And now Dunatar, unfortunately, are a long way from home with just about 2 minutes to go. 2 tries out of the contest, 2 in a row, and we could be going through to a drop-off. Good carry from Delaney. It's the dangerous Lucy Hamps on the edge, but they'll go back inside. Daniels. Wilson, little stutter step, and puts a defender to deck. Wilson back on the inside, is caught in the midfield. Still got a retreat here, the Jags. Wilson again. What does she have left in the tank? Because they look to move Latry through McLeod. Daniels. Delaney. Is there enough space on the outside for Dunatar? Charlotte Walker has found it. And now they're within 1 score with a minute to go. Dunatar and the Jags, of course, both undefeated. 2 draws in the group stage, enough for Dunatar to sneak through in 2nd place. They were then victorious in the quarter-final against the opponents from the Western Supermare, who have been everywhere today, it seems. Hans Price, a side which the Jags beat in the group stage in order to progress as group winners on 4 points after their draw with Belmont. And now with Belmont or the Grange waiting for them in the final, Jags could seal it here with 1 more. Or just take all the time in the world to eat up the touches. That is some good tactical play here from Jags. This could be it. This time, instead of the slide, she gives the pass. But I think the touch may have been made. 20 seconds to go till the buzzer here. The referee's got to make a decision soon. I think it's just going to be laid back for the Jags. They just don't give it up here. Chance, maybe. They've got to go, and they've got to go quickly. If they go the length, we'll go to a drop-off. But they haven't got long here. Off they go. It's a winding run towards the outside channel. No touch made. Is that a 2nd one missed? Oh, what a huge, huge touch that is for the Jags. That could have put an end to this Dunatar fight back, which will be ever present in the 2nd half. They've got to get moving here. The buzzer will sound any second. Nice work again on the outside from Walker. Do or die for Dunatar in the semi-final. Oh, and that's the moment. That is the moment that they may well miss out on an under-15s final.
We're gonna win.
They've got to just keep a hold here. Here come the Jags. How long remains in the game? Can't be long here. This new format. There it is. And the Jags have done it. They will jog into contact for the last time. And it's a huge victory for the Jamie Allen's Girls' School. And it's some textbook touch that's got them over the line, despite the best effort from Dunatar, who put in a fine shift, having come through the quarterfinals earlier today. But it's the top-seeded side, the Jags, who are through to a final. And there's no time to take it all in, because up next, we have a rematch in the final of the under-13 girls competition. It's Bo Hunt Wokingham back on the field against the side that, can you believe it, they were beaten by in the group stage, but they were clearly the stronger side in the pools, because it's Streatham and Clapham who opened up our account at the Oxford National School Finals, who will be on next here on Pitch 1.
My name's Jade Walker. I'm a PE teacher at Jags School. I think touch is a great sport. I think it's very inclusive and the girls have to work together in order to play the sport. I think women's rugby is growing so much, it's a great way to get the sport into girls' schools, start them from young, and then they can slowly transition into women's.
Had any of the girls played any oval ball sport before you introduced touch?
I think some of them have played before, but they don't have much knowledge. But since that they've played, they are absolutely loving it. And I think introducing it into the curriculum will really help get more girls involved.
And in terms of a competition like this, for them to come up against fellow schools in this kind of age group from across the southeast, how good is it for them? A, for their development, but also to see what touch is like as a competitive sport.
Definitely, I think these tournaments really help the girls grow. I think like playing is the best way to learn. It's all easy explaining the rules, but if you don't actually play the sport, then it's really hard to understand. And I think even watching other schools that might not have as much experience, like through the day, you can see how much they grow as a team.
It's fantastic. Having so many schools and so many mixed grades and also girls rugby involved within this development scheme, it's fantastic. It's something that I think needs to be developed a bit more so that we can see a lot more skills and a lot more development within players in schools who have never played rugby or who are looking to improve their skill set. This has been a fantastic experience for us as a first timers coming to the competition to see the different skill sets within all the different schools. It's been fantastic. It's allowed our school to improve on their skills and allowed us to see where we could get to in the next few years when we come back.
It's our turn now.
Sure is something to be proud of. Just remember where it came from. Think that mulch came from the home improvement store? Think again. From right-of-way preparation, commercial and residential land clearing projects, and storm cleanup, mulch comes from a lot of places, just not the home improvement store. From here and the people who make mulch, helping the world be equipped to do more.
There's work to be done, timelines to be met, results to be delivered. That's what drives us. Partnering with the people who do the work. Getting more out of every hour. In a world of diverse markets, it's about listening more, talking less, truly understanding what's being said, solidifying belief and peace of mind.
It's our first of three finals, back-to-back here at the National Schools Finals here. It's a rematch of a game that took place earlier in the day in the pool stages. It's Streatham and Clapham, and they're taking on Bohunt Wokingham. Of course, we saw Bohunt Wokingham win 5-0 in their quarter-final after finishing second in the pool. Bit of a one-man band at times with a fantastic winger on the far side. But in the pool stages, they were beaten 6-0 by this Streatham and Clapham side, who walked through their semi-final with a 5-4 victory over Waxop, but that could well have been the final, because Bohunt Wokingham, they beat Holme Grange by just 1 point as well, so two really close games in the end. It's Bohunt Wokingham, Joe, who'll get us underway here, and in their pool game that we took in our quarter-final that we took in, they defended really well, and then they took it to their pace merchant on the wing, who scored 5 tries.
Yeah, and a part of me thinks that that will be the recipe for success here. If you can find the pace on the outside, I think she's currently in at Link. I want to say, which
on the far side indeed.
Yeah, which might actually help because you want to run the ball more often and give her someone really wide outside to show the dummy to and then burn through the gap. So that'll be an interesting one. However,
turnover and a quick break down the short side by Alana Ettman. Dug off the deck by Trixie Alcazab. And then in by Nia Ofashombe. We've been given a couple of names and then a couple of players unidentified. We're going to do our best with characteristics that have been given to us by the coaching staff here on the short side. Here's Ofashombe again.
This is where we earn the money, Wilf. This is where it separates the boys from men.
Over the top, ball to ground, just couldn't pick out Minnie Gordon-Stewart. So it's going to be a turnover instead. Again, this defence from... oh, in fact, I think they're going to come back for the touch, which is a good moment.
It looks like a tap penalty, so maybe an offside call.
Alcazab draws it in. Numbers on the outside. Here they go. Gordon-Stewart.
Oh, great hands.
Finds the winger on the edge, racing towards it, flying across to make the touch. Comes the opposite winner, I believe, on Margot Orr, who almost made it in.
And what I really like about this Streatham and Clapham team is they do threaten the outside edges loads, but it might actually favour Bow Hunt because that's where they defended for basically the entire game in their semi-final.
Oh, show and go, Fosing through over the top, just through the fingertips of Alana Ettman.
Oh, how unfortunate. Lovely identification. Gets in the pocket of that defence and then looks to throw long, but ball just falls a little bit short. So Bow Hunt again needs to go from deep, but they're very static, and now they give it the gas man. And she creates something from nothing. I mean, we saw her do it 5 times in the semi.
And then in this final, it's expected to be a much closer game than the group stage, which S&C won 6-0, Streatham and Clapham. All the way wide, but it's fantastic tracking from Ettman. Bit of space back on the inside are coming together between Ofashombe and Ettman.
Yeah, good hands over to the wing, but unfortunately just goes to ground. So both teams making some unforced errors early.
But crucially, Bow Hunt making them in the more difficult areas to defend. First touch, Gordon-Stewart. Trixie Alcazab. Kazab with a good run. Slow ball now. Ofashombe keeps a hold of it smartly. Don't want to lose possession there.
Great snipe there from the wing as well. She came all the way from her wing to make that touch.
Here's another penalty though, Joe, and a big chance for Ofashombe.
Yeah, she was very impressive in the game we saw earlier. We've literally not seen these.
Oh, fast feet that time from Alcazab. It's a much closer game than the last time they met where it was 6-0, but it is, for the moment.
Well, that might be the opener.
Oh, S&C.
Oh, she definitely made the touch. It's just whether if it was a case of ball down first, and it wasn't. What a touch.
Such a big touch there to Delay Alana Ettman.
As we see them work it back down this short side.
It's an awfully hot afternoon here.
Yeah.
And that's going to have an impact on these finals. They've played a lot of touch already in the sunshine here in Oxford. It's one of the hottest days of the year so far.
Oh, quickie, open side quickie.
Oh, almost on there, but the pass was away from Trixie Alcazab.
Oh, another penalty though for offside.
It's a second penalty in quick succession here.
And we know what happens if they get a third. Then one of the defenders will have to be sent for the rest of the possession, which we've not seen yet.
Be a tough call at this level, but rules are rules.
Actually, that's a really good point. I do wonder if that will happen.
Let's wait and see if another penalty is given away first.
Give away a penalty. Go on. For research purposes.
For research purposes only. Oh, was that a touch? Offside is the call, which allows Alcazab to procession onwards.
Yeah.
And that's the opening score. And in the end, it is another penalty call, but they aren't penalised for it because the score is instead given. Good advantage played. And Trixie Alcazab has the opener. And we have enjoyed all of this first quarter of the under-13s final. In the Bow Hunt Wokingham half, the chance for them from the tap on the halfway to challenge S&C for the first time.
So, yeah, straight away, give it to the gas. Oh, there's an opportunity here.
Oh,
almost away on the outside. It's good work from Minnie Gordon-Stewart.
Yeah, I'd love to see her, because I think she always sort of favours stepping off that left foot and trying to get over on the far side. I'd love to see if she could come back against the grain and come and hit on this left-hand edge, so step off the right.
More great pace, though, on the outside from Bo Hunt Wokingham, but then a pass into midfield. Simple enough, but put down, unfortunately, there.
Oh, good touch.
Important touch as well from Bo Hunt Wokingham, who are one down here. You know how quickly that Streatham and Clapham can work their way up the field.
Yeah.
Here he goes near off a Chambé with plenty of space. Passed off target. See what she's trying to do there.
I love the little giggle after she threw it as well. She was like, I know that's not great. I'm sorry.
Here come Bo Hunt Wokingham looking to get on the outside. It's their key player again. And unfortunately, the pass on the outside channel has just gone to ground.
Yeah, and I think maybe the heat playing its factor here.
And a quick response as well. Down the left-hand side, I think it is Margot Orr trying to get away. Plenty of yards made, though, for Streatham and Clapham. Another great drive, and straight through the centre goes Gordon-Stewart, and waved on by the referee. Minnie Gordon-Stewart is going to score a second for S&C. And in this, our first final on the live stream today, Streatham and Clapham are up by 2.
Yeah, wonderful identification. See it on the replay. You roll the ball, there's that one feed, and then just sticks the hammer down and goes through the gap.
She stops for a moment, double check with the referee, and Bronte just says, nah, get on with it, go.
I love that, I love that. It's almost like, ref, I'm not running if it's not worth it.
Not in this weather. Not in this weather. Bo Hunt Wokingham with a tap on halfway, 6 touches to go. Can they threaten for the first time? It's Gavi Villa-Martin who makes the first touch.
Ooh.
That's a tough pass to throw in this sort of weather.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because, you know, Bo Hunt have really struggled to get to the line, and I think a big part of it is the weather. He's just, you know, maybe throwing some of the passes that might have stuck earlier on in the day that unfortunately aren't right now because it's so hot. You've been running literally all day, and I think it's fair to say that the team that had the break because they secured their semi-final spot are feeling a little bit more fresh in the legs.
Of course, Bo Hunt had to come through that semi-final, which they won 5-0. And then they had to come through a really close semi-final as well. So that one extra game in the legs of Streatham and Clapham.
It'll make all the difference as well.
Although finally a pass doesn't go to hand for them, so a bit of a break.
There's great momentum up the box.
For Bo Hunt.
She'll take the ball back as well. So 2 good touches up the middle. Just having to take it back.
Just a little bit slow off the floor here. I mean, that is a sign of the times. It's a very long day for these players who are inexperienced in the game of touch rugby. Still battling hard here, but look at the line speed from Streatham and Clapham, and they forced that error.
Yeah.
Excellent work from Etman and Offa Chambé.
And the line speed is a credit to fitness as well, because like, you may think that you are sport fit, but you have not tested your fitness until you've played a game of touch rugby.
Villa-Martin almost to the line, off the deck from Offa Chambé. Al-Kazab forced back to the 7. Offa Chambé. Al-Kazab again is caught. Someone's got to flick a switch here for S&C. Nice step, almost through for a second, Gordon-Stewart. It's really slow, the pace of play at the moment. But we know that Streatham and Clapham have the quality just to turn it on like that.
What a
Trixie
ball.
Al-Kazab out wide to
ball.
Villa-Martin. Another score, 3 up, and Al-Kazab, try score return creator. Villa-Martin on the edge to benefit. What a finish. And Streatham and Clapham are now up by 3 in this final.
Yeah, and what a ball that is. What a decision from Al-Kazab. Right foot step, evades a touch, and then lovely left-hand pill to the wing. And Streatham and Clapham take a very commanding lead into half-time.
3-0 at the break, halfway to their score when they met in the group stages, which was 6-0 to the London-based side. But for Wokingham, they've got some work to do. Streatham and Clapham up by 3 in the half-time period in this, our first final of the day, live on pitch 1 with 2 more to come.
Seconds, please.
Second half to come in our first final of the day here. It's Streatham and Clapham with the tap. Off goes Mia off of Shombe, and I'm feeling a lot more protected from the sun now that I've been handed a brand spanking new bucket hat from Brave Mind, England Touch's official charity partners, who have been here all day providing support for young people who are suffering with their mental health and providing workshops on how to deal with the challenges that these young people face. It's been a great cause, and good to see them involved in England Touch, which is such a welcoming and well-respecting community already. So it's good to see they've got that mental health support, which is such a big part of elite sport nowadays, as S&C, Streatham and Clapham, are on the front foot. Already up by 3 in this final. Off of Shombe, Gordon Stewart. Oh, just whips one across, slapped down by a Beau Hunt Woking player, but I think that pass was always off target, so they're going to give it back to Beau Hunt Woking to play with. Well, it's good hands to get through the initial press, and there's the touch taken. Still a long way from home. Oh, nice footwork to get on the outside of the defender. Off of Shombe, comes off her line to make the tackle. Direct again from Beau Hunt Wokingham. Oh, great pace on the outside. That's the other really quick young woman in this Beau Hunt Wokingham side, posed out on the wing. But again, it's a good line speed from Nia off of Shombe. He's had a great final. Oh, almost a perfect read, but instead it's a way through for Beau Hunt Wokingham, but the final touch made by Gabby Veer-Martin means it's possession back again for the leaders. What a step off the right boot from off of Shombe. Unfortunately just drops it there on the way through, but it's going to be given back possession. Joe Wright still alongside me for this semi-final.
Yeah, it's really interesting what's happening at the moment. Is Beau Hunt look like they've come out with more energy in this second half, and we'll really need to start capitalising on some of the errors that are creeping in from Streatham and Clapham. However, S&C will have a good opportunity at the line, which we've seen them take all too many times today.
Almost a turnover for the loose ball, but instead we're going to go back for the touch. Off of Shombe, Veer-Martin. Off of Shombe again. It's a loose ball, but it's a fantastic take from Minnie Gordon Stewart. Oh, great step from Gordon Stewart again.
Hopefully, Beau Hunt Wokingham will be able to get some go forward. Just a little bit stop-start. You see when they're receiving the ball, it's from a static start. They're having to sort of generate that momentum artificially rather than using the momentum that could appear. That's really good. And again, a little bit slow. Just making it a little bit more difficult for Bo Hunt.
Already 4 minutes gone in this second half. They'll be more than comfortable where they are at the moment, S&C, up by 3. And other than a semi-final where they were actually taken all the way by Worksop by 5-4 in the end, they haven't really struggled at any point in this competition. They are the standouts and they deserve to make this final. And they've won back possession with another good defensive set.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Streatham and Clapham. I think the athleticism of some of these middles are just brilliant and really starts to set them apart.
What a run that is. Margot Orr.
They're just taking a moment, taking in the sights.
No need for them to rush things here, with the buzzer beckoning 5 minutes away, and they're already up.
Oh, really good pace from the line speed. Getting up, making touches, but Bo Hunt will need a little bit more than that if they want to really threaten this final.
Etman lays it back for Ofashombe towards the edge. Oh, good step. Racing away onto the inside, weaving through the defence, eventually caught. Good touch by Bo Hunt Wokium.
Yeah, and do I spy our 2 finalist teams warming up on either? Well, one of them having a group photo, and the other one warming up.
The men's side who opened up the day from Birmingham.
Yeah, I believe so.
Checking their team sheet. Buried.
Well, let me have a look. I've got yeah, Simon Langton and Alcester Grammar School.
Alcester Grammar and Simon Langton, who topped their pool as well.
Yeah.
So the right final in the men's under-18 competition, you'd think.
Yeah, and I'll also say...
What a run this is, though, by Bo Hunt Wokium. And then stopped.
Simon Langton, don't know what you feed your boys, but considering they're all under 15s, some of them have got lats and delts that some of the men's open would be pretty proud to have. There are
a couple of them encroaching on
big old
6
units
foot as well. They're a mature side, and also the only side I've seen today who are rocking the vests, which is a good option given the weather.
Also pretty brave considering how hot it is, with how fierce the sun is. So
I hope they've got plenty of sunscreen in the
there might be some
camp.
There might be some drumstick squashy shoulders going on at the end of today.
At the moment, though, we're still in this women's under-13 semi-final, which is slowly ebbing away from Bo Hunt Wokium. Might have a bit of space out wide. Into the corner they look to go. Great acceleration on the outside.
Oh, yes.
And they have waited patiently, but they do have their first score.
Yeah, and who is it? It is the gas man once more. It goes around and gets the score in the corner. Again, it's just this really good injection of pace. And they notice that the defence is really narrow, so they give it the pace, goes around the outside, and then easy finish in the corner in the end, benefiting from her good footwork. But Bo Hunt will need more of that. 2.5 minutes left to go, 2 tries the deficit. Stranger things have happened in a game of touch.
It will be game over, though, if they can score another. Back onto the field, Trixie Alcazab. Oh, she's just phased right through. And is that the final? Good heavens, Alcazab made that look simple.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but Alcazab having a hand in every score?
I think so, except for the one which she wasn't on the field for. Yeah. Other than that, it's been all Alcazab. Let's have another look at just how easy that was for her. Oh, well, all we really need to see is how nonchalant she reacted after scoring. That might just seal it, ball down as well.
Yeah.
There's a minute and a half to go. But a chance to reflect on this Streatham and Clapham side.
Yeah.
Come up from London today, this competition. A testament to them that Bo Hunt have made the final having come out of their pool. So they were clearly challenged in the group stages and still managed to put 6 points past them.
Yeah.
Came through a really tight semi-final, which isn't always easy to do after a stoppage.
Feat.
What a run this is.
Oh,
and
great feat.
The final say will be Minnie Gordon-Stewart's. Try score in the first half. and a fantastic score in the second.
Yeah, and a nice little celebration happening in the midfield as well. There's some moves being busted out there. Great little bit of footwork just to get around the outside. There was that little pump as well to fix the winger, and then uses the acceleration to get through. But I completely agree with what you're saying about Streatham and Clapham. Done really well to get to this point. Really fully deserved the victory here, but you've got to take nothing away from Bow Hunt. And they've gone really hard, and you know, in the end, you were in the same pool as the winners. You then came second, you had an extra game, and then you came all the way through back into the final anyway. And I feel like it's the right two teams who have made it here, and they both can be very happy with their performances.
But it is a better performance by Bow Hunt Wokingham in this final than when they played in the group stage.
Yeah.
And that will please the coaches after a very long day of touch rugby. There goes the buzzer. Ball down, so that is the final. And your under-13s girls champions of the biggest schools nationals finals there have ever been, with Try Rugby, Vermeer and England Touch, are Streatham and Clapham, a side full of players who have got long histories, long futures I should say, in the game of touch if they choose to, or in elite sport wherever they end up. There's a fine set of athletes, and they're two very permeable and lovely coaches as well. Will be pleased with this result as well. They seem like a really well put together unit, and they should be really pleased with their final score.
And again, a great bit of celebration happening at the moment. Fully deserved the victory. Kick your boots off, enjoy your work, go and get your medals and trophy. At the end of the celebration, I think we are going to try and grab someone to come and have a very quick interview with us before we head on to our final game of the day, which will be our under-15s boys final. Simon Langton versus Alcester Grammar School. Not seeing Simon Langton yet on live stream. A little bit of an unknown entity, but topping their group, and Alcester Grammar School, who showed us brilliant structure earlier. That'll be coming up for you in around 6.5 minutes time. And I do believe Wilf is working his way over with a couple of the players from Streatham and Clapham.
My name's Jade Walker. I'm a PE teacher at JAG School. I think touch is a great sport. I think it's very inclusive and the girls have to work together in order to play the sport. I think women's rugby is growing so much, it's a great way to get the sport into girls' schools, start them from young, and then they can slowly transition into women's.
Had any of the girls played any oval ball sport before you introduced touch?
I think some of them have played before, but they don't have much knowledge. But since that they've played, they are absolutely loving it. And I think introducing it into the curriculum will really help get more girls involved.
And in terms of a competition like this, for them to come up against fellow schools in this kind of age group from across the southeast, how good is it for them? For their development, but also to see what touch is like as a competitive sport.
Definitely, I think these tournaments really help the girls grow. I think like playing is the best way to learn. It's all easy explaining the rules, but if you don't actually play the sport, then it's really hard to understand. And I think even watching other schools that might not have as much experience.
Well, ahead of our final game of the day, I'm delighted to be joined by Margot, Trixie and Nia, all fantastic performers in that last game. First of all, I'll come to you, Margot. Well, a win at the biggest ever national school final. It's got to be a great moment for you, but also for Streatham and the rest of the school.
Yeah, it was really great with all our amazing teachers and all the amazing teammates as well.
Trixie, you had a part to play in almost every try scored in the final. That's a fantastic performance. What's your experience like of touch rugby? Have you had much before, or is it all new today? And if so, how have you found it?
So I started touch in September, and I'm in the England under-15s, but touch is just an amazing game to play. I think it's just a great team sport.
You've got a long future rising up the ranks as well. And finally, Nia, well, it's a great team you seem to have put together. They're all watching on in the interview, the coaches as well. What's it like playing with such a close group of friends and to have so much success with them as well?
I think it's so good because we all go to the same school, so we can keep playing with each other as we go up in the years, and how much we've grown together is just amazing. So it's so much fun.
Well, congratulations to all of you, and we've got to hand straight back over because we're already in to our final game of the day. It is the boys under 15s final, and it's a second time on the live stream for Alcester Grammar. Let's jump back over to the game. Congratulations to all three of you, and have a safe journey home.
Oh, so welcome back. Simon Langton take a 1-0 lead in this under-15s final against Alcester Grammar School. And Alcester Grammar using their footwork and, I've got to say, complimenting the hat wear. We see a couple bucket hats on display. And Alcester Grammar dragging over to the link channel, trying to check away from a couple, but that will be 6 touch and turnover.
Last game of the day, and they've flown straight into the final. They've kicked off a few minutes early. Dom Tripp trying to catch us out, is he? But of course, it is Alcester Grammar in this final, and they're playing in the all-red up against, as we mentioned during the last game, Simon Langton in the vest. The Jags are taking on St Bede's elsewhere in the final of the under-15 girls competition, but we are firing ahead here with, of course, Alcester Grammar taking the score early.
Yeah.
Quick touch from Alcester, of course, in that all red. With the white numbers in the final. Fantastic to see, isn't it?
What do you mean, reliable team sheets?
And a bucket hat as well to boot. Well, good to get one of those out. Lovely work. We're, of course, in our bucket hats from Brave Minds, the charity partners of England Touch, who are here today to teach these young people how to deal with problems going on in their life. But it's great to see them on the field as well, that bucket hat.
And people in our team.
And Kian Plandano's got the hat on as well. Here goes Morgan Nabby.
Yeah, I want to see a little bit more structure here from Alcester.
Lappin to the edge. Nice footwork. Good delay on the pass from Dirijanau. And, well, that's a turnover, so it will remain 1-0 to Alcester Grammar.
And it is good work from Alcester Grammar at the moment. Really good bit of footwork to evade some touches, and the momentum in the midfield is impressive. They hit the link. Now this is a great bit of footwork. I want to say that this Alcester Grammar link here, his face is I recognise the face a touch, and I want to say he might have played for Invicta last tournament for the NTS, but I do not hold me on that. If it is the same person, he is one to watch for as we see him tracking all the way over, looking at the wraparound, ball bounces to the wing, saving touch as well.
And it's Alcester Grammar there making the touch. And here goes Simon Langton again. Simon Langton. Oh, good ball into the midfield that might open up Alcester for the first time. They got 2 over. Delay on the pass. 1 ball over the top, diving into the corner, can't make it. Well, good start for Simon Langton in this final. So these are the 2 group leaders going into the day. Simon Langton took down Hans Price and Red Hill Academy, while Alcester Grammar, of course, drew with Edgecliff and Egglescliff in a game we saw, and then beat St Anselm's, the Liverpool-based side. And then going into the corners, St Anselm's victorious, and as were Egglescliff, which you expected. That set up 2 tough semi-finals for these 2 teams. But Simon Langton took down Egglescliff 6-1. That's the team that drew with Alcester Grammar early in the day. And Alcester Grammar School beat St Anselm's 4-1 quite comfortably in the end. So neither of these sides really challenged in the semi-final stages. But I think Simon Langton the slight favourites given those results, and they are up by 1. Good little break down the midfield by Alcester Grammar. Effort to lay it back though from Theo Andreu.
Yeah, we want to see Alcester go back to that structure that we saw them, have great success with in the pool stages. That's a nice ball out to the link.
Andreu caught. Lloyd Andreu, good touch again from Simon Langton.
And it's great physicality here from the Simon Langton boys. Good
Weaving
athleticism.
away on the inside. Can't get away from Luke Lloyd.
I tell you what, me and Dom Tripp were talking about specialist wingers. He is as specialist winger as I've seen. About 6 foot of him. I'm talking
and here we go. Look at this acceleration. Stepping off the left boot.
He's gone.
And what a run this is. Will anyone catch him? One man over. Great tracking from Alcester Grammar. Great work from Woodhead. And they have turned it over, but goodness me, where on earth did Simon Langton pull a player like that from? He just came alive.
Yeah, I honestly, I really do feel like I played against this guy last weekend when he was playing for Invicta.
Zach Adams lifts it off the deck, so they've got some experience in here, this Simon Langton side.
Yeah,
Andreu. Lloyd carries it on. Nice ball on the inside, Woodhead caught. Put a bit of momentum maybe. Lloyd, Andreu.
Yeah, well done. Really good platform. Now they need to strike from it. A little bit static.
Jin Lal. Oh, it looks to get on the edge, but I think he's been caught. Great acceleration to deny Jin Lao, who's a danger already, having scored a couple in their 5-all draw with Egglescliffe. The last time we saw Alcester Grammar on the live stream, and they've done so well to make the final.
I tell you, if I could be really sort of like hypercritical,
which I think you're allowed to be at the very final of the. Yeah, these are the top sides in the competition.
It's sort of what I'm thinking. Alcester, when we saw them earlier, their line speed was really impressive, and they drove really direct. And I know that this is the last game of the day, and I mean, like, we've got an easier job than you guys. We're sat underneath the sun in our bucket hats with a glass of water.
And we're still knackered, though.
Yeah, and we're knackered. So God knows what it feels like to be, you know, in your shoes. But it's just picking up that line speed a little bit and finding that directness in attack, because the one thing that Simon Langton are really doing well is exactly that. Taking that ball flat to the line, loads of depth, loads of momentum, and I think if Alcester can find their own, they'll find success here.
Woodhead back on the inside. Lappin is there at the half. Zach Adams. Lappin.
Well done.
Adams. Options inside and out. Looks to draw the touch. Can't find it. Woodhead this time is caught.
Go.
And they've got to go quickly, but they didn't get there in time. So a chance for James Lappin to reset. Adams. Now the touch. Lappin with the pickup. Trying to catch them offside. Adams. Chop tackle. Akin to rugby union. But touch made first.
Oh, and they get penalised for throwing the ball away.
That's a shame. Bit of extra yardage for Simon Langton, who can definitely penalise you from there.
Yeah, and the last thing you want is to give someone like this 3 yards. That's wonderful momentum.
Simon Langton, the grammar school for boys based in Canterbury.
Yeah,
down in Kent.
well, it definitely is. It definitely is Invicta, because Invicta are Canterbury.
So the new Canterbury-based side.
Yes.
So that makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
Up against Alcester Grammar, who are just around Birmingham way. There we go. Acceleration again. Popping it over the top of Jin Yao.
Bit of a scrag.
What a touch it is, actually, from Andreu. Crucial. Still they attack on the front foot. Good control by Simon Langton.
Yeah, the core skills are really good as well. Oh, little
step.
goosey.
Where are you going to go with it? Unfortunately, the ball is on the deck. So,
ooh, I'm loving that. I'm loving that for the ref. Right, this is tap-off move, please. 10 metres shy of the tap-off, but they want it. Great meters.
Good
over
carry
halfway.
by Adams. Licked off the deck by Lappin. Woodhead. Lappin, Adams. Adams draws another touch.
This is the momentum that you need. I wonder if they can find some sort of strike.
Well, there was one more ball out to the left-hand side for Green.
Yeah.
But Woodhead was caught. Here's Lappin again. Zach Adams. Patience is the call from the touchline. But now they look to strike. They got 2 over here. And again, it's a good touch made. And that'll be half-time. Early call from the referee just before the buzzer goes.
Yeah.
But in the heat, I think no one knows better the strains of being out there all day than the referee.
Yeah.
because she's been there for every single game of the day so far, which is remarkable.
And played the...
and played the exhibition game as well.
Yeah.
No rest for the wicked. At half-time in our final game of the school's national finals, it's a tough one, it's a tight one. But it's Simon Langton who scored the early try, and they lead by one unanswered try to Alcester Grammar School, who's looking to still get back into the game. Well, we're back straight away for this last final. Apologies for the early start. It was out of our control, but we are synced up now with 10 minutes to go. And Simon Langford with a singular try advantage. Some great defence from Alcester Grammar has kept them out, but they've got 7 at the half and are looking to strike early here. Winding off his wing. Great line, straight through the centre. Diving back to make the touch. I'm not sure that he got there.
What a line. You saw the ball carrier point to where he wanted to go. You'll see it here on the replay. Look, he's showing, he's good. Get in there, get in there, get in there. Love it. Simon Langton double their lead. And it's a mirror image of the first half. Early score once again in the second half. 2 tries.
Great effort from Scragg. But a penalty has given plenty of yards.
Tell you what, it's a unique one, that, and I'll give you a bit of insight. So what this is not returning the ball back to a player or the centre mark. So if you don't return the ball, or it's obvious that you've not made any effort, you get a 10-metre penalty from the restart. So the try still counts, but you get a penalty, you give away the penalty from the restart. So you don't often see them. It's a nice call from the refs.
You'll notice it in elite levels of touch. When they score, they always just kick it straight back to the centre for that reason.
Yeah. Because at least then you can say, ref, I've been trying to...
Kian Plandana's little pass there just went off target, but he's on defensive duties there for Alcester. And makes another touch, 3 in quick succession. Good pick up though by Simon Langford. Ball back on the inside.
Oh, there he is, there he is. Look at the footwork.
Oh, through the cat flap as well. And a step just puts a Alcester defender to deck. Great work from Simon Langton.
Trying to find this outside edge, dummy wraparound.
And it's worked a treat, and this should be another score. Great cover defence from Joel Ledgard.
They say this hooter isn't for us.
We're running on our own time here in the final. Hand should do it.
Oh, what a take! What a finish! No way!
Has it been given as a forward pass? I think they're letting it lie.
Oh,
goodness me, what a grab.
Let's see this again. Oh my God, what a finish.
Like a salmon.
Oh,
goodness me, what a take. I have no interest in whether or not that pass was forward. Because with a grab like that, it deserves a score. And Simon Langton have 3.
Oh my word. Take
also,
a bow.
unrelated, Joe, but jinx again. for the second time today.
Hey, we'll go for 3. We'll go for 3.
Alcester Grammar on the drive. Luke Lloyd carries it forward. Here's Adams. Lloyd. They'd love an early score here to try and restore some parity. Floated over the top. Andreu drops to deck, but I think he was touched on the way down.
Yeah, good line speed.
Oh, good line speed as well from Simon Langton. Here's Adams. Not much on here for the moment for Alcester. A good scoop could challenge them here. Missed pass!
Oh, they're going for their own. They're going for their own salmon finish.
Joe Ledgard just beyond him.
Oh my word. I tell you what, if you thought the first one was good, the second one was almost better. Some of the athleticism on display here is just obscene. There's a great little bit of footwork to make up the yards on first, and then the wraparound play. This is danger. There's blood in the water here. And Simon Langton, they know it.
Langton racing away. Look at the footwork.
Oh, he might go. He might just go. He
What a
will just
finish.
go. That is horrible.
Goodness me, Simon Langton have put on a masterclass in the second half. They were made to work so hard in that first set of 10. Just a really early score. In the second half, they've created some unbelievable tries. And it was going to take something pretty special to break through this Alcester Grammar defence.
Yeah, and special it was, because that footwork is just diabolical. I mean, you know, in touch, you know, any touch on any item of clothing, on a piece of hair, it all counts. You know how good your footwork's got to be able to get away from any of that. Especially when you're crowded by 4 or 5 defenders, it is just unreal.
Physical touch on Plandano there. He's come on to try and stop the rot for Alcester Grammar. Oh, it's just been put down. It just came off the fingers there. That's happened to every one of us who's tried to catch anything in the shape of a rugby ball or similar. But look at the drive from Simon Langton.
Oh, straight up the guts. It's wicked intent from Simon Langton. Not content with 4, they want 5, they want more.
They could kill this final with another score because it becomes a bit of a mountain to climb for Alcester Grammar.
I tell you what, this little lad, he's got a lot to go for him as well.
Oh,
Great
lovely
footwork.
work. They've all got plenty of footwork and plenty of skill like that. Pass over the top, but touch and pass is the call.
Yeah, touch and pass, easy call. Great, well spotted from the refs.
Weaving inside and out that way, Morgan Nabney. Plandano almost through, forced to retreat and lay it back. Lappin. Scragg.
Looking for the quickie, half's a little bit slow.
Plandano to the open
wing.
side. What a take that is. Fired into the path of
what a touch.
Daryl Ginnal, and great touch out wide there.
What a superb touch. Diving over, I think there's a little bit of chat that's going on. I think Bronte's asking if he definitely made the touch. The player's saying, yes, I did.
So Ginnal forced to retreat. Gonna be a tap though. Oh, Lappy goes himself. Forced back to the 7. Lappin takes the touch. Quick pick up. Lappin again. You can see the arms up, hands on head in the box here. Tense moments for Alcester. They know the game is ebbing away for them here. Lappin on the wraparound and on the swivel to the open side. Where's he off to? Tapped over the top. Ginnal has to come a long way back to collect it, but it's a good carry.
Oh, they recycle this so well.
Nabney. Touch taken. That's 4 up, says the referee. Lappin.
Got a touch. I want to see if they can use a little bit of structure. Use some of those quickies we saw earlier on in the day, boys. That's 5. People have got to hit the line, have they? Diving. That could be ball down.
Touch made.
Oh, they give the penalty, and I'll tell you what, Simon Langton have subbed 2 players. If they go quickly, there's an overlap.
Lappin. Oh, he goes himself. James Lappin.
Oh, good touch.
But it's a big touch. Alcester still can't get on the board. Laid back for Nabney. Lappin. Good footwork, but it hasn't opened up. Lappin again. Forced back. Another good touch from Simon Langton. They're still working hard here, despite their advantage. Good pickup. Whipped back over the top by Kian Plandano, but it's a fast touch to deny them again. Scragg over the top.
Oh, that'll
Ball
be
is
6 more.
loose. See the referee waving her hands there. But it's going to be no way through still for Alcester.
Ooh, risky pass.
And it hasn't worked out for them just yet.
No, need to just use a little bit of width here.
Lappin.
Find some structure.
Plandano. Plandano looking to get on the outside. Puts it
Oh.
wide, but the pass is right behind Harry Green. Would have been some take. Unfortunately, eventually, Simon Langton get it back. And they still lead by 4. And there's only a minute and a half to go in this final. And all they've got to do is burn their touches and they'll be champs.
Yeah, and I've got to say, Alcester spent around 3 minutes on that Langton try line and just couldn't quite find the key to unlock the defence. Oh, great bit of footwork. I tell you what, this young lad's one of my favourite players I've seen all day. I love him.
Oh, soft hands, but it just didn't have enough on it. Undercooked.
Yeah, there's something about a diminutive, bouncy figure that just, like, in touch, you just go, yeah, you're wicked. You've got a bit.
Here come Alcester. Good carry from Scragg. Plandano.
Yeah.
Oh dear, that's tough.
Tell you what, it's not being made any easier under this heat, is it? You thought, you know, these
Absolutely
performances, it's difficult to manage in the heat. Not to mention the breeze, any long ball that you throw. Just bouncing away from a couple.
Good pickup, but referee says it's a penalty.
Yeah, roll ball infringement there. Planting the ball not square.
One last chance for Alcester to get on the board in this final. What a defensive shift from Langton.
Yeah, definitely. The athleticism on display, it's just, you know, it's been brilliant on both sides of the ball, but especially defensively, although there's a couple nasty steps, but not.
Plandano looking to change it and get something on the board for Alcester.
There's your quickie. That's a good
Plandano.
quickie. Diving.
Lloyd.
That should be ball down. That looked good to me, but unfortunately not. The winger just makes the touch and gets a slap in his chest from his teammate for his good work.
Plandano, Lloyd. Kian Plandano. Lloyd. Plandano wants it on the return. He's sliding in.
Great touch once more. And that is full time. And Simon Langton, what a victory.
A steady first half where nothing could really split the sides, but the start of the second half, a couple of outstanding scores from Simon Langton, and then a defensive shift that any team in the country would be proud of, kept out Alcester Grammar School, and they have shut out the finalists to take down the trophy.
Yeah, wonderful performances from both teams. As we were saying, Simon Langton may have won the final, but Alcester Grammar School, you are second in the country. And that is no easy feat, so well done to both teams, but Simon Langton in the end just had a little bit too much on this occasion.
Simon Langton Grammar School for Boys from Canterbury, our national champions. What a performance from them. I'm here with some of the lads from Simon Langton who are victorious in the national final. A great result for them. Come to you first, Will. You've played Invicta, which is a really high level of touch. You know, a really top club side. They were at the Nationals at Leamington Spa a couple of weekends ago. Having played that level, firstly, what do you make of the standard that you've seen today from the biggest and the very first proper school national finals?
I think the game's a lot quicker up at the up in the Nationals with Invicta. The game's a lot quicker, however. It's not like, and there's a lot more skill, but this is, considering they are a lot older and they've done it a lot more, I think this is still like similar for how it's gone.
It's fantastic to hear how quickly the game has filtered down. A fine performance, some great tries in there, but really I think one of the highlights from Simon Langton defensive was a great defensive performance. How much was that a focus coming into today?
Well, we've trained for it. We've trained defensively every week. For the past few months we've been training and getting the touch right and tracking back and getting the energy, keeping the energy up and the intensity. So it's what we train for. So I'm glad we could execute it today.
Absolutely. And then finally, one last question. So you're national champions. How exactly does that feel? How great is it to take that trophy back to Kent?
Yeah, I think it's great. It's down to the boys really. Really proud of all of them and the effort that we've put in. And it's reflected on the pitch today.
Well done, gents. National champ Simon Langton, congratulations to all of you, and have a safe journey home. Cheers, gents. Well, good performance from Simon Langton in the end. They may have sucked all the energy out of Alcester, but it was a fine performance that did so, and they are champions by a scoreline of 4-0. That also brings an end to our coverage here at the National School Finals. A fantastic occasion at a wonderful rugby club, Oxford Harlequins. Thanks for hosting us all. It's been a fantastic day of touch. England Touch, of course, ever growing with the help of Try Rugby. A long day of touch for a wide-spanning age group, especially to include those in the girls, mixed and boys categories. All the results can be found on Tornify. But don't go anywhere, because we're back next weekend for a bit of Rugby Sevens live here on NextGen15 before we return to England Touch's Junior National Finals, the regional rounds of which start tomorrow here in Oxford. But we'll be live streaming those finals on the 12th and the 13th. Finally, from myself, Wilfred Kemsley, thanks as well to Joe Wright and to Dom Tripp for organising today and joining us throughout. That'll sign us off here in Oxford. Your winners of the Under-15s national title in the boys' competition are Simon Langton. Thanks for joining us, and goodbye.
Sure is something to be proud of. Just remember where it came from. Think that mulch came from the home improvement store? Think again. From right-of-way preparation, commercial and residential land clearing projects, and storm cleanup, mulch comes from a lot of places, just not the home improvement store. From here and the people who make mulch, helping the world be equipped to do more.
Clip my angel wings, I told the devil.
right kit changes everything. With the right kit, you're ready for anything. United, connected, unstoppable. Whatever your sport, we are your sporting partner. Creating your kit your way. For every team, for every challenge, for every aspiration. Feel seen, feel ready, feel part of the team. Kit on, game on.